The dark red crystal wasn't a real bloodline inheritance, not in terms of the benefits that could bring to the cultivators' minds at least. Noah had only used his knowledge in the matter and the intensity of his will to recreate suitable conditions and force the crystallization. Cracks filled the crystal, and Noah sensed his mental energy escaping through those small fissures to disperse in the air. The elemental forging method had made it become part of the item, so they didn't belong to Noah anymore. This won't do, Noah thought as he analyzed the crystal. It wasn't its cracked state that left him unsatisfied. He could fix that with enough practice in the forging process. Yet, the fact that his mental energy had occupied the insides of the crystal was a troublesome issue. He wasn't trying to create actual bloodline inheritances, but a physical imitation of a sea of consciousness that could contain the wills of the magical beasts. That fake center of power was the key to the creation of living weapons. Noah knew that creating something as unique as his demonic sword was merely impossible. He had poured too much of himself in that weapon to produce something with similar qualities. However, forging organic inscribed items was possible, just extremely difficult. Noah didn't need just to create them, though. One of the most important requirements was to build living weapons that were also stable and wouldn't revolt against the cultivators wielding them. I need to decide on a species if I want to optimize the process and reach the point where I can mass-produce empty bloodline inheritances. Noah thought before summoning his sword to cultivate. Noah barely had any free time in that period. The training of his centers of power always had the priority, but testing his abilities and researching the organic living weapons forced him to execute multiple tasks at once. Luckily for him, it wasn't hard to train all his centers of power at the same time. For his cultivation technique to work, he just had to press the demonic sword on the rune on his waist and make sure that its position remained completely still even with the enhanced suction force attempting to move it. One hand was enough to complete that task after he became used to the procedure. He could use his other hand to hold the 6th Xianxia rune, which worked together with the spherical runes in his mind to enlarge its walls. After all, he just needed to keep a direct line of sight for the rune to unleash its effects. As for his body, he could take bites of any creature's corpse even when his hands were busy. Rank 5 cultivators would generally avoid that approach when it came to their centers of power. Small mistakes in their training could hurt them, and the periods between every breakthrough were simply too long at that level. Most of them didn't have a reason to risk injuring their centers of power just to have access to more free time. It was better to seclude themselves for years and temporarily neglect their cultivation during their period in the outside world. Truth to be told, Noah didn't have any hurry either, except for the 6th Xianxia rune that he could keep only for a limited amount of time. However, the matter with the living weapons interested him too much to delay it by a few years. The possibility of creating living beings able to give cultivators part of the power of the magical beasts without passing down their drawbacks was simply too incredible to ignore. After all, Noah had seen how helpful his flames were in an actual battle, and he couldn't even begin to imagine how strong the hive would become if he managed to give a similar weapon to each of its heroic assets. Also, he was diving deeper into the laws connected to his creation with those experiments. Success in that field would eventually benefit his Dantian in the long run. As for June, she was busy studying the various formations provided by 37, which put her in a situation similar to Noah. Yet, they decided to take a break every 2 months in which they would spend an entire day together. Noah felt his level increasing as the months passed, but he could sense how slow it was compared to when he was still a rank 4 cultivator. The 5th rank was too vast to calculate the time required for each breakthrough, and there seemed to be hidden obstacles along the path. The journey between the 5th and the 6th rank would ideally bring cultivators from expressing their individualities to wielding laws, which was a huge qualitative leap. It was no wonder that even incredible experts spent more than 1,000 years to succeed in reaching the apex of the heroic ranks. 37 revisited the mansion at some point. He had ideated a formation able to reproduce some of the effects of the body inscription spell. Still, he wanted to discuss the matter with Noah before involving an inscription master in the case. When he saw the mansion, though, he discovered that dozens of magical beasts' corpses of various species surrounded the area of the separate dimension around it. The corpses weren't in a good state. All of them were missing their heads and blood, and there were even multiple bite marks on them. Also, one of the corpses had a black sword stabbed on its back, which drained it right under the stupefied gaze of the automaton. "Hurry! I was waiting for you." Noah's voice resounded from inside the mansion, and 37 simply floated above the corpses to reach him. The automation soon discovered that the trail of corpses continued inside the mansion. Still, there were a few areas that had been purposely kept away from those remains. Yet, those rooms had multiple burns on their walls, with some of the reinforced ones even featuring black cracks with the shape of a spider web. Whatever the couple was doing inside that luxurious building, it didn't mind its integrity. 37 found Noah in a large room filled with blood, buckets, and maimed corpses. Noah was sitting cross-legged directly on the blood, uncaring that his robe was getting dirty. His focus was on the bucket in front of him, which trembled as his hands forced some kind of procedure. The automaton immediately understood that Noah was performing an inscription, and he didn't dare to interrupt him. There was nothing more sacred than an inscription master at work in 37's mind. The process only lasted a few minutes, and Noah promptly took out a dark red crystal from the bucket. Blood fell from the smooth surface of the crystal, and 37 noticed that there were similar items sparse in the room, which seemed to be of inferior quality. Noah turned to speak with the automaton after he inspected the crystal and stored it. "You can summon Flying Demon already. We need to perform practical tests before advancing in this field." Noah had managed to complete the prototypes of the fake bloodline inheritances in those months. But there was an issue that prevented him from improving his expertise further. Since the prototypes came from beasts of different species, there would be slight variations in their creation. So, Noah had to decide which kinds gave birth to the best products and specialize in that process. Yet, only actual tests could solve his doubts. There was a limit to how much the divine deduction technique could calculate. 37 understood that the testing phase had already reached that point and contacted Flying Demon before exiting the mansion and preparing a few marks on the ground of the dimension. The insides, the couple's quarters, and the area around it were simply too dirty to build formations. Noah came out too and made a quick trip to the wilderness to submit a few heroic beasts in the lower tier. He made sure that they belonged to different species to test all the variabilities of his fake bloodline inheritance. When he returned inside the separate dimension, Flying Demon was already drawing on top of the marks left by the automaton. Noah's decision to contact the demon wasn't casual. The testing phase still saw only rank 4 materials, which meant that any inscription master in the heroic ranks could complete the task. Yet, those experiments involved creations that could increase the power of the hive as a whole, other than giving it the monopoly over an incredible resource. Noah would work only with experts that he trusted. The formation ideated by 37 was quite peculiar. Flying Demon had to modify certain lines according to the magical beast involved in the procedure and use its blood as a core material for specific inscriptions. Also, it used the heart of the creature too, making it rather expensive for a formation on that level. The testing phase, though, had just started. 37 and Noah had yet to perfect their methods, and there were aspects of the procedure that they could tune only after acquiring empirical data. "Let's start with the ape type," Noah said and growled to bring the tall ape in his group of beasts forward. The fact that he could control magical beasts wasn't surprising after his hybrid status became renowned. The demon just gazed at the ape for a few seconds before focusing again on the formation to tune it to the creature's shape. Noah handed a fake bloodline inheritance to Flying Demon and sat at the borders of the formation, leaving the rest of the experiments in the duo's hands. His knowledge of the inscription method was too shallow to help, but his time would come toward the end. Flying Demon materialized what seemed to be a petal made of ice and killed the ape that had just entered the formation. Its blood flowed inside specific lines that lit up and activated other mechanisms of the inscriptions. Those lines spread on the corpse too and searched for its heart. The core of the creature began to burn from inside its body. 37 observed it for a while before giving a signal to the demon. Flying Demon quickly removed the corpse of the beast at that point, and the formation began to shine with a pale red color. The light became denser, and the image of an ape soon took form in the air above the inscriptions. 37 turned toward Noah when the figure emitted its first roar. It was his time to submit the will of the beast. Noah had fought mental battles before his dantian had formed. Defeating the will of a creature in the fourth rank wasn't an issue even if the fight was outside of his sea of consciousness. His mental waves surrounded the ethereal ape and assaulted it from every direction, piercing its figure in multiple spots. The beast crumbled after only one offensive, and flying demon promptly through the dark red crystal at the center of the formation. The shining dust released by the defeated creature converged in the fake bloodline inheritance and filled its insides. The crystal began to shine with a strange light that flashed from time to time. It seemed that the will of the beast didn't like to stay inside that container, but it couldn't escape since it was just dense mental energy. Its behavior was only something that the modified version of the body inscription spell had condensed. Noah picked the crystal and began to study it. There were no abnormalities in its functioning. It appeared that he had succeeded in copying yet another center of power. However, Noah wasn't satisfied with only one test. He had managed to create a dozen fake bloodline inheritance using 3 of the most populous kinds of beasts in the hive's domain, namely ape types, worm types, and tiger types creatures. Yet, he had to decide which of them gave birth to the best containers before specializing in the procedure and attempting to create a rank 5 version of that item. 37 and Flying Demon agreed with his plan and proceeded to perform more tests with the other beasts that Noah had gathered. The 3 of them completed a total of 11 formations, ending up with 8 contained magical beasts' wills. The fake bloodline inheritances created with the blood and brain of the tiger-type creatures weren't able to accommodate even the will of a similar being. They broke apart after storing it for a few minutes. As for the other 2 types, they seemed to work almost perfectly. The automaton and Flying Demon waited for Noah to give his evaluation. They weren't suited to judge creations that they barely understood, and Noah was the only one able to tell the subtle differences between those similar results. There was a reason why Noah had limited his gathering of blood and brains to the populous species. He needed an almost endless source of materials that shared similar properties so that he wouldn't need to adapt the forging every time. Nevertheless, he hesitated when it came to deciding which material was better between the 2 kinds. It wasn't that Noah was confused about their performance. He knew which one of the materials had behaved better in the form of a center of power. However, he couldn't help but think that his past experiences could influence his judgment. It doesn't matter if I'm just more used to it, Noah thought as he took his decision. A better product is still a better product. Also, I would just fix any problem that arises. Noah's decision fell on the crystals made from the blood and brain of the worm-type magical beasts. Their creation was simply smoother, and they even worked better as a whole. The bloodline inheritance that he had absorbed in the past had given him some sort of innate understanding of those similar products, which was why he appeared to handle the worm-type creatures better. After he took his decision, the demon and 37 left to handle matters connected to those experiments. The first phases had been a success, but they needed to press forward now. The experiments continued. 37 and Flying Demon worked on improving the formation, while Noah kept on perfecting the fake bloodline inheritances and studying the next steps. A series of buildings soon appeared next to the mansion. They were reinforced quarters that used part of the knowledge behind the copying technique to restrain the creatures needed for the experiments. Those creatures weren't only ordinary magical beasts. The hive had delivered even hybrids of various kinds as a way to invest in the promising project unfolding in the separate dimension. Noah didn't need to hunt worm-type beasts anymore once the hive became involved. The heroic assets on the surface would take care of gathering the blood and the brains of those creatures and deliver them to the mansion so that he could wholeheartedly focus on the experiments. As time passed, the need for a terminology became evident since the fake bloodline inheritances obtained different features according to the quality of the will that they contained. Noah named them beast cores, and their power followed the same classification as the bodies of the magical beasts. However, that was only the basic feature of those items. Their real power was in the type of will that they contained. Depending on the amount of awareness that the will had, Noah classified the beast cores into 3 categories: wild, clouded, and conscious. The wills of ordinary magical beasts would fall into the first category. Yet, those of the hybrids could end up in all 3 of them. that depended on the level of intelligence that they kept after being contained inside the fake bloodline inheritances. Noah predicted that wild beast cores would be easier to control once turned into a living weapon, but they would also have limits since their lack of intelligence would prevent them from adapting to their new bodies. On the other hand, conscious beast cores would learn how to use the living weapons to their full potential, and they could even surpass the limits of their level once paired with the breath of a cultivator. As for the clouded beast cores, the wills inside them were still confused, but they had a chance of becoming conscious since they came from hybrids. The production of beast cores became more streamlined eventually. Noah would only take care of forging fake bloodline inheritances, while Flying Demon and 37 handled the imitation of the body inscription spell. Flying Demon was more than capable of submitting creatures in the 4th rank. They even approached the creation of beast cores in the 5th rank, even if only in a limited number since it was hard to find and hunt worm-type creatures at that level. Also, they needed the wills of a rank 5 beast too, which made the creation of their stronger version quite troublesome. That was expected though. No one would be so deluded to think that they could mass-produce living weapons in the 5th rank. Those limits depended on Noah's skill too. At his current level of expertise, the beast cores with power in the lower tier of the 5th rank were the best that he could achieve. It took almost 3 years before Noah, and the others were almost ready to start the actual construction of the living weapons with all the beast cores created in that period. The Elbas family had summoned June sometime before Noah declared the experiments with the beast cores over. The royals requested her presence in a political event aimed to solidify the new noble families. It seemed something that often occurred among the powers that had a fragmented political system, and the Elbas family didn't want to soften its control over the other nobles now that it was busy with its research. Even with oaths binding them, the nobles still needed to see the wills of their leaders, especially in that particular historical period. Noah and June had to separate, but they both knew that it wouldn't be for long. Even if they still kept their relationship a secret from the other forces, June's home was the mansion inside the separate dimension now. She would return there once she dealt with that political event. Of course, she left behind the studies provided by 37. She had memorized them already, and she would only risk to expose herself if she reviewed them in public. There was no point in carrying them along. The next phase of the experimentation began, and it quickly led to countless failures. It was time to turn the beast cores into actual weapons, but that meant modifying specific body parts of the magical beasts so that they could become different living beings. Noah had already done far more than that. He had created life from inanimate objects even if he had to pour his individuality inside it and was under the peculiar mental state reached during the transformation. Yet, he was trying a different approach now, one that would eventually have set rules and requirements. He was creating a new field in the inscription methods, a school that had never managed to succeed. Noah tore the lungs of fire-breathing wolves, the venom glands of threatening snakes, the feathers of flying beasts able to create wind slashes, and much more. He was basically seizing the organs that allowed such creatures to attack. Then, he would fuse them with other materials to improve their effectiveness and durability, adding useful features when the body parts allowed substantial modifications. The other experts of the hive couldn't help him in that process. The elemental forging method was the best when it came to fusing different materials, and he was the only expert in that field. 37 though stuck with him and used his immense knowledge to suggest materials that were a better match for specific body parts. Noah had initially planned to create something similar to a liquid dantian and fuse it with the body parts to create a complete living being, but he quickly gave up on that idea. The experiments would only take longer in that case, and giving a dantian to a living weapon was akin to giving it a chance to rebel. Without that center of power, the might of the weapon would be fixed, but it would also be easier to control. Once Noah succeeded in the modifications, he had to fuse beast cores with his creations, matching their level of power and aptitudes to avoid any form of rejection. Noah and 37 saw countless beast cores falling apart as the fusions failed, or the products were unable to remain alive. They both expected that though, so they simply kept going until Noah managed to forge something stable. An eagle's scream resounded in an open area of the separate dimension. The automaton and Noah stared at a fan made of shining gray feathers held together by a series of white strings that helped to spread energy through the surface of the weapon. Noah quickly grabbed the fan and used the primary energy inside his spherical runes to fuel the weapon that suddenly released a series of wind slashes. Both Noah and 37 analyzed the power of the wind slashes with great interest. The attack flew for a while through the quiet environment of the separate dimension until it crashed with one of its invisible barriers, slightly enlarging it in the process. Satisfaction soon appeared in their expression when they understood the might of the slashes. Noah had used a rank for wild beast core in the lower tier and the feathers of a sharp eagle at the same level to build that weapon, and the prowess that it was capable of reflected the might of its materials. Noah did a quick evaluation in his mind. It hadn't taken a lot of primary energy to produce that attack. It seemed that they had optimized the distribution of power quite well for their first complete living weapon. 37 took a transparent container full of a shining liquid from one of the structures around them, and Noah didn't hesitate to drop the weapon inside it. The living weapon was a newborn, which meant that it didn't know how to manage its body, especially since it was human-made. The liquid inside the container was a type of fluid that prevented the energy inside the fan from dispersing and gave it time to learn how to preserve it. Since they didn't have a dantian, the living weapons didn't have a way to refill the primary energy that made their bodies. They would have to go through maintenance often to prevent their tissues from decomposing, even after they learnt how to preserve the power inside them. The first product is indeed promising, 37 said as he looked at the fan. The initial investment has been massive, but it took you only 8 years to create a stable weapon. Hearing the automaton speaking, Noah realized how much time had passed since he immersed himself in that engaging schedule. The 8 years mentioned by the automaton considered only the experiments after the creation of the beast cores, which meant that he had spent a total of 11 years to create his first stable product. When he considered the 2 years spent in peace with June, he realized that he was already more than 110 years old. "This is just the beginning," Noah said as he moved to return to the mansion. "Bring a cultivator with a wind aptitude to test it properly once it stabilizes." He didn't even need to turn to know that the automaton was nodding at his orders. The truth was that 37 had accompanied Noah for the entire duration of the experiments. Due to his peculiar status, he was always able to know when Noah resumed his tests and managed to appear right before he started forging. The automaton was wholly engrossed in the school that they were creating. It was as if nothing else mattered in that walking encyclopedia. He had even tried to press Noah to stop spending so much time cultivating, but he soon understood that it was impossible to make him modify his schedule. Yet, he accepted it since Noah was improving the procedure at an incredible speed, which made him respect the Demon Prince's determination. On the other hand, Noah appreciated his help. The vast knowledge of the automaton encompassed every inscription's field and allowed him to find suitable materials for each body part that they wanted to turn into a living weapon. Also, he was quite handy when he didn't complain, so Noah just kept him around. When he returned to the mansion, he found June waiting for him with a curious expression. She had already come and gone a couple of times to complete missions for the royals, but she had never been away for more than 6 months on both occasions. "Did you do it?" June asked, and Noah's nod made her continue to speak. "You are incredible. The other nations are sacrificing resources and cultivators just to copy something that you've done when you were still a human while you are already moving forward." June was honestly surprised that it had taken him so little to obtain his first success. After all, she was busy finding a way to create a rank 5 cultivation technique for when her breakthrough arrived, but Noah had completed his task before hers. "My individuality suits these experiments too much," Noah answered. "It's as if I have an innate understanding when it comes to building life forms of that kind." He was speaking the truth. There were many times during the tests where he would just follow his instincts, which turned out to be on point quite often. Noah noticed those changes even when he cultivated. It seemed that his training speed increased every time he advanced in his experiments. Expressing his individuality was benefiting him, but his improvements were still incredibly slow compared to when he was just a rank 4 cultivator. Even the requirements of his body had reached an insane level now that it was in the middle tier. "How is research going?" Noah asked as he sat behind her. His hand went for her low waist, and his consciousness focused that same spot to check the status of her dantian. June had been in the 4th rank for almost 70 years by then. Her body had reached the 5th rank when she was in the wilderness of the other world, but her dantian was still at some distance from the peak of the solid stage. As for her mind, it was only a few years behind her dantian, which was something quite rare for a heroic cultivator as young as her. "What do you think?" June asked without showing the slightest embarrassment. They were so used to that kind of physical contact that it felt just natural to be in each other's arms. "You should reach the peak in a bit more than a decade," Noah evaluated. Eccentric Thunder's inheritance made her spare a lot of time. He allowed her to focus only on the formations since they were the true expression of her individuality in her cultivation technique. The foundation was the perfect circuit, a method that could theoretically work for every cultivator with a lightning aptitude. In a certain aspect, Eccentric Thunder's technique was revolutionary since he had created something that every cultivator could adapt to their individuality once reached decent expertise. June dropped the scrolls in her hands and lay on Noah's chest. They had to skip their last bimestral break because Noah was too busy with the experiments, but now it was the perfect moment to make up for that since he was waiting for the weapon to stabilize. "The world is at peace now," June said as her hand went under his robe to play with a familiar scale on the side of his torso. "But the Elbas family seems on edge. I think something big is about to happen." June had already talked about that with Noah, but there wasn't much that they could do. They could just improve and prepare for the next crisis. Their only consolation was that they would wait for it together. The world had been at peace for too long, and even the battle against the natives wasn't enough to appease the divergences that divided the 4 organizations. The Papal Nation and the Elbas family had grudges against the Shandal Empire, and all 3 of those forces hated the Hive for the independence of the Coral Archipelago. Those resentments didn't just disappear. They were still there, waiting for a chance to come out in the open. The fall of the new continent, the crisis of the winged beasts, and the dimensional portal had simply kept the 4 forces busy, but it didn't solve their natural enmity. The race for the power of the hybrids was just another distraction, but everyone knew that something would eventually happen, and chaos would follow it. Yet there wasn't much that Noah could do about that. Even as a heroic cultivator in the 5th rank, he couldn't face the wills of such big organizations alone. He could only prepare and try to improve the foundation of the hive before an inevitable storm hit it. The fan eventually stabilized, and 37 summoned a heroic cultivator with a suitable aptitude and level to test it. The beast core inside it, though, had become used to its new body and wouldn't let anyone use it. That was just the innate instinct contained in the will inside the core. Cultivators would have to tame it like they would tame a wild creature, which was usually a tough task if there wasn't a significant difference in power. However, Noah was there, and the will inside the beast core hadn't lost its natural fear toward a being that was above it in the food chain. As expected, the strength of the fan exceeded the might of the original sharp eagle since breath fueled it now. It became able to shoot wind slashes that didn't differ much from spells in terms of power. However, it didn't need mental energy, and even its requirements in terms of breath were far lower than the average consumption of the spells. Noah and the automaton had basically created a weapon that allowed every cultivator to shoot an almost countless number of spells without depleting too much energy. It soon became evident that the experiment had been a success. "We can improve the anatomy and add multiple features to make it more consistent in battle," 37 judged, ignoring the amazed expression of the rank 4 cultivator wielding the fan. "The only issue is taming them, but these weapons weren't meant for ordinary assets in the first place." "Agreed," Noah said without moving his eyes from the fan. "We can even create weapons in line with the cultivator's individualities. Every other kind of inscribed weapon will become outdated once the living ones make their appearance." The automaton nodded. Noah and 37 had limited themselves to create something that worked, but they could start pursuing specific features now that they had confirmed their success. The heroic cultivator wanted to keep the fan, but Noah and 37 needed it as a sample for future projects. Also, the Elder didn't submit the weapon, which was only working because it feared Noah. Even without a dantian, the weapon could still use the primary energy inside its body to revolt and attack its owner. After all, it was alive and with the mind of a wild beast. Noah and 37 immersed themselves in a long period of research and tests. Their school shared similarities to the formation field when it came to the knowledge concerning the materials to use. There were countless times when a particular body part would just reject the materials added to its shape, and there were even limits connected to the body part itself. Even after modifying its anatomy, those weapons could only express so much power. A catalog began to take form, and 37 diligently noted every interaction between certain species and specific materials. The experimentation had reached a point where Noah could aim to perfect his creation and try to bring out their full potential. The financial losses of the hive were immense in that period. Most heroic assets were busy hunting down worm-type creatures or purchasing them from the other world, and a large number of them were wasted in the experiments. Elder Austin even had to check Noah's work at some point. The automaton had started to miss his classes, and Noah resembled a hunger-driven monster, able to consume dozens of magical beasts in the heroic ranks every week. The elder had to see with his own eyes where all those resources went. Noah simply handed him a rank 4 living weapon in the upper tier and told him to test it. That weapon had the form of a sack that had a cave metal tube on one end. It was only of the size of an adult's forearm, but claws-like legs were sticking from the bottom of the sack. That gave the item a menacing aspect, but it wasn't its most peculiar feature. That was one of Noah's latest creations and used a conscious beast core to work, which meant that it could perform more complex tasks. Elder Austin followed Noah's instructions and let the legs of the weapon pierce his arm as he equipped it. Blood flowed inside the sack at that point, which began to take life as if awakened by that intense flavor. The elder showed a surprised expression when he felt the will of the hybrid contained in the beast core trying to affect his mind, but he quickly suppressed and tamed it with his superior consciousness. Then, he poured a little part of his breath to see its effects. The sack enlarged as the breath activated its functions, and red flames came out of the metallic tube. The fire didn't fly in a straight line, though. They morphed and took the form of a tall wolf that jumped directly toward the elder. Elder Austin only had to focus his mental energy to suppress the rebellion of the weapon, but he managed to evaluate the power of the flames nonetheless. Using his breath made the fire reach the peak of the 4th rank, which was something that cultivators could express only through spells, except for a few exceptional cases like Noah. Giving such a weapon to worthy assets was akin to giving them a spell that didn't require mental energy to work. Also, the cultivators wouldn't need to train to use that power, and the only drawback seemed to be its unwillingness to follow orders. "Is the blood necessary?" Elder Austin asked as he removed the sack from his forearm. "Yes," Noah answered. "Blood snakes use their blood or that of their victims to fuel their flames. Even I can't modify the natural features of the body parts used in the creations of these weapons. I tried already." Elder Austin simply nodded at his answer and handed the sack back to the automaton that promptly stored it in one of his containers. "How long until you make something in the 5th rank?" Elder Austin asked at that point without bothering to suppress his interested smile. The hive provided Noah and the automaton with even more resources once Elder Austin confirmed that their research was promising. Generally speaking, Noah didn't have to create too many living weapons since the hive didn't have a lot of heroic assets compared to the other nations. 100 or so weapons of various power would be enough to equip even the cultivators that managed to reach the heroic ranks in the imminent future. Yet, creating those weapons benefited Noah's individuality, which made his cultivation speed increase consistently. Also, he needed his expertise to rise before he could approach the forging of weapons in the 5th rank. There was even the issue of making them specifically for the individualities of each cultivator, and Noah couldn't complete that task without a large amount of experience. The years kept on passing as Noah and the automaton continued to work. Their creations eventually became more complex and featured multiple effects. The only problem that they couldn't fix concerned the unwillingness of the beast cores, but that was something that their wielders had to solve on their own. The connection with the living weapon had to be nurtured personally, and it needed specific behaviors according to the wills contained in the cores. Wild wills mostly required to fear the user, but the conscious and clouded ones could be quite canny and plot against their wielders. The cultivators had to break their determination before they could use them in battle safely. The news that Noah was creating a new type of armament spread, and he started to work on commission. The heroic assets of the hive would report a series of requirements and explain their individualities to 37, who would then formulate a blueprint with the catalog built in the past years. Noah would review everything after the automaton's analysis and decide which weapon to prioritize according to the cultivator's achievements. Of course, he was still forging living weapons in the 4th rank, and those cultivators didn't need to pay for his work. Those assets didn't have anything interesting for someone in the 5th rank. There were some of his old acquaintances among the cultivators that requested a personalized living weapon. Bruce, Roy, Sarah, and other members of the original Chasing Demons sect that had reached the heroic ranks in those years gave a detailed explanation to 37, and Noah did his best to stick to those requirements. The fact that weaker existences could express their preferences didn't bother him too much since he saw that as a form of training. Also, he simply refused to fulfill some of their requests when he found them stupid or could hurt the final product. Living weapons soon began to spread among the heroic assets of the hive, and most of its cultivators became busy trying to submit them. Some even had to request for weaker beast cores since the clouded and conscious ones were too hard to handle. Noah didn't mind that either. After all, he would just store the weapons that they sent back and create new ones. The demonic sword grew along his dantian too, so he just kept on following his pack schedule and seized valuable time with June whenever he had the chance. As for June, she kept on researching a way to cultivate in the 5th rank since her breakthrough was drawing near. After studying the schools provided by 37 for years, she had found a solution to her issue, but she required Noah's help to implement it. Noah stood inside one of the largest rooms of the mansion and stared at a complex array of shining lines drawn on the floor. June was on the other side of the formation and was wearing an expression that he hadn't seen since their first months as a couple. She was blushing. "What's wrong?" Noah asked without even trying to hide his interest in his lover's behavior. The two of them had spent so much time together that they had lost any kind of embarrassment toward each other, and June was usually quite straightforward with her desires and requests. Yet, there she was, blushing as she tried to turn her thoughts into words. "I've found a type of formation that could work in creating the higher energy that I need to cultivate in the 5th rank," June said. "But I need your help in initiating it." "Well, any heroic cultivator would be able to do it, but it has to be you." Noah understood the meaning behind her words only after she explained the method that she had ideated. When 37 gave June a series of teachings, he included even old and archaic schools that the world had mostly put aside due to the appearance of more reliable inscription methods. One of them was a type of dual cultivation that aimed to alter the breath of one of the participants. According to King Elba's research, June needed to create friction to obtain higher energy with her aptitude, and the only method that she found to apply that theory involved that formation. There was a chance that 37 could have helped her more if she had just asked, but she needed to set the formations by herself to express her individuality. So, she could only work with what she had discovered and apply modifications where the method required them. The reason why June was embarrassed was that she wouldn't need to do much during that process. The cultivator giving away his energy would do most of the hard work, while the receiver only had to enjoy the procedure. To put it simply, June would create formations on her body that Noah had to activate according to a slow procedure. Also, that process had to last one entire week and required quite a lot of study. "Are you wondering if I can hold back for a week with your naked body in my hands?" Noah smirked as he asked that question. He was joking, but his instincts were really a problem for that method. "Would you prefer me to ask someone else?" June answered with her usual sharp words, but she didn't manage to make Noah feel jealous since it was evident how she despised that thought. "I hate to interrupt your work, but I really need this," June said. "I wish there were another way." Noah simply shook his head at her words and neared her to lift her head and make their eyes meet. "I don't," he said, but June's expression kept on revealing the struggle happening in her mind. "Our relationship wasn't supposed to hinder our path toward the higher ranks," June complained, "but now I'm asking you to take a break for my sake. What if I'm unconsciously trying to find a way to slow?" June didn't have time to finish her phrase since Noah's kiss forced her to stop speaking. He understood her worries, but he also guessed that June was mostly worried about endangering the nature of their relationship. So, he felt the need to reassure her with a few words. "June, you are the fire behind my creation. Making you stronger can only benefit me. Loud moans resounded in the mansion inside the separate dimension. Noah had made sure to send away 37, and to announce that he would take a month's break from the creation of living weapons to memorize his role in the dual cultivation modified by June. Of course, he stopped training only when he approached the 7 days treatment, since June required his presence for the entirety of that period. On the other hand, June had made sure to warn her family and the royals. It would have been troublesome if they summoned her during the procedure. Noah touched specific spots of his lover's naked body and poured small bits of his breath inside the cores of the formation that she had drawn on her skin. The shining lines around them reacted every time part of his energy dispersed inside her and helped in modifying it so that she could absorb it. June couldn't keep her eyes open nor hold back her voice during that treatment. It seemed that the creator of that inscription method had some hidden intentions, since the body of the cultivators receiving energy would be sensitive during the procedure. Noah had to keep his cool and focus on injecting the right amount of breath in each specific spot with precise timing, while his lover almost screamed in pleasure. What was heaven for June was basically hell for him, since he couldn't vent the arousal that built inside him. Yet Noah kept going, using his powerful mind to control his body and prevent it from fall prey to his instincts. For the first time in his life, he felt glad that his body was still in the middle tier even after feeding it for so many years. The week eventually passed, and the formation on both Floor and June's body shone together at that point. She felt part of her breath, changing form and taking features that didn't match her usual energy as the light swept her. Then, a black spark appeared in her hand while she was still lying exhausted on the floor. Noah had promptly left the formation when the procedure ended and was inspecting the unique spark floating in her palm. He noticed that its aura carried properties similar to his individuality, but it was completely different at the same time too. What a reckless inscription method, Noah thought as he kept his eyes on the black spark. Modifying the nature of someone's breath could ruin their potential and endanger the integrity of their individuality. He would have never gone through that process if June wasn't sure that it was her only way to create a cultivation technique in the 5th rank. "I'm sorry," June whispered as she lifted her tired eyelids to shoot a loving glance at him. "You have to hold back for a little more." Noah left after her words. He would have liked to help her since she was quite weak after the procedure, but he had reached his limit long ago and couldn't hold back if he remained in her same room. When he came out, he announced that he would resume creating weapons and started to cultivate almost immediately. His cultivation speed had increased once again, but his mind was a mess. Images of June's naked body kept on appearing in his vision, and the sound of her moans echoed in his ears. He really was at his limit. His announcement, though, helped in keeping him busy and slowly suppressed the arousal that had accumulated in that week. The heroic assets of the hive had filled him with requests in just a few minutes, and he waited for his training to end before starting to create living weapons again. 37 had returned too and resumed his role as assistant, wondering how Noah's expertise had improved again in that short period. After creating a couple of living weapons at the peak of the 4th rank, then, they decided that it was time to take their creations on a higher level. Noah knew Elder Austin quite well, and he had even watched the exposition of his individuality. If the Elder had followed Chasing Demons' advice, his power would concern the explosive might of a volcano. Noah focused on that as he approached the creation of a rank 5 living weapon that used a wild beast core at the same level and with a fire aptitude. Every failure in creations with that level of power would be costly, since many precious materials would be lost. The loss wasn't limited to the brain and blood of the worm-type creature in the 5th rank used in the creation of the core. It also involved the body parts of a magical beast at that same level and the precious materials used to modify and improve their anatomy. There were only so many magical beasts in that rank, and even less when Noah added his need for specific materials. Also, the fact that the cultivators in the 4th rank couldn't hunt those powerful creatures made the gathering of body parts quite slow. However, Noah didn't mind waiting. He was so engrossed in his schedule that he could only appreciate those calm moments when he had nothing to do. Normally, he would just spend them with June, but she was still in seclusion inside the mansion, and he didn't want to disturb her. The idea behind Elder Austin's weapon was rather simple. Explosiveness was a feature that even wild beast cores could understand and put into use, but Noah wanted to create something in line with the Elder's individuality. After all, his current version of the living weapons couldn't grow, which meant that he had to do something unique. Otherwise, the Elder would just stop using it after he advanced between the stages of the 5th rank. Noah decided to create a metallic glove made from the scales and lungs of a rank 5 black dragon once he had an idea of how hard it was to create a living weapon at that level. The creation was a success, and Elder Austin traveled toward Noah's mansion to test his new weapon as soon as he could. The glove wouldn't just spit flames. It had a series of containers inside its fabric that allowed it to store and condense breath of the fire element. The Elder could then decide when to release that energy and create an offensive that would make most rank 5 cultivators in the gaseous stage run away. Ideally, Noah would have done the weapon with a conscious core and added more features that only an intelligent will could handle. Yet, it was too hard to obtain suitable specimens at that level, and he didn't want to risk the revolt of a living being in the 5th rank. A few weeks after Elder Austin took the clove and left, the aura of a rank 5 cultivator spread from inside the mansion. Noah turned only to see June wearing her usual orange robe but having dark sparks appearing on her skin from time to time. She had finally become a cultivator in the 5th rank. Noah wasn't surprised that June had caught up with him. The 5th rank was simply too vast, and an entire century wouldn't be enough to make a cultivator reach the next stage. Instead, a century was enough for talented cultivators to cross all the steps of the 4th rank. Of course, that didn't mean that Noah and June were on the same level now. June's mind had yet to reach the 5th rank, and her Danteon had just experienced the breakthrough. There were decades of training of difference between her centers of power and Noah's. Noah analyzed the dark sparks that appeared on her skin from time to time. He could sense that they were denser than the spark created when they dual cultivated, and there were even orange shades in their dark brilliance. "Did you make it?" Noah asked, but June shook her head even if she maintained a happy expression. "I just implemented a small spark of the higher energy in the perpetual formations and perfect circuit," June said. "It will take time to modify all my centers of power and sever them from the breath completely. It is strange though. I've never felt so powerful and frail at the same time." Noah nodded at her words. He knew how her cultivation technique worked and how she wanted to move forward in the 5th rank. June wanted to replace her breath, to cross the limits of her centers of power. Yet, she didn't have Noah's understanding and had to rely on King Elba's research to create those dark sparks. That led her to produce higher energy that her perfect circuit had yet to learn how to handle. It would take time before she felt confident in using it. On the other hand, Noah had created his darkness because he didn't want to lose that type of energy. He was a creator in his mind, and creators needed to have access to all kinds of materials to work. The primary energy was the result of his destruction, and his darkness was a pure expression of his individuality. The higher power that he planned to make in the future would be an expression of his creation, which would give him access to all the types of energy available in the world. He couldn't just let go of his darkness like June planned to do with her breath. After all, she just needed sheer power, while Noah's individuality made his requirements more complex in terms of energies. "Shouldn't you be cultivating?" Noah asked with a smirk when he saw June nearing him. "I have to take care of my man first," June said without any trace of shame and took his hand to bring him in the mansion. The following period inside the separate dimension was quite messy. Heroic cultivators in the 4th rank would often contact 37 or directly use the teleportation matrix to request a meeting with the demon prince. However, Noah's focus was on the living weapons in the 5th rank now, which forced him to ignore the requests of those weaker assets. As much as Noah wanted to equip all the rank 5 elders of the hive though, his cultivation level prevented him from creating something with a power that surpassed the lower tier of the 5th rank. The living weapons were a nigh-endless source of powerful attacks, but they were useless if the cultivator wielding them had access to a stronger offensive. Even the lower consumption of breath wasn't enough to make up for the lack of power. Beings like Elder Julia and Dreaming Demon couldn't request their living weapons because they were too strong for Noah, and the same went for other elders. The only entities that could commission weapons were Elder Justin and Elder Ingrid since they were still in the gaseous stage. That was Noah's current limit, but the other elders didn't mind it. Actually, they were eager to see him grow after Elder Austin demonstrated the power of his weapon. Everyone was sure that Noah would improve in no time and that he would soon become able to arm all the heroic assets with his weapons. Only Elder Julia, Dreaming Demon, and Chasing Demon weren't sure if he would ever catch up with them, since they had cultivated for far longer than him. The production of living weapons slowed down after Noah completed the work for the rank 5 elders in the gaseous stage. Most of the other assets in the 4th rank had already received theirs and were just asking for more of them so to improve their battle prowess further. Noah wouldn't prioritize their requests since many had yet to learn how to control their first weapons. Also, having more living weapons could hurt their individualities since some heroic cultivators would start to rely on them too much and neglect their training. It was the same with the organizations. Cultivators would start to rely so much on powers that didn't belong to them and neglect their real strength. The Hive didn't need those kinds of assets. It wasn't in a position where one of its heroic cultivators could give up on the prospect of becoming stronger. Amid that peaceful period, though, the crisis that most cultivators were waiting for eventually showed itself. It all started with a series of gales gathering in a seemingly random spot above the sea, and continued with black clouds appearing in the sky and shooting their threatening aura in that area. The ground began to shake, and earthquakes spread through both continents, warning even the human cultivators that something massive was about to happen. Noah was still in the separate dimension with June when the tremors spread in that place that was supposed to be safe from the events unfolding in the outside world. The ground shook, and small cracks appeared the frailest surfaces of the mansion. Noah suddenly felt his instincts screaming in fear and anger. He had already tasted that kind of danger. It had happened during one of his dreams when a dragon tried to battle against the endless barrage of black clouds. June glanced at him and Noah nodded. There was no need for words between them. They simply kissed each other and moved toward their respective teleportation matrices to return to their nations. When Noah reappeared in the forest of white woods and flew in the sky to inspect the events, he noticed that a vast array of black clouds had gathered in an area at some distance from both continents. The array of clouds was so vast that Noah was able to see it even if he was almost on the opposite side of the mortal lands, but he wasn't able to make out who had triggered that massive tribulation. Chasing Demons suddenly appeared next to him, and other elders soon gathered in that same spot. Even the 2 demons arrived and shot a questioning gaze toward the patriarch of the Hive. Chasing Demon gave voice to a single line before flying toward the tribulation. God's right hand is attempting to reach the divine ranks. The elders stared at Chasing Demon's departing figure, but they didn't dare to follow him. The patriarch was venturing into a territory where they couldn't survive. After all, they were about to witness a heaven tribulation meant for beings at the peak of the 6th rank. Countless thoughts filled Noah's mind. The knowledge retrieved in the library of the Mortal Palace hinted that the breakthrough of a rank 6 existence would mark the start of the decline of the Shandal Empire, and he could only feel excited about that. Generally speaking, the cultivators of different organizations would hope to see the enemy assets fail during their breakthroughs. Yet, the possibility of the god of the empire disappearing from the mortal lands alongside God's right hand would weaken the strongest nation beyond any measure. Noah could already imagine the Hive fighting together with the other 2 big nations to plunder the defenseless empire, taking away resources that only the strongest force in the world could accumulate through millennia. Of course, Noah knew that the other nations might not know about the strange behavior of the god of the empire, but it would be easy to spread that information. Thinking about that, a part of him regretted that he didn't forge June a living weapon. The main issue there was that June's power was still too unstable to control a beast core in the 5th rank, which led both of them to decide to wait until her centers of power became used to the higher energy. That would break the intrinsic limits of her perpetual formations and allow her to develop her individuality beyond her wildest hopes. Yet, the tribulation arrived before that could happen. Massive lightning bolts began to fall from the barrage of black clouds. Their orange light spread into the world and blinded any human cultivator that dared to look at that incredible catastrophe. Even Noah and the elders found it challenging to keep their eyes on the blinding light in the distance, but they struggled to maintain a line of sight to analyze that once-in-a-lifetime event. The sea seemed about to crumble when the lightning storm fell, but the area targeted by the tribulation was quite small compared to the width of the barrage of clouds. That event differed from the worldwide tribulation that happened in the other world, since heaven and earth could focus all their might toward a single existence. The northern coastlines of the two continents saw deep fissures appearing on their regions as a consequence of the shockwaves released by the lightning storm. Tsunamis followed them as the seabed kept on trembling. It must be said that God's right hand had chosen the area where to face the tribulation wisely, since its destructive effects didn't spread after the coastlines. Why didn't he just face it in the new world? Noah wondered. But all his thoughts vanished when the mighty existence began to fight back. Clouds gathered over the surface of the sea, and a torrent of purple drops clashed against the lightning storm, pushing it back and tainting the lightning bolts that were still falling from the sky. Purple rain flew upward and clashed with the clouds of heaven and earth, dispersing some of them as the toxic properties of God's right hand's individuality affected the tribulation. However, heaven and earth had just started to unleash their power. The clouds in the sky shrunk as they condensed to unleash an even stronger offensive. Red lightning bolts as thick as buildings fell toward the sea and targeted the mighty figure that Noah and the other elders weren't able to see from their position. The sea rumbled. That environment wasn't empty, and countless powerful existences hid in its dark depths. When the red lightning bolts pierced the surface of the sea and brought light there, the fauna reacted. Grave roars resounded through the water, and Noah felt his instincts screaming as he heard them. Then, two massive figures came out of the sea and clashed directly with the clouds. Noah could recognize them even if their figures appeared blurry from his position. They were a couple of giant crocodile-like creatures that had fins instead of legs. Both of them were more than 70 meters long and radiated the threatening aura of beings in the 6th rank. They should be extinct, Noah exclaimed in his mind at that scene. The two creatures were scaled mosasauri, and Noah's world hadn't seen one of them for entire eras, which ultimately led the experts in the field to label them as extinct. Yet, they made their appearance when the tribulation threatened their home and showed to all the humans that they were more than alive. The scene in the distance became messy at that point. Two giant forms would jump and fall back in the sea through the blinding red halo created by the lightning storm. Black clouds vanished with each of their attacks, but their cries of pain often echoed through the world. It was evident that they were no match for the tribulation, but they still attacked it due to their innate aggression. Did he choose that spot on purpose? Elder Justin asked in the midst of his amazement. Yet, he didn't turn to see if the other elders knew the answer to his question. After all, those weren't matters that cultivators in the 5th rank could know. The powerful mosasauri eventually retreated, but their attack had given God's right hand enough time to prepare one of his strongest spells. The sea suddenly rose and created a series of purple columns when it fused with the clouds created by the cultivator at the peak of the heroic ranks. The spell resembled the attack used by the god of the empire to stop the fall of the piece of immortal lands. The only difference was in their structure, since the god spell had used ice instead of toxic water. The level of the sea lowered as the columns reached for the sky and crashed on the barrage of crackling clouds. The light released by the lightning bolts though still managed to illuminate the area even when submerged by the toxic water. The struggle of the clouds lasted for hours, and God's right hand never stopped pouring his toxic water inside his spell. It seemed that he was trying to wear the tribulation down, making it consume its power little by little. A lightning bolt would manage to pierce the thick columns from time to time, but heaven and earth clearly missed their targets since God's right hand's spell only continued to grow stronger. The toxic properties of his water even spread to the sky that lost its azure color and became purple in many spots around the black clouds. A battle at that level was bound to modify an environment forever. During the 20th hour since the beginning of the tribulation, though, the columns began to fall apart only to reveal a clear sky above them. Then, an oppressing aura spread through the entirety of the world. The Shandal Empire had obtained another god. It wasn't just a matter of power. The aura that spread after the tribulation ended carried a certain gravity that the weaker heroic assets weren't able to define with their words. A purple cloud spread in the position where the lightning storm had unleashed its power. The sole existence of a being at that level was enough to modify the nature of the air that surrounded him. The laws that ruled the mortal lands seemed to disappear as God's right hand's influence spread. It was evident that his control over his newfound power wasn't perfect since his aura leaked and changed the environment around him. Strange, Noah thought as he analyzed the event with wide eyes. Generally speaking, the matter of the world would crumble if a powerful entity was to absorb its energy. Yet, nothing similar happened after that breakthrough. Actually, it was something almost opposite to an absorption. God's right hand's aura turned the world in part of his individuality, without taking its structure inside his centers of power. There was a limit to how much Noah could understand due to the distance and his poor cultivation level. He was sure that there were laws involved in the breakthrough of the mighty entity, but he couldn't grasp their meaning just yet. There was an issue, though. The purple halo kept on spreading and didn't seem inclined to stop anytime soon. A blue light suddenly pierced the purple halo and stopped its advancement before it could even begin to threaten the northern coastlines of the two continents. Time seemed to slow down as the two lights interacted, only to resume flowing at a normal pace when they both disappeared. Everything had happened too quickly for anyone to analyze the event, but it was evident that the god of the empire had intervened to prevent God's right hand from losing control. Nevertheless, the purple spots on the sky and sea didn't disappear. God's right hand's individuality had tainted that part of the world and changed it forever. The world fell silent after the god intervened. The heroic cultivators of all the other organizations didn't dare to speak, or, rather, didn't know what to say after witnessing that massive event. A cultivator at the peak of the 6th rank had just won against the heaven tribulation that blocked its path toward the divine ranks, and he had even used 2 rank 6 creatures to help him with the task. It took only a day for all the rank 4 and 5 cultivators of those mortal lands to feel incredibly small when put in front of the hidden dangers of the world. "What now?" Elder Austin asked. He was the first to break the silence in the sky above the forest of white woods, but the other elders quickly understood the meaning behind his words. The hive had classified and studied the knowledge retrieved from the mortal palace. So all its higher-ups knew about the peculiar behavior of the god of the empire. The only problem was that they couldn't be sure if the divine existences had already left that lower plane. "He has yet to ascend," Dreaming Demon said at some point. "You'll know when that happens," Flying Demon added. There was no need to explain how the two demons knew that. They had been alive when the 2 powerhouses of the Papal Nation left the mortal lands. "So, you don't have to leave the world right away," Noah thought after hearing their words. That was a matter that had always been unclear in the records that he had studied. Some said that the divine existences would ascend during their breakthrough. Still, others stated that gods had remained in the mortal lands for a while before leaving. He didn't think much of it since the behavior of the divine beings was quite unpredictable, but hearing the testimony of the 2 demons made him inclined to believe that cultivators were free to decide when to ascend once reached that level. None of the elders left after their words. There was still someone that they had to hear before deciding on their next move. As if hearing their thoughts, Chasing Demon soon reappeared in their vision and floated until he stood right in front of his underlings. "This world now has 2 divine beings," Chasing Demon announced. His first words confirmed what the elders were already believing, but he didn't show any trace of fear. "I've already exchanged messages with the powerhouses of the other nations," Chasing Demon continued. "According to what happens next, we will decide how to act. Gods generally avoid interacting with weaker beings, but most of them leave something behind for their organizations. I know that you are eager to invade the Empire, but we should still make the necessary preparations for an assault. We might obtain good terms if we struggle enough." There was some helplessness in his words. He knew that the hive would have no chance if the Empire decided to attack and use its new divine asset. So he was just trying to prepare the elders for the worst possible outcome. "You 4, Chasing Demons said as he pointed at the 2 demons, Elder Julia and Noah. "Follow me in my quarters. We need to make a backup plan." The other elders didn't mind that the Patriarch had chosen only the 4 of them. Someone had to prepare the assets in the various domains of the hive. Also, the 4 cultivators that he had summoned had shown exceptional survival abilities, which were more than needed in the possibility that a god attacked. The group of 5 reached for the underground quarters under the forest of white woods and sat on a table that Chasing Demon had promptly taken out from his space ring. He didn't serve any wine though, but no one was in the mood to drink in that tense situation. I know for a fact that divine entities have limited power in the mortal lands, Chasing Demon announced as soon as everyone sat. I don't exactly know how it works, but refilling their dantions in the lower planes is quite troublesome for them. None of the elders on the table heaved sighs of relief once learnt that the sole existence of a god was enough to work as a deterrent. Chasing Demon nodded at their reactions and continued. I've already contacted 37. He is moving all our resources inside the separate dimension. If anything happens, I want all of you to hide inside it and come out after 1,000 years. This is an order. Struggle appeared on the rank 5 cultivators' expressions, but they eventually nodded. There was simply nothing that they could do to oppose a divine being. However, Chasing Demon suddenly smiled after the 4 of them accepted his orders and placed an old tome on the table. Everyone could recognize it since the title Rise and Fall of the Empires of the Board God was right in front of their eyes. Now that we made plans for the worst outcome, Chasing Demon said, let's decide how to act for the best one. The meeting didn't last too long. The elders and Chasing Demon just had to decide how to spread the information that the god of the Shandal Empire was very likely to leave his nation during or after God's right hand's ascension. That matter was rather easy. Chasing Demon and the other powerhouses had already exchanged messages during the Heaven Tribulation and expressed their inclination to cooperate against the common enemy. Of course, the Empire didn't announce its plans, but a nation with 2 divine beings and a rank 6 cultivator could only be a threat in the eyes of the other forces. In the end, they simply decided to give away the original tome and let 37 copy its contents. King Elbaz and Great Elder Diana wouldn't be easy to convince to go to war over old records, but the Hive was sure that they would be at least interested in that eventuality. Giving away the original was just an expression of the Hive's goodwill. It was just a way to make the other nations take its information seriously. The atmosphere in the world was tense after the tribulation. Both human and heroic cultivators had witnessed how an entity had defeated the most dangerous hindrance on the path toward the divine ranks. The human cultivators didn't care that they had been injured because they dared to look at that majestic sight, and the heroic assets felt happy even if the new god belonged to an enemy nation. They had seen the birth of a god, the pinnacle of the cultivation journey in the mortal lands. Most of them were still too shaken even to cultivate, while others had secluded themselves right after the god of the empire suppressed his underling's aura. Ambition and dread filled those cultivators. Some of them saw in God's right hand's success hope toward their prospects. Others realized how far away they were from such incredible existences and found it hard to start walking again on the path toward the higher ranks. After all, the Heaven Tribulation had lasted for almost a day, and its area of destruction would have been able to cover an entire continent if God's right hand didn't choose to face his breakthrough in the middle of the sea. Also, the appearance of the 2 rank 6 scaled mosasauri reminded the cultivators of how little they knew about the world. The hidden dangers of the sea shook even Noah, but he felt thrilled rather than scared. The fauna of that environment was even more powerful than he imagined, and the harsh requirements of his body didn't seem too helpless with 2 worlds at his disposal. Chasing Demon eventually dismissed the elders and ordered them to help with the relocation of the essential resources of the Hive. Their presence there was unnecessary since he could deal with the other powerhouses on his own, while his organization needed all the manpower available. The elders couldn't relocate the copying technique, which was by far the most potent weapon in the Hive's arsenal. Yet, they could move all the archives, inventories, and other vital assets inside the separate dimension. Entire quarters disappeared and left empty spots in the cities under the domes. Even the towers built in the desert vanished in a matter of days. The shining pools, though, had to remain on the surface since it was impossible to replicate the environment rich of breath of the new continent. Also, creating a connection between the surface and the dimension where energy could travel would only reveal the existence of their hideouts. Noah helped mostly with the relocation of the living weapons. Since they were living beings, they couldn't enter the space rings, and there were heroic cultivators still struggling to suppress their wills. There were even containers filled with other living weapons that had yet to have an owner. Those weapons mostly had conscious beast cores, which made them extremely difficult to control. The others were simply prototypes that Noah and 37 had decided to keep for future experiments. Noah had checked his mansion too, but June wasn't even in her quarters on the surface. He expected that though, so he simply continued to help with the relocation at that point. The Elbaz family and the Utra nation were reacting to God's right hand's breakthrough in the same way, preparing for the worst while also studying the contents of the tome shared by Chasing Demon. The truth was that both the Royals and the Council were organizations built on the remains of old powers. The mystical fog and the mountain chain divided the old continent into 3 areas that would usually become the domains of 3 powerful forces. That was something that had continued to happen throughout history since the appearance of those danger zones. Such natural borders had always allowed the existence and the development of 3 organizations able to claim those entire areas as theirs. So, it wasn't hard to imagine that the leading forces of the 3 areas of influence would have access to past records. Most of them would be just fragments of the knowledge of the previous rulers, but there were times when they retrieved something intact, and that contained interesting pieces of information. Also, the Council and the Royals had incredible heritages. The Orthodox sect of the Papal Nation had obtained divine Elder Tabitha's inheritance, while the Royals had King Elbaz as their leader. An existence able to build a portal toward another mortal lands would surely own knowledge that covered many millennia of history. That was why they trusted Chasing Demon's tome rather quickly, even if they still used their methods to ascertain its authenticity. Of course, that exchange of knowledge had happened only among the powerhouses. The heroic assets of all 3 forces couldn't join such a conversation. Yet, Chasing Demon conveyed the results of their discussion to the elders. King Elbaz and Great Elder Diana trust our source. Chasing Demon's voice resounded in the minds of the elders in the 5th rank. We will pay attention to the sky. If the god follows God's right hand during his ascension, we will create a united front and assault the empire. Eagerness spread among the elders after Chasing Demon's mental message. Even Noah felt excited at the prospect of war. Cultivators had to spend long periods in seclusion to train, but they would just stagnate if they neglected real-world experiences. Noah was the same. Expressing his creation during those peaceful years had improved his cultivation speed, but he felt the need to show even the other aspect of his individuality. His duality was something that worried him at times since expressing both creation and destruction was rather vague as a concept, but that was his individuality. That duality defined his existence. The Empire remained silent throughout all that period, and the 3 forces had to wait 3 months before a change happened in the sky above the center of the old continent. A neat crack suddenly appeared in the azure sky and widened, revealing a white light in its insides. The crack was large, almost as large as an entire region. Also, it was straight, which was quite an unusual sight for that kind of phenomenon. Heroic cultivators had the power to shatter the air and the fabric of the sky, but they mostly reformed in no time and only showed complete darkness on the other side. Yet, there was an intense white light inside the fissure, which enlarged to form something similar to a wide oval-shaped door. The light didn't shine on the lands under the crack and remained outside of the mortal lands. It seemed that it was unable to cross the now open borders of that world. The event attracted the attention of all the cultivators once again, but it wasn't violent like the heaven tribulation. The sky had opened as if it was a natural occurrence, without releasing shockwaves nor unleashing catastrophes on the lands below. God's right hand has probably surpassed the earth tribulation and is ready to ascend, Flying Demon said in a mental message directed to Noah. The demon had recognized that event and had explained as soon as it happened. So, this is what an ascension looks like. Noah thought as he stopped cultivating and flew in the air to watch the event from a better position. The hive had completely relocated its valuable resources and buildings by then, so Noah had decided to resume his cultivation in the quarters under his dome. He couldn't just isolate himself in the separate dimension in that period, and it was improbable that June would return to the mansion anytime soon. 37 would just notify him of her return anyway, but he needed to stay on the surface in case something peculiar happened again. I remember Master cursing when he first saw that light. Dreaming Demon said as she appeared behind Noah. Flying Demon was with her, but he remained silent as he stared at the large fissure in the distance with a reminiscing gaze. It feels welcoming, Noah judged as he analyzed the white light inside the crack. Even if they were on the most distant spot from the center of the old continent, they seemed able to sense the aura carried by that glow perfectly. Noah felt as if the light would lead him to a comfortable and perfect place, away from the struggles of the mortal lands. It was a strange sensation, almost addictive, but that was still too far away from his level. "It's a lie, isn't it?" Noah said. He didn't trust heaven and earth. He knew that they were conscious beings that worked for their interests, even if he couldn't understand them. The white light gave birth to unreal sensations, to a sense of perfection that couldn't exist in such a variegated world, which meant that it had to have a hidden purpose, one only known to heaven, earth, and divine beings. Both demons laughed when they heard his remark, and Flying Demon couldn't help but explain the reason behind their reaction. Master said that it was a scam. No wonder you managed to seize his inheritance. You have the same mindset. What did you two think about it back then? Noah asked. Happiness, power, eagerness, and much more, Dreaming Demon answered. These are the usual emotions felt during your first contact with the divine light of the immortal lands. Noah's eyes widened at her words. He had made the connection between the white world depicted in divine architect sculpture and that light, but he didn't know if his idea was on point. Yet, Dreaming Demon confirmed his guess. That brightness came from the higher plane connected with the various mortal lands. How does it work? Noah asked. He couldn't hold back his curiosity. Do you just cross the fissure and you are inside? What about the void between the mortal lands? His curiosity, though, could only meet the shaking heads of the demons. Even such old and powerful existences didn't know the specifics behind the Ascension. According to what Master told us, Flying Demon began to speak. Heaven and earth open the portal when a being reaches the divinity with all its centers of power. If you refuse to ascend, the crack will close, and you would have to open it on your own the next time. Is it hard to open it on your own? Noah continued with his questions. Master did it quite easily. He said that heaven and earth themselves didn't want him in a lower plane anymore. Dreaming Demon answered. It was evident that Divine Demon didn't explain much to his disciples, but just left a few impressions as he kept advancing. Noah would have preferred a complete guide and explanation, with personal considerations and descriptions of the true nature of heaven and earth, but Divine Demon's character was quite peculiar. In his idea, demons had to find their path and make their discoveries. Handing them everything would just give birth to weak-willed cultivators. The three of them kept on floating in the air as they stared at the mysterious phenomenon in the distance. They didn't have any orders. It was up to the powerhouses to inspect the behavior of the and decide on their next move. So, Noah and the demons simply watched and experienced the aura coming from what was considered to be the finish line of the cultivation journey. Also, they were too far away from the old continent. They wouldn't be able to see God's right hand ascending even if they wanted. A strange aura suddenly spread from the old territories of the Shandal Empire and reached even the new continent. It didn't seem to have a purpose. That aura was just a natural consequence of a consciousness that had crossed the limits of the heroic ranks. They are ascending. Chasing Demon's voice suddenly resounded in their minds. Both of them are ascending. His voice was calm, but the demons knew him too well not to sense the eagerness hidden in his tone. Yet, they didn't say anything and waited patiently for the next update on the situation. Minutes passed as if they were years. Chasing Demon's next message would declare whether the hive would join the other nation in an assault to the most potent force in the world. Then, the fissure suddenly closed, and the sky quickly fixed itself, returning to its normal state. Even the eerie aura from before disappeared once the crack vanished. More silence followed, but Chasing Demons soon broke it with an announcement that made Noah and the demons reveal cold smiles. Both gods have crossed the fissure and left the mortal lands. The Empire is currently at its weakest. Rally the troops. We have a nation to plunder. Noah and the demons didn't hesitate to follow his orders and shot toward the domes to give the long-awaited announcement. It was time to dethrone the Empire from its position as the most potent force in their mortal lands. Noah didn't need to rally the troops personally, and the same went for the other elders in the 5th rank. They just had to announce the decision of the Patriarch to a few rank 4 cultivators and leave those matters to them. He had to bring the living weapons outside of the inventories though, and he even had to make sure that the cultivators wielding them were able to handle them properly. Nevertheless, there was a task that required Noah's presence, and that the other elders had requested him to handle before going to battle. Noah reached for the underground structure that restrained the creatures needed for the copying technique together with the 2 demons. Roars reached his ears as soon as they crossed the passage at the bottom of the new continent. Still, Noah knew that none of them belonged to his target. The trio walked through the cave filled by shining lines until it reached a specific branch where chains and formations restrained a familiar mantis. "Danielle," Noah said as he faced the mantis. "We need to talk." Danielle slowly opened her mantis eyes and took a long look at the 3 cultivators standing in front of her. When she realized who they were, she tried to straighten her position and stand up only to realize that her body hurt too much to complete that task. Noah noticed a series of cracks on her silver body and clear signs of malnutrition. It was evident that she had to pay the price for the studies of the hive, and those researches didn't stop after Noah began to build living weapons. Yet, even if Danielle appeared weak, she was still a perfect hybrid in the 5th rank. Her body hid an incredible amount of power, even in her injured state. "Demon Prince of the Hive." A female voice came out of the mantis' mouth. "Did you come here to kill me? Or do you just want to take away part of my body?" There were tinges of sarcasm in her voice, but Noah didn't miss the intense helplessness that her words carried. "I was thinking about making a deal," Noah answered. There was more than one reason why there weren't conscious beast cores in the 5th rank. One of them was Noah's inexperience with materials on that level, but there was also the fear that the revolt of a weapon with that core would cause serious problems. However, there was another aspect of the matter to consider. A living weapon in the 5th rank was a potent asset to assign to a cultivator, but it couldn't compare to a perfect hybrid at the same level. The hive only had 8 elders in the 5th rank, 9 if they counted Amos Udy. The value of assets at that level was incredible. They were the elites among the exceptional talents that had managed to reach the heroic ranks. So, killing a rank 5 hybrid just to create a clouded or conscious beast core could only be a waste when compared to obtaining the creature as an actual ally. Of course, convincing the hybrids to join their organization after they had to spend decades as guinea pigs wasn't an easy task. But Noah had something that the natives of the other world now lacked. He had the blood of their ancestors, beings that the natives had always worshipped and followed blindly. Danielle snorted and complained in a low voice. "Do you think I would accept to help you after you spent years experimenting on me and my species? The political system of my world wasn't perfect, but we were united. We were humans striving to reach the pinnacle of our existence, the highest expression of our beings. You are just humans struggling to seize more resources." Noah and the demons knew that Danielle was speaking the truth. The cultivators of their world lacked the unity of the natives. Still, that was also the reason why they had so many talents every century. It was their constant struggle and their desire to obtain more from the world that pushed many cultivators to escape from the traditions and old schools to invent new ways to cultivate and increase their power. That was also why they had so many inscription methods compared to the natives. "I went further in the experiments," Noah said as coldness began to spread from his figure. "I turned your species into consciousnesses for weapons. They are quite handy. Sadly, they are a bit unruly." Noah's words triggered Danielle's instincts, making her struggle and screech as she tried to bite his head off. However, the chains were too short, and she wasn't able to even come near him no matter how she pulled. The demons didn't react to her attack, but they started to leak their auras as a form of warning. They wanted to remind her who was in charge there. Noah completely ignored her reaction and continued to speak even if the drooling face of the mantis indicated that Danielle wasn't fully conscious. "Your people were united, but they had to follow the crazy dreams of their ancestors. Look at you. Did you ever think about the consequences of turning yourself into a beast? Do you even remember your individuality? Are you still convinced that exchanging your freedom for that fixed spot in heaven and earth system is a good trade? His words seemed to have some effect on Danielle since she retracted her face. She didn't bother cleaning the saliva on her mouth, though. It was as if she had fallen deep in thought. Then, she spoke with a human voice again. What is your offer? Noah hadn't decided the details behind that pact with Chasing Demon or other elders. They just left the matter in his hands since they trusted him. Yet, he knew that he had to give up on something to add another being in the 5th rank to the assets of the hive. In the other world, I gave you a chance to save your people, Noah said. Now, I give you a chance to live instead of surviving. Mind you, I don't plan on stopping the experiments on your kind, but we can seal agreements on that topic in exchange for your battle prowess. Danielle shot an angry glance at him after his words, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. She couldn't hope to obtain complete freedom for her kind with just a promise. A war must be drawing near, Danielle said, as if trying to gain some edge over the transaction. What would your fellow humans think of their prince if they knew that he asked for the help of the monsters? Noah revealed a cold smile before replying. We are a bunch of criminals, traitors, and fugitives. Monsters wholly fit our tastes. Some seconds of silence passed before Danielle decided to speak again. I want something specific together with the terms that we'll decide later. Took an entire minute before Danielle managed to speak her next words. I want to become like you. I want my sanity back. Danielle's request wasn't surprising. The faith of the natives came from their ancestors, and their defeat had shown the unavoidable weakness of the transformation. It wasn't much a matter of losing their individualities. That was just another path that anyone could choose to take. Yet, the mental instabilities were an issue that made the natives behave like beasts, which was something that mighty cultivators simply couldn't accept. After all, it was undeniable that the lack of control over their instincts was one of the main causes of natives' defeats. It was pointless to have a superior power if they didn't have the mental capabilities to use it. The demons glanced at Noah. They didn't know if he could promise something like that, nor if he wanted to. It wasn't a matter that concerned him personally in the end, so they would understand if he decided to refuse. It will take time and it won't be my priority, Noah said. I might do it as a favor if you perform well. That won't do, Danielle replied. We followed our ancestors because they gave us hope in breaking free of the limitations of our species. We won't follow someone who isn't even able to promise us a future. The demons felt angry at her words, but Noah only fell deep in thought. When his body reached the 5th rank, his pride as a hybrid had skyrocketed. He had become an existence meant to rule over other magical beasts at that point, and that part of him had grown stronger as he improved. It was his pride that had allowed him to contain the primary energy for the first time. It was his pride that had given him the influence to create a tide of magical beasts and uncover the defenses of his family and the other nobles. The truth was that he had never wanted a throne. He had only given orders when June or his interests were involved, but he didn't plan to do that often. Yet, his pride was something that inspired other cultivators to follow him, and it even influenced their powers in some way. Those effects were unintentional, and Noah also failed to notice them at times, but they existed, and it was his choice whether to deal with the consequences. Very well, Noah answered as soft growls accompanied his voice. Follow me in battle, and I'll show you how a hybrid should fight. As for your mind, I'll just sever it from your body and put it into another one if I can't find any other solution. Then, he picked his inscribed notebook and requested for an oath able to restrict Danielle. Prince, are you sure? Dreaming Demon asked. She didn't want to see him bound to a promise that he might not be able to keep. After all, Noah himself had that claimed that there wasn't a solution to the mental instabilities of the hybrids. I've already created life and destroyed my connections with heaven and earth. Noah started to explain. The fact that I don't see a solution now doesn't mean that I won't find it in the future. My ambition is boundless. I won't let the fear of failing to get in the way of my path toward the stars. Both demons fell silent at his words. That was the first time that Noah had expressed his individuality so openly. Being too ambitious can ruin any cultivator, Noah, Flying Demon commented after a while, but Noah only shrugged his shoulders. He remembered the pointers about the individualities that Chasing Demon had given during the banquet, and he knew that his ambition could become a problem in the future. Yet he couldn't change who he was. "My life started with my ambition," Noah explained. "If it ends because of it, so be it." The demons didn't speak any more at those words. Noah's aura was resolute and sharp, without even a trace of doubt in its flow. It was rare for a relatively new rank 5 cultivator to be so sure of his path, but Noah knew his destination already, even if he didn't know what kind of being he would be at that point. An elder eventually arrived, and Noah sealed an oath with Danielle. The hive would grant some amount of freedom to the hybrids after the assault to the Empire, but it would regulate them too. Also, any criminal that didn't follow the rules would instantly become a guinea pig for some experiment. Of course, that pact involved only the perfect hybrids and not the magical beasts that had transformed due to the compound. The hive would still be able to create conscious cores from them if it invested some time in nurturing the newborn mental spheres of those creatures. Their freedom would then increase with time, according to their achievements inside the hive. As for the issue with the mental instabilities, Noah and Danielle didn't set a time limit. He just had to find a solution before leaving the lower planes. By the time Noah sealed an alliance with Danielle and organized the hybrids kept captive in the hive, the human troops were ready to march toward the territories of the Empire. Noah flew toward the central territories past the Azure Plain together with Elder Austin, Elder Julia, and Danielle. They would be the rank 5 cultivators deployed in the first assault at the central areas inside the domain of the Empire, but they weren't alone. The Elbas family and the Council had deployed a similar number of powerful assets on their respective borders and were ready to attack the central territories too. They were just waiting for the powerhouses to give the order. Of course, the rank 5 cultivators wouldn't join the battlefield of the assets in the 4th rank, nor involve themselves among the human cultivators that had yet to invade one of the habitable areas. They had enemies suitable for their level to face. "I don't like to have her here," Elder Austin said as he glanced at Danielle. "Her oath is so strict that she would die before even thinking of attacking us," Elder Julia said, uncaring of the tall mantis flying next to them. "I don't agree with your presence here too, Prince," Elder Austin continued to express his complaints. "You don't need to join the first battle, nor this war in general." "I want to fight, Austin," Noah said while wearing an eager expression. "I want to see where I stand compared to other rank 5 cultivators." Elder Austin simply sighed at those words and focused ahead. There were many buildings with the emblem of the Empire ahead and a series of human cultivators between them, ready to defend their city. In the sky, there were 20 or so cultivators in the 4th rank, a number of assets that matched the rank 4 cultivators deployed by the hive in that battle. Further above, there were 4 rank 5 cultivators wearing stern expressions. Both forces seemed equally matched, but that only because the Empire had to defend 3 fronts. There were no warnings before the deployment of those troops. The hive, the Council, and the Elbas family had simply moved their assets alongside their respective borders with the domain of the Empire, and the latter had answered by showing that it could match all 3 of them. It would have been impossible to catch that weakened nation by surprise. The central areas had so many buildings meant to inspect the environment that the Empire had noticed the enemy troops moving before they even exited their respective domains. There hadn't been any negotiation either. It seemed that the Empire had understood that they had no chances to convince the enemy forces to back down. That was just the fate that the strongest nation of a world had to face once it lost its advantage over the other forces. The battlefields on the 3 borders were similar. All 3 of them featured 4 rank 5 cultivators and 20 or so cultivators in the 4th rank on both sides. The only differences were on the ground, where the human cultivators had to fight. Human cultivators couldn't travel through the wild territories of the new continent due to the suffocating density of breath. So each force had to resort to some method to allow them to travel and fight in those lands. The Elbas family had its ointment. The Council used a series of floating spheres that absorbed breath and diminished the pressure on its assets. And the city shielded the cultivators of the Empire. The hive, instead, had peculiarly solved the issue. Noah suddenly roared, and a series of magical beasts appeared on the ground behind them and charged toward the city of the Empire. only to stop in line with the other troops when he roared again. Those creatures weren't only magical beasts. There were also perfect hybrids amid that army and elite beasts that had developed a sea of consciousness. Most of them were creatures in the third rank that could ignore the suffocating atmosphere due to the inborn advantages of their species. Yet, there were a few hybrids in the fourth rank there that acted as captains. Noah and Danielle didn't have much time to organize a proper army of hybrids after sealing their pact, but they could exploit the natural fear created by their presence to rule them. However, they still had to put a few creatures in the fourth rank to enforce their orders. That strategy wasn't casual. Noah had suggested it using the battle strategy of the winged beasts as an example, even if his execution was far cruder. Since the events in the other mortal lands, it was pointless not to use the magical beasts as troops. Noah didn't need to hide that aspect of his cultivation anymore, and the hive would be able to preserve a large number of human assets by deploying beasts. Also, the hybrids were simply too powerful not to control their populations. Using them for an entire war as cannon fodder would skim their ranks and reveal those that were worthy of having some sort of control over the organization that would eventually form in the domain of the hive. The exchange of stares between the various armies lasted only for a few minutes since a mental message reached the leaders of the invaders at the same time. Attack! The three powerhouses had given the order at the same time, and the leaders of the armies echoed it without any hesitation. A series of roars and battle cries resounded in the three battlefields as the invaders launched themselves toward the troops of the Empire. The cultivators divided themselves according to their level and set battle formations meant to absorb the first barrage of spells of the defenders. The fight among the cultivators in the fifth rank, though, unfolded quite differently from the messy battles below. Each of those assets neared the opponent in front of them slowly and performed greeting gestures. Noah's opponent was a middle-aged man with short white hair and a pair of blue eyes. He didn't have any beard and appeared quite ordinary, but he had a warm smile on his face that Noah found quite calming. "The Almighty has given me the name Peaceful Storm," he said. "The demon prince of the hive doesn't need to announce himself." Peaceful Storm performed a polite greeting after speaking, but Noah limited himself to observe him. Truth to be told, he had never understood why cultivators liked to speak so much before and during a battle. Words were mostly useless once spells started to fly at you unless some technique needed them. After all, what was the point of speaking when you could focus on killing your opponent? Yet, the battles had already begun under him, and Peaceful Storm didn't show any kind of battle intent. Noah tried to inspect his surroundings in search of some sort of trap, but even his instincts sensed nothing. It seemed that the cultivator really wanted to talk while the weaker troops fought. "Why aren't we trying to kill each other?" Noah asked. He noticed how the elders near him had yet to fight too, and Danielle hadn't charged. Noah had become curious at that sight. He felt as if there was something that he was missing. "Demon Prince, we are elites that have already ventured in our path," Peaceful Storm explained. "Killing one of us is quite difficult. Our accumulation and experience aren't something that you can defeat so easily." Is he trying to bait me into charging at him? Noah thought for a second before denying that idea. Peaceful Storm appeared really convinced of that idea and even added something in line with it. "We don't even need to fight. Why don't we discuss our individualities and exchange a few attacks after the battle under us is over?" Noah had to admit that he felt somewhat disappointed to find such an unwilling opponent as his first real cultivator in the fifth rank. Nevertheless, he had come there to fight, and he didn't care if his enemy had spent so much time in seclusion that he had forgotten a battle intent was. The demonic sword came out of his robe, and Noah wielded it only to slash it immediately after. Black smoke in the form of a claw came out of his weapon and flew in a straight line toward Peaceful Storm, but the latter simply sighed, and Noah's attack stopped moving. It was as if it had slammed against an invisible barrier that it wasn't able to pierce. Of course, Noah had already launched another attack by the time he realized that his casual slash wouldn't be able to cross the barrier. A barrage of white flames engulfed the dispersing claw and surpassed that invisible blockage to reach for the rank 5 cultivator. Yet Peaceful Storm raised his hand, and the fire converged in his hand to form a bright white sphere. "See? Really hard to kill," Peaceful Storm said before launching the sphere toward Noah. Noah's eyes sharpened when he saw the white sphere flying toward him. He had yet to use any of his breath. Even the slash from before had only consumed primary energy. However, it felt strange seeing an opponent manipulating his flame so easily. Noah slashed toward the sphere, but he chose to use his darkness at that time. The demonic sword roared when it felt that energy flowing through its form and released a black line that severed the incoming attack in two and continued to fly toward Peaceful Storm. Their rank 5 cultivator of the Empire felt slightly surprised when he saw that outcome and moved to dodge slash. Yet, right before the black line went past him, it divided and gave birth to a cloud of black smoke. The Khud then took the form of multiple sharp claws that changed their trajectory to chase after the cultivator. All of Noah's abilities had changed drastically in the past years. Creating a personal breath had forced Noah to adapt most of his attacks to his new energy, which meant completely reinvent them at times. His Dragon's Claw martial art had initially been just a tool that made use of his physical might and his spreading destruction. Yet, it wasn't any different from a spell now that Noah used the demonic sword as a conduit for his darkness. The energy that he had created could easily take any shape while also keeping its destructive force since all its particles were small swords capable of high sharpness. Noah could just pour power into his weapon and decide to change the shape of his attacks even when they had already left the sword. Also, the fact that the demonic sword had the corrosive smoke of the demonic form as part of its fabric made each of its attacks quite threatening. Peaceful Storm saw the incoming claws and felt forced to drop his previous behavior. He lifted his arms slowly, keeping his palms toward the sky as if he was trying to create an upward gale. To Noah's surprise, though, his attack suddenly changed trajectory and missed the cultivator's head by a few centimeters. Peaceful Storm was about to speak again after he blocked that attack too. But Noah had charged ahead as soon as he understood that the claws weren't going to hit him. The rank 5 cultivator realized just one instant too late that Noah was already above him, ready to deliver a kick to his face. Noah felt the world around him changing at that point. His opponent had been in front of him just now, but he could only see the blue sky a fraction of instant later. At first, Noah thought that Peaceful Storm had used some kind of movement technique to disappear from that spot, but he soon noticed that his opponent was still in his original position. The cultivator didn't move at all. It was Noah, the one who had been flung away. Noah didn't feel hurt, but his mind reviewed the scene at high speed as he prepared for another offensive. Does he control the space? Noah thought as he deployed a series of saber-shaped runes from his palm. That should be impossible. King Elbaz would have made the dimensional portal far sooner if it was possible to create an aptitude able to control the space. He activated the divine deduction technique to analyze the strange cultivator's individuality, and he found just an explanation that could solve his doubts. It's an imitation of the laws connected to space, but he uses the air to put it at use. Noah concluded in his mind. His evaluation only covered the most evident effects of Peaceful Storm's individuality, but it would be quite useful if it turned out that he was right. The saber-shaped runes hadn't changed after his breakthrough since they used the primary energy in the environment to work. Yet, he still used his breath to make them appear in the open, which meant that their destructive force only increased due to his darkness. Also, they were already on Noah's level when they came out. It was pointless to say how powerful they would become if the battle were to last for a long time. Noah proceeded on slashing, launching flames, and charging ahead with the split version of the demonic sword. However, Peaceful Storm seemed untouchable, no matter how many plans and strategies Noah came up with. It was clear that the cultivator specialized in defense, but Noah felt that he wasn't using his real strength. In Noah's mind, that was fine since he was doing the same, but he didn't have all the time in the world since he didn't know how the leaders would act once the battle under them ended. The Almighty has left this world, Noah said. I don't know why do you even keep the name that he has given you. Peaceful Storm's grin froze at his world. It seemed that Noah had finally obtained some kind of reaction from that elusive cultivator. Nevertheless, he didn't let that opportunity go to waste and waved his demonic swords a few times in seemingly random spots. His slashes created oval black trails made of strange flames that seemed to carry metallic properties. Peaceful Storm seemed to understand what was happening and tried to react as fast as he could. The escorts during the crisis of the winged beasts had seen that ability, even if just a different version. So he could vaguely imagine what was coming for him. A gale suddenly came out of his body and deflected everything that tried to reach him. However, he had been just one instant too late, and he had underestimated the new power of the warp spell. 2 trails of those metallic flames appeared behind his back, and a series of claws came out of them. The claws, though, seemed different from the previous ones since they were surrounded by the same flames that made the spells. Peaceful Storm's gale managed to block some of the claws, but the others pierced his defenses and stabbed his back, creating a series of deep wounds and spreading corrosive black smoke inside his body. The cultivator of the Empire cursed and dropped his smile. Still, Noah was already on top of him, ready to deliver the kick that his opponent had dodged for a while. "I told you that we are hard to kill," Peaceful Storm said as he lifted his arm and showed a cracked talisman at the center of his palm. A whirlpool appeared on his hand, and its suction force was so strong that Noah didn't manage to escape its area of effect, even with his incredible physical strength. It was at that point that Noah called the saber-shaped runes on the battlefield and aimed them toward the cultivator's arm. Peaceful Storm felt the incoming danger and retreated, taking that threatening vortex away with him and freeing Noah. The whirlpool eventually ended, but Noah was wearing a stern expression as he inspected his right leg, since there were a series of cuts on its skin. It didn't happen so often for Noah to suffer injuries against cultivators on his same level. His body usually protected him from their most basic attacks due to its natural defenses. However, Peaceful Storm's talisman had managed to restrain him for a short period and even pierce his skin at the same time. It seemed that the cultivator wasn't only specialized in defense but had a series of effective offensive methods too. It's not surprising for such old existences to be so resourceful, Noah thought as he kept his eyes on his opponent. Peaceful Storm's aura had condensed around him in a protective stance after the last exchange of attacks. That time, Noah could see how the cultivator's breath affected the air and space around him, and was ready to deflect or redirect any form of offensive. His opponent had finally become serious, and Noah couldn't wait to see how far his power had grown. Noah charged ahead again, uncaring of the injury on his leg. The resilience of his body couldn't be compared to the human standards, so he was sure that he would win as long as he traded blows in that way. As for eating to increase his healing speed, that was something that wasn't possible anymore now that his body had reached such heights. The requirements in terms of energy were simply too high now that he was in the middle tier of the 5th rank. Even if he were to eat a rank 5 magical beast now, it would still take a day for his skin to heal, and that only due to the improved healing abilities inherited by the body. That was the reason why he had stopped eating during a battle unless his condition was critical, and he had abandoned the idea of creating a suitable secret technique. Taking a few bites would only reveal an opening to his opponents, and he wasn't sure he had enough powerful corpses to make up for the consumption of primary energy that a secret technique in the 5th rank would require. It would be different if he somehow managed to condense an entire creature in the middle tier of the 5th rank into a pill, but he didn't know any alchemist able to succeed in that task. Also, the product would be a proper rank 5 drug, which was something that cultivators couldn't just produce at will, not in the quantity required by Noah at least. Peaceful Storm could only decide to contain the corrosive smoke in his body for the time being when he saw Noah launching a series of those threatening black lines as he shot toward him. His expression froze at that sight. He found it unreal that Noah could repeatedly attack with such might without even taking time to prepare his slashes. The truth was that Noah's martial art had reached a higher level now that the demonic sword worked together with him. It was as if Peaceful Storm had to fight against 2 magical beasts in the 5th rank at the same time. A series of talismans came out of his ring before the lines clashed with the distorted air that surrounded him. They floated in front of him and created a series of arrows that shot at high speed toward Noah, ignoring his attacks. Noah's eyes widened when he saw that he couldn't follow the arrows with his eyes. They were so fast that they appeared able to teleport. However, he didn't back down and ignored the dangerous feeling sensed by his mind as he activated the complete demonic form. Both Noah and Peaceful Storm were confident in their defensive abilities and didn't let the opponent take control of the flow of the battle. The black lines crashed on the area filled with distorted air and morphed taking the form of dozens of claws that tried to reach for the injured cultivator at its center. Yet, their trajectory was entirely off, and Noah had to decide to make the claws explode hit the cultivator with his corrosive smoke. On the other hand, the arrows landed on Noah's body as soon as the armor of black smoke started to form. They pierced the spell and stabbed his skin, reaching even for the dense layers of muscles beneath. Noah had protected his vital organs with his arms and let go of the demonic sword to help him defending from the attacks. However, some arrows still managed to create deep wounds before they depleted their power and returned to be simple air. "I understand," Noah thought as the broken armor started to reform. "These attacks carry his aura, which means that he creates his talismans. He probably focuses all the power of his centers of power to defend himself, while he uses the talismans to attack." Noah wasn't worried about his wounds in the slightest and continued to analyze his opponent's power. He had to admit that it was quite a troublesome enemy. He could very well imagine how Peaceful Storm had spent decades honing his skill in the creation of talismans, which meant that his stash of prepared attacks could be endless. Nevertheless, even if he focused only on defending himself, Noah's darkness fueled his offensive and made them incredibly destructive. The cloud of smoke inside the area of distorted space vanished at some point and revealed a peaceful storm filled with small wounds and red marks. His defensive spell couldn't stop the advance of Noah's corrosive smoke completely, which ended on his body and made a mess of his skin. Peaceful Storm, though, didn't seem beaten and heaved a deep sigh as he raised his head to stare at his opponent. Whiffs of black smoke came out of his back when he breathed out. Without that foreign substance in his body, he could express his full power again. Yet, his expression froze when he saw the form that Noah had taken after the activation of the demonic form. That spell wasn't unknown in the Cultivation world. Noah had made it quite famous since it was on the first abilities noted down on his wanted poster. However, what was in front of Peaceful Storm was a completely different shape compared to what the records reported. Noah was covered with a thick layer of gaseous scales that swayed in the wind as they released trails of corrosive smoke. The scales seemed to have metallic properties as they took the shape of an armor. His helmet had the shape of a dragon head that had two straight horns coming out from its temples, and a thick tail came out from the bottom of his back. All in all, the new shape of the complete demonic form was humanoid, but it featured many details that only a dragon-type magical beast could have. Also, the corrosive smoke had changed when Noah used his darkness to create it. It was now denser and less chaotic, which allowed it to unleash more precise destruction. Looking at that monstrous figure, Peaceful Storm accepted that he had to go all out in that battle. Peaceful Storm felt almost depressed to realize that he had to become serious against a cultivator that had been in the 5th rank for less than 50 years. He was an experienced warrior that had managed to create a stable battle style that made use of his individuality even if it had mostly defensive features. Yet, he could only go all out in front of such a demonstration of sheer power. The strands of smoke coming out of Noah's armor resembled sharp blades that shattered the air and created massive quantities of primary energy. The scales over his body were so dense that most cultivators wouldn't believe that they were made of corrosive gas. It was as if Noah had transformed into a fiend born only to destroy, and Peaceful Storm couldn't even put into words the amount of danger that he felt looking at his figure. Noah felt a series of gazes landing on him. The elders and Danielle had started their battles too, but they were startled by the dangerous presence that had suddenly appeared when Noah transformed. Even the other rank 5 cultivators of the Empire couldn't help but glance at him. However, Noah couldn't care less about their gazes. The only thing that his eyes could see was the distorted area created by Peaceful Storm. There was something that blocked his path and denied almost all his attacks right in front of him. That was the perfect tool to test how far his destruction could stretch. Noah took a step forward and wielded the 2 parts of the demonic sword before gathering the saber-shaped runes at some distance from him. Peaceful Storm saw a fiendish figure surrounded by a sea of small sabers walking toward him and sighed when he noticed that those runes were becoming stronger every time Noah took a step forward. They were nearing the peak of the gaseous stage as they kept on absorbing the primary energy created by the corrosive smoke. Peaceful Storm understood at once that he had to stop his opponent before even his incredible defenses couldn't protect him anymore. Nevertheless, Noah's figure suddenly distorted and shot forward at high speed, reaching the borders of Peaceful Storm's defensive area before he could even notice that event. Noah's weapons were already raised by the time he reached the distorted area, and he used the momentum of his sprint to slash them toward the cultivator of the Empire. Two fuming lines barged inside the distorted space and pressed forward in a straight line, uncaring of the effects that his opponent's individuality was trying to apply to them. Peaceful Storm saw his defenses falling apart. The black smoke filled his distorted area and destroyed the effects of his spell, while the two black lines continued to aim at him without being hindered in the slightest. He quickly took another series of talismans from his space ring and started to cast another spell. A series of humanoid figures made of air took form in front of him and clashed with Noah's attack while he commanded his area to explode outward. Noah saw that distorted space engulfing him and shredding his armor apart, flinging him away in the process. His body also suffered, and he coughed blood as his internal organs shook under the changes of pressure that they were experiencing. When Peaceful Storm was in command of his area, the space distorted in a way that protected him. Yet, when it exploded outward, it was so chaotic that it was even able to tear Noah's demonic form apart. Noah stopped himself after being pushed back for a few kilometers and quickly reactivated his demonic form. His body radiated waves of pain, but they didn't even manage to occupy a small part of his thoughts. There was only the ecstasy felt by sensing that his centers of power were able to sustain the consumption of his reckless battle style. Finally, Noah thought as he analyzed the consumption of his breath. His darkness was on the same level of the breath in the environment, but Noah's abilities required less of it when they acted in line with its nature. As for the demonic form, no spell in his arsenal expressed his creation and destruction better than it. Noah had never seen his most powerful spell consuming so little energy. It felt liberating having the possibility of going all out without worrying about emptying his centers of power. Peaceful Storm appeared in front of him while Noah bathed in the harmony that his existence had reached. The skin of the cultivator from the Empire was even worse off, and there were spots on his body where his bones were exposed. Also, he was missing a few fingers on his right hand. It seemed that his humanoid figures couldn't completely protect him from the corrosive effects of Noah's attacks. Yet, they were still standing around him in a protective stance, even if all of them had missing limbs. Noah roared when he saw him and released a wave of white flames that fused with the black smoke as they slammed on the humanoid figures. Peaceful Storm didn't even look at it and threw other talismans that become arrows aimed for his opponent. Both of them didn't even care about defending anymore. They just used the protections that were already in place and focused everything into their offensive. The humanoid figures exploded when the white flames and black smoke crashed on them, and Noah felt his body being pierced in multiple spots due to the arrows that he didn't manage to block. The two of them seemed almost on the same level as they kept exchanging blows without taking any step back. Nevertheless, a blue pillar suddenly illuminated the area. It flung all the invaders away, either injuring or killing the weaker cultivators that were trying to conquest the city on the ground. Even Noah felt the blue halo radiated by the pillar, pushing him away from the battle against Peaceful Storm. It seemed that the invading forces had triggered one of the defensive measures of the city, which was even able to target heroic cultivators. Noah flew back for a few kilometers until he landed on the ground at some distance from the battlefield. His mind didn't sense any threat coming for him, but he noticed that the other elders and Danielle had been flung back too. In the city and the sky above it, the cultivators of the Empire cheered and shot challenging gazes at the survivors of the invading troops. It was as if they were asking them to attack again. Noah dispersed the demonic form and analyzed the survivors on the hive side. To his surprise, all the rank 4 cultivators were still alive and were either hugging or caressing weapons that he was extremely familiar with. As for the hybrids on the ground, most of them had died when the blue light engulfed them. "Retreat," Elder Julia said at that scene. They couldn't win unless they didn't find a way around that protection. The invading forces didn't expect to take the city at their first attack. The defending side always had the advantage during a war, and the 3 organizations were attacking the most powerful force in the world. There wasn't much that they could do before they analyzed the battlefield properly. Yet, the only way to do so was to test the defenses of the Empire and create countermeasures. Elder Julia and Elder Austin weren't injured. They barely looked tired at all. However, Danielle had a few cracks on her mantis body. As for Noah, his skin had many wounds, and his robe was torn and bloody. The bleeding, though, had already stopped due to his powerful healing properties and the innate resilience of his body. Noah didn't feel tired as he stood proudly on the rocky terrain, staring at peaceful Storm that was eyeing him with an annoyed look on his face. Those wounds weren't enough to force Noah to rest, but it wasn't the same for his opponent. Peaceful Storm had come in contact with the black smoke multiple times, and that corrosive gas had even affected his internal organs. The humans were simply too frail, and Peaceful Storm was managing to keep on fighting because he was suppressing his injuries. Once he came back to his quarters, he would need to resort to powerful drugs to heal. On the other hand, Noah only needed to eat. His skin and muscles weren't a problem, but his internal organs had suffered a bit during the outburst of the distorted space and needed some nutrients to heal quickly. Yet, Noah wasn't worried about his state in the slightest. He only cared about his battle prowess, and he felt some satisfaction as he reviewed his first fight against a complete rank 5 cultivator. Noah knew that he had never really gained the upper hand in the battle. He had only relied on his superior body to match Peaceful Storm's annoying defense. However, he couldn't help but approve the power that his darkness was able to produce when it fueled his abilities. Peaceful Storm wasn't weak, and his experience in battles at that level far surpassed Noah's. Also, his centers of power were stronger than Noah's, even if they weren't on superior stages or tiers. Nevertheless, Noah's attacks had managed to match his and even overcome them at times. I can fight the old monsters, Noah thought as he moved forward to gather the hybrids that had survived the blue pillar. Most of them were scared and had fallen prey to their survival instincts, but Noah's roars calmed them down and forced them to regroup with the other troops. They had lost a battle, but that was just the beginning of the war. The Shandal Empire had managed to fend them off that time, but it was still against 3 powerful forces. Its defenses could only delay the inevitable defeat. The elders in the 4th rank shot worshipping gazes at Noah. They still wielded the living weapons that had given them an incredible advantage during the battle and had put them in a position where they could notice the arrival of the blue pillar before it was too late. Having access to an almost limitless number of spells had made them overwhelm the enemy forces and even kill a few of them before the blue light arrived, and Noah was the one who had provided that power. In their eyes, the Demon Prince wasn't only an amazing individual anymore. He appeared perfect, whether it was his battle prowess or ability in the inscription fields. He was an existence that they couldn't help but admire and revere. Noah didn't mind their gazes. It would only benefit the Hive if his presence on the battlefield were to inspire the other heroic assets. After all, that was the purpose of a leader, and his title hinted that he would rule the Hive someday. "How bad is it?" Elder Austin asked as he neared Noah to inspect his injuries. The Elder hadn't revealed his living weapon in that battle since he knew that they were just testing the enemy forces with that first assault. Noah didn't have time to answer that. Danielle snorted and turned to leave before giving voice to a few words. "He isn't like you. Those wounds are nothing for our species." Noah watched her set off to return to the territories of the Hive, but he couldn't understand how she felt after the battle. Even if she had been busy with her fight, she had been able to analyze Noah's combat style at times, but she didn't reveal her thoughts about it. Her reaction, though, didn't faze Noah, who simply gestured at the Elder that he was fine before leading the hybrids back to the domain of the Hive. It was time to reorganize and set a meeting with the other forces to discuss the defensive methods of the Empire. After that, they would deploy an even stronger army and resume their attacks. Noah created a small cave after he was done taking care of the hybrids. He didn't feel tired, so he had no reason not to train. He felt starving too, so it was a good time to make a thorough evaluation of his abilities now that he had used them in battle. "The effects obtained with my darkness are amazing," Noah thought as he munched the body parts of a magical beast in the lower tier of the 5th rank. "It's a pity that some of my spells don't work with it." Noah had tried his best not to lose any of his abilities after he created his breath. However, some of his spells didn't work, no matter how many modifications he made to their diagrams. The demonic form, his mental spells, and his runes had only benefited from his darkness, which simply increased their power and made them express his individuality. Yet, some abilities didn't work before he made some changes to adapt them to his peculiar energy. The merging spell was supposed to use the darkness in the world to boost his speed, but Noah had to change the focus of that diagram to his destruction to put it to use. He would suddenly sharpen his aura to its limit to brute force his way through the air and sprint at high speed. It was more of a forced acceleration rather than a peaceful increase in speed after his modifications. The warp spell suffered from the same issue. The black flames could still transport his attacks, but they couldn't teleport him anymore. However, the spell would now empower the attacks that passed through them, which made Noah ignore the loss of some of its core features. His blood companion seemed to have issues with his breath too. Noah had to use the primary energy to make it work, even if he obtained weaker effects. As for spells like the Dark Cover, the Dark Ray, and the Death Area, they simply wouldn't activate. Losing spells was a bit annoying, especially for a cultivator of the darkness element since that aptitude made them quite rare. However, Noah traded that for an increase of power in all the abilities that expressed his individuality. Also, there wasn't much that he could do about that drawback. His existence was simply becoming more specialized in specific fields rather than others. The only thing that mattered was that he was able to match rank 5 cultivators older than him. His search for new abilities would come later, as well as his plans to create new ones. During his training and healing, Noah started to think about ways to create his higher energy. It had been a somewhat streamlined process with June. King Elbaz had already discovered the method required by the lightning element, so she had only to find procedures that allowed her to reach that result. However, the research was quite vague when it came to cultivators with light and darkness aptitudes. It was a good thing that those rare elements could theoretically give birth to higher energies with any procedure, but it made Noah's work harder since he didn't even know where to start. It seemed that he could only overcome that issue by immersing himself in a long series of tests again. Nevertheless, the war wasn't the right period for that kind of seclusion, and his priority was expressing his individuality since it benefited his centers of power. Any research or test had to come later, the nourishing of the stable sources of his strength. It didn't take much for the attacking forces to uncover the secrets behind the defensive measure of the Shandal Empire. Having the Elbaz family as an ally turned out to be quite amazing since its ranks had experts in every field that concerned the cultivation world. The royals had already started to analyze that defensive method since their last defeat, and seeing it again gave them the pieces of information needed to define the limits and triggers of those pillars. It seemed that they were some sort of formations able to draw and accumulate the energy released during a battle and turn it into fuel to create a repelling force. The inscriptions, though, were inside the city, which meant that Noah and the others could only prevent the activation of that defensive method by winning their battles quickly. Once they discovered those features, the three forces reorganized and created a simple battle plan that took into consideration the pillars. They would simply overwhelm the Empire with their numbers. Noah didn't see peaceful storm when the forces of the three organizations gathered in front of the city that signaled the beginning of the Empire's domain. His injuries had wholly healed during the 2 months that had passed, but peaceful storm still needed some time to return to his peak. Also, Noah guessed that he had to refill his stash of talisman before he felt confident of joining the battlefield again. There was even the possibility that peaceful storm was creating something that targeted him personally, but Noah couldn't do much about it. That was simply one of the drawbacks that appeared once the cultivators exposed their abilities. However, he noticed how Thaddeus Elbaz was among the rank 5 cultivators of the Royals' army, and his cultivation level matched his companions. His mental sphere was still in the 4th rank, though. The attackers didn't create 3 different fronts at that time. Their focus was on taking the city before it accumulated enough power to create a blue pillar again. So, working together on a single battlefield was better than dispersing their troops and giving a chance to the Empire to exploit their political division. An army made of 12 cultivators in the 5th rank, almost 100 rank 4 cultivators, and countless warriors in the human ranks gathered in front of the city only to discover that the Empire had matched the number of their assets again. Most of those existences didn't even join the previous war, which meant that the Empire could give them a break without weakening its army. The battle started immediately at that time. The two armies clashed on each other as if they were two tides meeting themselves in the sky. Noah's opponent was an old woman with long white hair and a hunched back. Her name was Countless Wings, and the reason behind that title became quite apparent when Noah forced her to fight properly just like he did with Peaceful Storm. Countless Wings dodged all of Noah's attacks thanks to a pair of insect wings made of flames that had appeared behind her back as soon as the battle started. Also, she would leave a trail of fire able to give birth to small flaming butterflies whenever she retreated. Noah soon found himself surrounded by hundreds of those red butterflies, which would explode when he entered their area of destruction. It seemed that the Empire had already created a countermeasure to Noah's battle style and chosen an opponent that forced him to fight at some distance from the actual battle. Countless Wings would even shoot arrows with an inscribed bow when the butterflies managed to hinder Noah's path. That was the worst opponent for him since he didn't have too many attacks that could work at that distance. The butterflies would target the saber-shaped runes too, which made it impossible for them to accumulate enough energy. Noah could only use his mental attacks at that point, uncaring of the fact that the royals on the scene could recognize those abilities. He was a rank 5 cultivator now. There was a limit to how much the Elbas family could threaten him when the royals were the only ones in possession of the images of his revenge. Hundreds of ethereal sabers clashed with the swarm of butterflies, causing their explosion and slowly opening a path for him. He deployed his runes again as he saw the butterflies diminishing and used the demonic form when he understood that those arrows could hurt him. A strange substance covered the metallic tip of those arrows. It was similar to the liquid used by Noah during the drawing of the rune for his current cultivation technique. It was just a far more intense version that made him feel weak whenever he dodged an arrow. The items retrieved in the other mortal lands had the magical beasts as their main focus. After all, the dire state of the natives wasn't an act. So, their experts had spent most of their time researching how to weaken those creatures. The effects of those resources generally had a limited impact on him since he wasn't only a beast, but it appeared that the Empire had used its time efficiently in those past years. Yet, the weakening only lasted for a few seconds, and Noah had dodged all the arrows that aimed at him. The butterflies, though, were rather hard to avoid, and Noah could only use his ghostly sabers to make them detonate before he entered their area of destruction. Countless Wings was a perfect counter to Noah's abilities. The ghostly claws and the demonic form managed to repel the explosive power of the fiery butterflies, but Countless Wings kept on moving, and her arrows prevented Noah from chasing after her in a straight line. Also, as she kept Noah away, her wings would leave a trail of fire that created even more butterflies. Noah found himself unable to reach her even when he used the merging spell, which left him in a hopeless pursuit that only depleted his energy. It seemed that he didn't have any chance to gain the upper hand against Countless Wings. I didn't want to use this just yet, Noah thought as he focused on activating another spell. It all started as a black dot coming out of his palm. That little sphere floated above Noah's head and generated a gravitational pull when it was in position. The trajectory of the butterflies suddenly shifted and converged toward the sphere that shattered them until they were nothing more than primary energy. That primary energy then fused with Noah's spell, enlarging its shape and increasing its suction force. Countless Wings was an experienced warrior who had witnessed a large variety of spells. The sphere summoned by Noah was an ability that the heroic assets of that world had already noted down, even if they weren't aware of all its specifics. Yet, Countless Wings had already encountered similar attacks and knew that all of them could only absorb a limited amount of energy. It was a necessary feature dictated by the fairness of heaven and earth. An ability able to absorb energy indefinitely simply couldn't exist. So, she decided to move even faster, increasing the number of flames that she left behind and creating more butterflies to overload that defensive spell. Noah felt strange when he saw the reaction of his opponent. On one side, he felt happy that Countless Wings had chosen that approach. Yet, part of him was worried at the sight of the black sphere madly absorbing the energy released by the shattered butterflies. The truth was that the black hole spell had gained unusual properties after Noah replaced the breath of heaven and earth with his darkness. It had become a never-ending vortex able to devour any energy that came near it, and the usual limit applied to that kind of spells seemed to have vanished in its case. When he tested it inside the separate dimension, the The black hole spell had continued to absorb energy even after it had become too powerful for his mind to handle. Noah had been forced to detonate it back then and listened to a long series of complaints from 37, which labeled it as an unstable spell. Modifying and fusing two different diagrams had given birth to something impressive that could act on its own when Noah's darkness fueled it. The cause behind its unusual behavior probably was Noah's greed, since it was a core part of the fused spell. That feeling apparently resonated with his breath and destabilized the structure of the spell, turning it into an all-devouring sphere that radiated his distinctive destruction. Noah had understood that his mind had to improve before he could use it in battle at ease, but he always could detonate it before it escaped his control. So, his decision to use it in that fight wasn't exactly reckless. It just made him feel worried about potential drawbacks. With the black hole spell taking care of the swarm of fiery butterflies, Noah could finally charge toward Countless Wings head-on. His demonic sword was enough to take care of the arrows, so he sprinted in a straight line, ready to bring the battle where his abilities excelled. Countless Wings was initially confident that the black sphere above Noah would reach its limits soon. Still, it only became bigger as she kept on accelerating to maintain the distance with her opponent. The main issue wasn't the width of the sphere. Its gravitational pull became stronger as it absorbed more energy, and it reached the point where even the arrows started to deviate from their original trajectory. Also, the spell redirected part of its energy to Noah's body, which made him feel stronger than he had ever been. Countless Wings could only begin to consider the idea of resorting to some of her items when she saw that her opponent was starting to gain ground. At that point, though, loud cries filled the battlefield, and the attention of the heroic cultivators went on the city, where they saw the human troops of the Empire retreating in a hurry. The human army of the three forces had managed to overwhelm the enemy troops and take control of the city, while the heroic cultivators were busy fighting the battles on their level. With the town occupied, the Empire didn't have access to the trigger of the blue pillar and couldn't defend that territory. The heroic assets of the Empire heaved helpless sighs and revealed annoyed looks, but they announced their retreat nonetheless. As a nation with a long experience in wars, the Shandal Empire knew that it was pointless to exhaust its strongest cultivators over a city that they had lost after only 2 battles. It was better to retreat to a place where they could benefit from their position as defenders once again. Letting the 3 forces overwhelm them with their superior numbers without even relying on some defensive measures was merely suicidal. A wave of cheers filled the army that quickly divided itself according to the origin of its cultivators. The 3 forces had finally managed to defeat the Empire in battle, but they were still opponents united only to take down a common enemy. Noah felt disappointed to see his opponent retreat so soon. Being interrupted when he had finally started to gain the advantage in his fight annoyed him, but he couldn't just chase after her when she had regrouped with the other rank 5 cultivators. His attention went on the black sphere floating above his head, which had already become more than 4 meters wide. Its uneven edges leaked the destruction of his individuality and kept on creating primary energy to absorb. I wonder how much it can grow. Noah thought for an instant before suppressing that idea and starting to suppress his ability. The problem with letting it grow without limit was that Noah's mind would have to endure the pressure generated by his connection with the spell. A power in the liquid stage of the 5th rank was probably the best that his mental sphere could handle right now, and that only because the connection didn't express the full might of the ability. However, someone interrupted him before he could shut down the spell entirely. "I saw those spells," Thaddeus said as he stepped forward to face the group from the hive. "They are the same abilities used by the cultivator that has destroyed the Bulvin family." Noah couldn't be bothered to deal with Thaddeus. He had a lot to do, even without considering his usual training. Analyzing a battle with the divine deduction technique had always managed to give him some insights on how to improve his combat style, and he couldn't wait to return to his cave to study them. However, Thaddeus seemed set on making that matter public even if Noah was ignoring him. "The hive has attacked the territory of my family," Thaddeus shouted. "I have reason to believe that you are behind the assaults in the Nation." More royals joined Thaddeus in his accusations. They even began to list a series of criminals that had joined the hive and the behavior of that organization when it had yet to occupy the new continent rightfully. It seemed that Thaddeus aimed to discredit the hive in front of the council and possibly obtain a more significant share of the rewards of the war. After all, the wealth hidden in the empire could lead any organization to the apex of those mortal lands. "I was alone when I attacked my family," Noah eventually said when he saw that those accusations were beginning to affect the elders of the council. He didn't care if the royals tarnished his name, but he didn't want to lose the possible reward of that war. The empire had even revealed that it owned spells of the darkness element, so he wanted to be in the first line when the plunder began. The black hole spell still hovered above him and kept on absorbing primary energy. Noah had decided to wait a bit before shutting it down since the situation had become quite troublesome. "I've taken care of some personal matters that concerned my family," Noah continued. "I believe that my actions are in line with your laws. After all, the Elbas family has no power when it comes to the internal struggles of the noble families." Thaddeus snorted at those words and continued to press on with his accusations. "How could you appear in the Nation without anyone noticing? Also, you've just admitted that you attacked your family. That makes you the first suspect of the other raids too." "I've used a secret passage known only to the Bulvin family," Noah replied. "My grandfather never felt the need to close it since your family had done a great job in convincing him of my death. It's a pity that you only ever saw a weapon for your secret army in me. I might have joined you if that wasn't the case." Some laughs resounded among the elders of the hive, and even the heroic cultivators of the council couldn't help but shake their heads. Noah knew some secrets about the royals, and nothing was preventing him from revealing them. Just the matter concerning the creation of a secret army with various criminals would be enough to kindle the rebellious spirit of the noble families that had joined the royals after the dimensional portal ruined the Nation. That wouldn't be enough to create a rebellion due to the oaths in place, but it could cause some issues in the centuries to come. The truth was that every powerful organization had secrets. That wasn't an issue during regular times when they operated in their domains. Yet, it could lead to problems now that they were in the middle of a war. Also, the relationship between the council and the royals had worsened since the assassinations in the new continent. The hive was even the weakest force among them, so the council would benefit more by siding with it and force the Elbas family to lower its share of the gains. "What secret passage?" Thaddeus couldn't contain his voice when he heard Noah's lies. "And, even if it existed, you were a whore son. Your family would have never revealed its location to you." Noah's eyes became cold at those words, and he controlled the black hole spell to move next to him. Thaddeus suddenly noticed that the black sphere had grown since he last focused on it. Its power was nearing the peak of the gaseous stage in its current form. "Are you saying that I wasn't worthy of knowing that secret?" Noah said as growls began to fuse with his human voice. "How can you decide who is worthy of knowledge and power? You have barely made any progress in the time that it took me to reach this level." Cecil was among the rank 5 cultivator deployed by the royals, and he observed the situation with a far calmer mind compared to his son. He could understand what Noah was doing. Discrediting Thaddeus in front of all those experts would make his words worthless and any accusation vain. Also, his explanations made sense and were backed by his incredible achievements. It was easier to believe that the Bulvin family had accepted Noah at some point in his youth and revealed the existence of the secret passage. Whether that passage was real didn't matter since Noah could just claim that he had destroyed it after the attack. After all, those words came from the monster that had reached the 5th rank in 80 years of life. Due to his achievements, everyone would believe that Noah had been able to sneak inside the Nation, destroy a noble family, and escape without anyone noticing him. It would be different if the cultivators charged with those accusations were just ordinary geniuses. A pact with the organization behind them would be enough to settle the matter, especially since it involved cultivators in the 5th rank. However, the cultivator in question was Noah Bulvin, and, according to his version of the story, he didn't even break any law since the royals couldn't affect the internal matters of the noble families. Cecil closed his eyes for a moment, only to reopen them and place a hand over his son's shoulder. Thaddeus struggled to calm down, but his father whispered something in his ear, and he eventually gave up on the matter. Since Noah escaped from the Nation, taking care of him had always been one of Thaddeus' goals. but that mostly was because he was aware of the royal inheritance. Now that the Elbas family had claimed it, Noah's secrets had lost a lot of value. Also, those secrets had always been relevant only inside the Utra nation. He didn't have anything on the royals that could endanger their safety. He could only spread bad rumors, which wouldn't force the council to side with one of its allies. Indeed, you are an exceptional cultivator, patriarch of the Bulvin family, Thaddeus said as he performed a bow. You have acted according to our laws. When he turned to leave, Cecil whispered something to him again. With the pool of enlightenment and the wealth gained in this war, the Elbas family will be unmatched. Patience, my son. Don't let the drawbacks of the pool affect your judgment. After the discussion ended, the assets of the three forces began to explore the city to see if they could find something valuable. A few rank 4 cultivators belonging to each faction joined the inspection too, since there was a limit to what the troops in the human ranks were able to sense. The city didn't have any precious material. The Empire had already taken away anything valuable before the first battle. Yet, the buildings and the defensive formation were still there, and they were assets that the experts of the three forces could use and study. The formation behind the blue pillars wasn't exceptional, but the Empire had built that city for the sole purpose of analyzing the evolution of the Central Lands. It featured many useful buildings, and it even had vast cultivation areas for the experts stationed there. The leaders of the armies eventually decided to divide the city into 3 parts and use it to accommodate their troops. After all, there were many large habitations there, and they could even make use of the blue pillar in case the Empire decided to retaliate. Of course, no one expected the Empire to attack. The three forces had managed to win while being in a disadvantageous position. It would be simply suicidal to try and reclaim the city now that they had gained the territorial advantage. Noah didn't return to the Hive's domain and dug a cave in the outskirts of the city. He didn't need a proper training area since he mostly cultivated and meditated in that period. Any experiment would consume years at his level, so he preferred to improve centers of power rather than immerse himself in one of his many projects. Also, the war would require his presence often, so it was better to focus on things that he could interrupt whenever he wanted. The battle against countless wings left him almost unscathed. The detonations of the butterflies had burnt his skin in some spots. Still, those injuries would heal in a matter of days. As he analyzed his battle, his confidence solidified. It was evident that he was on the same level as those old monsters, even if he had yet to defeat one of them. His battle prowess mainly came from his darkness, but his spells were powerful in general. Also, the fact that he could use his martial art together with the demonic sword gave him access to a threatening and relentless offensive. After all, Noah was never really fighting alone. All his opponents had to face 2 beings capable of expressing a battle prowess in the 5th rank, and that had perfect coordination. Even the most experienced cultivators would find him troublesome to deal with. It didn't take much before envoys from the other organizations started to knock on his and the elders' doors. The armies had fought together in that battle. The allied troops didn't fail to notice the advantage of the rank 4 elders of the Hive. The strange weapons that they wielded were simply too flashy to ignore. The allied troops saw how those weapons were able to launch a seemingly limitless number of attacks with power similar to the enemy's spells. Such items were simply fantastic, and the cultivators wielding them didn't even seem to suffer from any kind of drawback. It was needless to say that both the council and the Elbas family became immediately interested in the living weapons, especially since they showed clear connections with the magical beasts world. Both organizations expected that the Hive would come up with something after the events with the other world. They had Noah in their ranks in the end. Yet, they didn't expect that he could create something so useful so soon. After all, most of their experiments were still in the testing phase. Of course, the reason behind their failures in the past 40 years was that they had mainly tried to replicate Noah's body. Even if they had consulted him on that matter, the heroic cultivators of the 2 organizations weren't willing to give up on obtaining the power of a hybrid. That led to countless failures and deaths that they had kept a secret from the world. Decades had to pass before they accepted that Noah had spoken the truth and moved toward other experiments. The envoys of both organizations tried to set meetings to discuss the living weapons, and they even named exorbitant prices just to analyze one of them. However, The hive wasn't willing to give any information just yet. Chasing Demon had decided that the hive would wait until all its heroic assets obtained a suitable living weapon to create a market with those items. That was something that would have to wait for the end of the war when the thirst for those new assets reached its peak. Noah would have considered meeting the envoys if that led him to meet June again. But the Elbas family didn't deploy her during the war. He expected that since the royals wanted to show the power of their bloodline on the battlefield, but he still wanted to check up on her growth. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem for her to hide her new energy. June still had access to her previous cultivation technique and could absorb normal breath of the lightning element from the environment. However, he couldn't wait for the moment when he could just walk with her under the astonished expressions of the royals. He had to respect her wishes, though. June still needed to take complete control over her family and leave the royals on her own. She wouldn't accept Noah's help on the matter. The days spent cultivating passed quickly, and the next battle eventually arrived. The three armies divided themselves again to attack three different cities built on the central territories in control of the empire. They were similar to the city that they had just conquered, but they featured far more habitations meant for human cultivators. The empire was famous for having the highest number of cultivators in those mortal lands, and it had maintained that record even after the council and the Elbas family had become more open toward the commoners. The arrival of the new continent had been the empire's great chance to obtain habitable territories for its insane number of troops, so most of its cities were just meant to accommodate them. The troops of the hive moved toward their target with their usual formation. The hybrids would face the human cultivators, while the heroic assets would fight in the sky. Noah found a familiar face among the enemy rank 5 cultivators. Peaceful Storm was waiting for him with his warm smile radiating its usual calm aura. Demon Prince, Peaceful Storm greeted him when the battle below them began. How many talismans are you going to make me waste this time? Noah didn't speak, but wielded the divided demonic sword and used the merging spell to launch himself at his opponent. He was set on aiming for the kill in that battle. Peaceful Storm didn't hesitate to deploy his defensive area of distorted space when he saw Noah pouncing at him as soon as the battle started. Even the cultivator of the Empire had decided to go all out from the start since he had understood Noah's character by then. A series of talismans appeared in front of Peaceful Storm, and spells of various kinds came out of them. Noah saw arrows, humanoid figures, and eagles made of wind shooting toward him as he charged ahead. However, he was ready for their arrival. A black sphere appeared in front of him and quickly moved on top of his head, generating a gravitational pull that affected the trajectory of the incoming spells. Black smoke also started to come out of his body and took the shape of the scaled armor of the demonic form. Peaceful Storm's attacks met the black lines released by the demonic sword and deviated only to end up in the black hole spell. The gravitational pull became stronger in the process, but it was still too weak to affect all the talismans of Noah's opponent. Noah's martial art had destroyed the humanoid figures and maimed the eagles, but the arrows were too fast and landed on his body, piercing the scaled armor and stabbing his skin. The surviving eagles then arrived and crashed on him, destroying a part of the demonic form and creating a series of light wounds on his chest. Nevertheless, those clashes weren't able to stop Noah's advance. Peaceful Storm's spells released energy when they crashed on Noah, which the black sphere promptly absorbed, redirecting part of it in his body. The injuries that he had just suffered stopped bleeding as soon as that wave of nutrients filled him. Also, Noah had focused the humanoid figures because they were the only abilities capable of hindering his charge. The impact with the other attacks was barely able to slow him down. Peaceful Storm could only brace for the imminent clash when he saw that his talismans didn't have any effect. Noah slashed with the demonic sword when he reached the edges of the distorted space. His divided weapon released 2 black lines that detonated into a cloud of corrosive smoke when their trajectory shifted due to that defensive area. Peaceful Storm saw the dangerous gas spreading inside his personal space and activated another talisman that created a series of gales. Winds began to blow inside the distorted area and pushed back the corrosive smoke, completely denying Noah's attack. It was evident that the cultivator of the Empire had prepared for that battle, and Noah guessed that he had even exchanged notes with countless wings since he didn't seem affected by the growing sphere above his head. Yet, Being prepared and being able to counter an ability were two very different things. The destruction radiated by the black hole spell started to affect the area of distorted space. Small pieces of the sky began to escape Peaceful Storm's control and fuel the black sphere that kept on increasing the power behind its gravitational pull. Peaceful Storm spread his consciousness at that site and reinstated his control over the space around him, preventing Noah's spell from affecting his defenses further. It was as if two individualities were fighting for the control of that part of the sky. Noah's spell kept on radiating an intense destructive area, but Peaceful Storm's control over his space was tight and didn't waver under that external force. However, Noah had already swung his weapons again at that point, and another pair of black lines flew toward his opponent still surrounded by chaotic winds. As expected, Noah's martial art wasn't able to reach Peaceful Storm, and even the detonation of the black lines could only stop when it reached the winds. The activation of another series of talismans followed, and Noah found himself surrounded by countless attacks made of wind that flew toward him. It seemed that Peaceful Storm had waited for that moment to use dozens of his items at the same time. Noah knew that he had no chance to dodge. He could barely block the teleporting arrows. There was no point in trying to escape that barrage of attacks when he was so close to them. His only option was to destroy as many of them as he could and endure the rest with his body and scaled armor. Noah slashed like crazy, and a large cloud made of corrosive smoke formed around him as his martial art clashed with the incoming attacks. Arrows, slams, and claws would reach and hurt his body from time to time, but the black hole spell had become strong enough to affect his opponent's offensive by that time. Meanwhile, the cloud spread and hid his figure, leaving Peaceful Storm confused about his actual position. It was a peculiar scene. A black cloud was slowly surrounding a spherical area of distorted space that kept on fending off the corrosive smoke thanks to the gales blowing in its insides. Noah knew that his saber-shaped runes would reach an incredible level of power in that environment, but he didn't cast them because he wanted to leave all the primary energy released with the corrosive smoke to the black hole spell. His runes were too frail for the journey through the distorted space, but his unstable sphere could do the trick if it gathered enough energy. This brings up memories, Noah thought as he activated another spell while the clouds still covered him. The Empire had given him 2 spells as a payment for his pointers in the Hybrids field. The Shadow Chain spell was troublesome to use due to all its restrictions, and Noah had even needed to modify it heavily before it could suit his individuality. As for the Shadow Copy spell, he had initially believed that a few changes to its diagram would have been enough to make it work. Yet, he soon discovered that he didn't have enough power to make a copy of himself, even one meant only to launch a few attacks. His ambition was too intense, and his existence too complicated. His centers of power simply couldn't sustain the consumption of energy required to create another Noah. Nevertheless, there was another living being that was easier to imitate since it was already an expression of himself. Noah focused, and 4 copies of the divided demonic sword appeared next to him as he floated in the middle of the black cloud. They didn't carry the power of the original living weapon, nor the entirety of its complexity. They just managed to echo its destructive power, and that was enough for him. 2 pairs of additional arms took form from the sides of his scaled armor and reached for the fake demonic swords. Then, they performed a downward slash that focused both fake and real weapons into a single attack. Peaceful Storm could only sense an intense, dangerous sensation before a long and deep cut appeared on his chest. Noah had been unable to use his old martial art since he had fused his body with a cursed dragon. The physical strength that he had been capable of expressing since that moment prevented him from using the forms ideated by the cultivators through the years. He was simply so strong that he couldn't force himself to reach the human requirements that the martial arts had. That didn't hinder his battle prowess too much because even his casual slashes could match the power of a spell since the insane body of a hybrid backed them. However, those attacks would be somewhat predictable due to the lack of intricate forms capable of giving birth to amazing effects. Noah had created martial arts over the years, but they had always been simple tools that made use of his physical strength. His greatest achievement in the past had been a slash that spread his destruction after it landed. Nevertheless, he had always abandoned those forms due to the lack of harmony in his centers of power. The breath required to match his physical strength would often surpass what he was willing to consume. That issue had become somewhat bearable when his dantian reached the 4th rank. However, he still had to gather enough experience with his real power before creating something able to express everything that he was capable of. It had been more comfortable with the spells since his body didn't play a part in their activation. Still, he had to become a complete rank 5 cultivator and create his demonic sword before he felt confident in creating a proper martial art. His current Dragon's Claw was a rank 5 martial art with 2 forms. The first one created sharp lines that he could detonate to envelop his opponent in the corrosive smoke of the demonic form. The second one used the Shadow Copy spell to perform a stronger version of the 3rd form of the martial art that he had been forced to abandon when he was still a human cultivator. Void. Noah thought the name of the final technique of the 3 forms of the Ashura when he saw the black smoke in front of him dispersing due to his last attack. Void didn't release any black line or corrosive smoke, but cut directly toward Noah's target, severing everything in its path. It wasn't a flashy technique, but it was quite complex to execute and extremely powerful. In its original version, the 3rd form of the 3 forms of the Ashura would bring a cultivator's body to its limit to express such power. However, in the modified version, Noah had to compensate for his already overwhelming physical strength by using a spell together with the martial art. Also, he had to be in the complete demonic form to create the additional arms and express the full power of what probably was his strongest attack. It was needless to say that the effects of such a technique were astonishing since it fused a hybrid body, a martial art, a spell, Noah's darkness, and the demonic sword. Peaceful Storm couldn't understand what had happened. A deep cut had appeared on his torso without him even seeing the attack that had caused it. His focus went on his area of distorted space at that point, and his eyes widened when he saw that a long gap had appeared in his defensive method. There was no black smoke on the edges of the gap, and the rest of his defensive method was still in place. Yet, a vast chunk of the distorted space between him and Noah was missing. For the first time in the battle, Peaceful Storm felt fear. If it weren't for his defensive spell, Noah's attack would have landed on his head, and half of his brain would have vanished in that case. As a rank 5 cultivator, there were only a few beings that could threaten Peaceful Storm's life. However, they were quite easy to avoid, mainly since he belonged to the stronger organization in the mortal lands. Also, it was a rare event for cultivators in the 5th rank to engage in a deadly battle. The organization behind each of those assets would step forward whenever their life was in danger. After all, beings on that level were simply too valuable to risk losing them over something that could be solved with money and resources. Nevertheless, Noah had almost killed him in a battle for a city that the Empire was already ready to lose. Anger soon replaced the fear felt by Peaceful Storm. The cultivator from the Empire couldn't accept that such a young monster had forced his survival instinct to resurface. His internal organs were about to come out of his injury, but he didn't care. He had to show to the Demon Prince that his 40 years spent at that level weren't enough to match the experience gained in centuries of training. The remains of the distorted space exploded outward, enveloping the entirety of the black cloud and flinging Noah away. Then, Peaceful Storm followed that attack by unleashing almost all the talismans contained in his space ring. The chaotic pressure hurt Noah's internal organs as he flew backward, pushed away by the might of the explosion. Yet, his instincts suddenly sensed a significant threat following after him. Noah didn't try to stop the pushing force of the explosion anymore at that point. He worked together with it to escape from the bad feeling that was drawing near. When his consciousness managed to analyze the cause of that threat, Noah could see that a wave of spells of the wind element was chasing after him as it filled the sky. It was as if a vertical tornado had appeared and was moving at high speed toward his position. Various spells made the tornado. Noah recognized all the talismans that Peaceful Storm had used previously together with other attacks that he had never seen. There were spears, slashes, griffins, and even a few peculiar wolves that seemed to hold all those forms together in a single offensive. Is this his most powerful attack? Noah thought as he used the merging spell to escape faster from the incoming wave. There were simply too many spells in that wind wave. Noah guessed that Peaceful Storm had activated more than 200 talismans at the same time to create something so powerful, That wasn't something that he could face alone, and he would have problems blocking it even with the help of the other elders. His stash of talismans is simply incredible, Noah thought as he tried to find a way out of that situation with the divine deduction technique. He must have spent at least a century to create all of them. The elders of the hive noticed that attack, but they were busy with their battles and couldn't intervene. Noah was on his own. I need to use everything, Noah calmly decided when he understood that he couldn't avoid the wave. I need to open a path in the middle of the storm. The copies of the demonic sword appeared once again next to Noah, and four fuming arms quickly rose from his scaled armor to wield them. The fake weapons and arms dissolved as soon as Noah performed a vertical slash. Yet he didn't wait to see the outcome of his attack. He directly activated the warp spell and released the living weapon from his grasp. The demonic sword began to send black lines through the black flames on its own, and Noah created a series of ghostly sabers that he launched toward the center of the windwave. Then he roared, releasing a series of white flames toward the enemy spells. In the end, he launched the black hole spell that was still hovering above him and summoned the lazy whale. The massive figure of his blood companion covered him and the demonic sword, which kept on sending slashes through the warp spell even from inside the puppet. Noah had aimed all his attacks toward a specific spot in the barrage of spells to create an opening that would allow him to survive, and now he was simply waiting for the storm to reach him. The explosions echoing in the outside world sounded muffled from inside the blood companion, but Noah could sense how powerful they were through his consciousness. Also, his connection with the black hole spell was still active, and it gave him a general understanding of the amount of energy that it was absorbing. Nutrients slowly reached for his body. The black hole spell was sending part of the accumulated primary energy toward him, but Noah was too distant from his attack, and the transfer proceeded slowly. Yet, just a few strands of power that arrived filled him. Noah felt that his injuries were starting to heal as he bathed in that intense power, but the connection with the black hole spell suddenly broke, and a loud explosion followed that event. The insides of the lazy whale trembled as the shockwave engulfed the blood companion. But the storm reached him at that point, and everything became too chaotic to keep track of the outside world. The blood companion fell apart and reconstructed countless times in just a few seconds. Noah went from being full of energy to exhausted as soon as he clashed with Peaceful Storm's attack. Cracks appeared on the ethereal figure of the whale inside his sea of consciousness as the cycle of destruction and reconstruction kept going until its half-transparent image crumbled entirely and fell on the sea below. Noah felt the death of his blood companion, but the strong offensive of his opponent didn't give him time to focus on anything that wasn't surviving. The scaled armor tried its best to destroy as much wind as it could, but it eventually fell apart, leaving Noah's body exposed to the storm created by his opponent. Noah's instincts took over him when his skin started to crack, and he released a roar accompanied by his flames to answer the furious attacks that had engulfed him. The demonic sword had stopped attacking and had reached him when the storm hit, and Noah held it tightly in his grasp as he waited for the storm to end. He didn't feel hopeless. Peaceful Storm's barrage of talismans had created a wild wave of spells, but they weren't all aimed at him. Even such an experienced cultivator couldn't control so many powerful attacks at once. So, Noah had calculated that he would have been able to survive if he destroyed enough spells in the area of the wave on his path. The only uncertainty was in how injured he would be after that. Noah spent minutes filled with pain and with the hot sensation generated by his flames. However, his calculations were on point, and he eventually opened his eyes only to find himself in an underground area. There was debris all over him, and he felt as if his body was in pieces. Yet, the connection with the demonic sword was still active, and his centers of power were fine except for his body. He couldn't help but release a laugh at that point. Even the accumulation of talismans of an old monster wasn't able to kill him. The battles had temporarily stopped in the sky. Peaceful Storm had launched something so massive that he affected the even fights of the other heroic cultivators. The shockwaves that the storm released as it marched through the sky had also caused countless casualties in the city, which was nothing more than a pile of ruins after his attack. The Empire had suffered more though since its troops were surprised to see such a massive barrage of spells suddenly appearing above them. On the contrary, most of the cultivators of the hive could notice the storm in time and hide. Of course, all the human assets of both sides had died, but Empire suffered far more losses for what concerned the cultivators in the 4th rank. As for those in the 5th rank, they were all alive, even if some of them were wounded. The anger of all the surviving heroic assets went on Peaceful Storm, who appeared utterly exhausted. Trying to control so many spells had drained his reserves of mental energy, but he needed to make sure that most of his firepower went after his opponent. He had failed to do that, but he felt still satisfied by the number of attacks that had concentrated in Noah's position. In his mind, no cultivator in the gaseous stage of the 5th rank would be able to survive that offensive. After all, he had used only his most potent talismans, which had taken him more than decades to create. He didn't mind the angry gazes of his enemies and companions. Killing the demon prince of the hive was a great achievement, and sacrificing some cultivators in the 4th rank was just a small price to pay for that feat. Peaceful Storm even straightened his back to assume a proud stance now that the attention of all the heroic assets on the battlefield was on him. He wanted to make them think that he could launch another one of those attacks whenever he wanted. Nevertheless, debris began to move in the distance and claimed the attention of the cultivators from both sides. Noah's bloodied figure climbed out of that rubble and slowly set foot on the cracked ground. He was holding the severed head of a rank 5 wolf-type beast in one hand, while his other arm covered the demonic sword that rested on his chest. The storm had injured his weapon too, which couldn't fly anymore in that state. However, Noah wasn't worried since he knew that its life wasn't in danger. Peaceful Storm stared at him with wide eyes. He couldn't believe that Noah had survived that attack. Noah ignored his reaction and took a bite from the wolf's head before shouting something to Elder Julia. "You might want to gather the weapons." Elder Julia snapped back to reality and dived toward the wreckage that was the ground to gather the living weapons left by the rank 4 cultivators that had died during the storm. The truth was that Noah's safety had the priority in her mind, so she hadn't thought about the living weapons until he resurfaced and proved his well-being. Of course, Noah was far from good. His body was a bloody mess. Peaceful Storm's attack had broken his skin, torn his muscles, and damaged his internal organs. Only his bones appeared to be somewhat fine because they were resistant against that type of offensive. He would have to spend months in seclusion and consume a large number of powerful beasts to recover from his injuries and fix the demonic sword. Yet, he could stand and even put up a fight if the situation required it. The resilience of a hybrid was incredible, and Noah had smartly decided to rely on it only after using all his spells and technique to weaken the area of the storm that was aiming for him. With all those factors put together, it wasn't a surprise that he had survived. However, that only applied to him and to the elders that were aware of his abilities. The cultivators of the Empire felt amazed to see him surviving an attack that would be deadly for most existences in the gaseous stage of the 5th rank. After all, Noah had just reached that level in their eyes, but he was already an entity able to survive the most potent attacks of cultivators that had been in that rank for countless years. Most of them started to feel envious about his discoveries in the magical beasts field because they believed that his incredible achievements came from his status as a hybrid. They couldn't possibly know that his darkness did most of the work in improving his abilities so that they could match those of his opponents. Also, with the divine deduction technique at hand, he could create and devise diagrams and methods far faster than his peers, which prevented him from stepping on higher levels unprepared. Elder Julia eventually gathered all the weapons dropped during the storm, but she returned to the sky with a sour expression on her face. There were almost 10 living weapons among the wreckage, meaning that the same number of elders in the 4th rank had died due to Peaceful Storm's attack. Those losses weighed on the overall power of the hive since it had spent the last decades gathering cultivators and nourishing them until the heroic ranks. The positive trend that it had experienced in those years had ended at that moment, and it would take the same amount of time to recover from that. Wars were necessary to balance the political power in the world whenever a significant event happened, and the cultivators needed that kind of struggle to improve. However, the weaker side would always feel its losses more than the powerful organizations. The Empire had lost a lot in that battle. Still, Elder Julia couldn't help but reconsider if the hive was ready for that war. It would take a while before their victories started to provide real gains. Those territories only featured useful buildings in the end, and the Empire could always move its resources away from their valuable domains when it felt that it was about to lose them. The invading forces would start to obtain valuable assets only when the entirety of the Empire's territories on the new continent fell, and the war moved to the old continent. The sight of Noah casually eating the wolf's head and dropping a few pieces of its flesh on the demonic sword steeled Elder Julia's determination. The Hive wasn't as strong as the other organization, but it had some of the best talents in the entirety of those mortal lands. Its power wasn't in its weaker troops but its exceptional leaders. After all, creating cannon fodder was easy, but cultivators like Noah and Divine Demon's disciples were assets that even the other forces envied. "I hope the Empire won't lose its cool next time," Elder Julia said as she shot a glance toward Peaceful Storm. The troops of the Empire pretended not to have heard her and retreated without saying a word. There wasn't a city to protect anymore, so the battle had ended without winners. The Hive could only take it as a victory because it had obtained more lands to add to its domain. After the cultivators of the Empire left, the elders gathered around Noah, who had simply sat on the ground. Only Danielle didn't stay to check on him and returned to the Hive with a conflicted expression. Noah had noticed her behavior, but there wasn't much that he could do about her. He technically was the leader of the hybrids in the Hive, but he couldn't give them moral support. He could only show them how to make use of their superior bodies and wait until they lost their unwavering faith toward the teachings of their ancestors. "How long will it take for you to recover?" Elder Julia asked as she analyzed his injuries. "I'd say 7 months," Noah answered while dropping another piece of flesh over the demonic sword. "You should be fine for the battles in this region." Elder Julia nodded at his words. She felt glad that he wasn't as wounded as it appeared, but there was another issue that they had to cover before he secluded himself to focus on healing. "Do you believe that Danielle Duran will honor the oath?" Elder Julia asked. The human assets deployed by the Hive were mostly hybrids that needed someone able to control them since their mental instabilities were too prominent on their level. There were leaders among them that followed Noah's orders, but they would need a replacement now that he was injured. Danielle was the only available candidate for that spot since she could force them to behave as soldiers rather than as beasts. Yet, without Noah's presence in the battles, there would be no one able to stop her without triggering her oath. Elder Julia was worried that her mental instabilities could lead her to break her pact with the Hive and kill her. A hybrid in the 5th rank was too valuable to lose it due to a lack of proper containment methods. So, Elder Julia was asking the only one that could know something about that matter if Danielle could control herself without him on her same battlefield. Noah had to admit that he couldn't control her too much, even if he were there since she was stronger than him. She had all the power needed to ignore his orders and just do as she wished. Nevertheless, part of his deal with her was that she had to perform well in the war, and benching her would just slow down the improvements that she was making by following Noah's example. "She should behave, so keep her in the attacking team," Noah answered before taking out another beast's corpse. Noah dug a cave among the ruins of the city when he felt that his body had stabilized. The Hive had already decided that Elder Justin would be his replacement in the upcoming battles, so he could focus on recovering. Elder Julia would send him detailed reports after every fight too. The Hive didn't want him to return to the battlefields unprepared. Noah ate entire rank 5 magical beasts every week and divided their flesh between him and the demonic sword. It took his weapon 1 month before the cracks on its surface closed, and it could resume its position as a core item of his cultivation technique. Days spent meditating and eating passed in the calm environment of the cave. The sound of footsteps often resounded from the surface, but Noah didn't mind them and continued his slow recovery. He even analyzed his last battle against Peaceful Storm, which gave him ideas on how his battle prowess should evolve. The power of the second form of his martial art was incredible. Fusing a martial art performed with a hybrid body and a spell gave results that surprised even him. Of course, he had tested that attack when he was in the separate dimension, but he needed data from a real battle against a cultivator to understand how strong it was. It turned out that its power surpassed even his wildest predictions, which led him to explore that path further. The conquest of the other mortal lands had provided to the organizations of Noah's world a broad series of techniques and spells that made use of the peculiar qualities of the natives. Most of them used their ability to control the breath in the environment, but there were some that placed their superior physical strength as a core feature. However, the members of the bloodlines were simply too few compared to the flawed humans. With so many cultivators lacking a dantian, the development of martial arts that made use of their strong bodies progressed slowly. Also, that wasn't even their primary focus, since their dream was to transform into perfect hybrids, which would render such techniques impracticable. Noah understood their point of view, but he felt disappointed to find himself wandering again in uncharted territories. Developing attacks that made use of both spells and martial arts would be far easier if he could gain inspiration from existing schools. I guess I can only create a new kind of technique, Noah thought as he evaluated the issue as he waited for his body to heal. It wasn't a surprise that there weren't examples of his idea in the world. It was already hard to find martial arts that made use of the physical strength of a hybrid in the other mortal lands. A school that added spells to those rare forms couldn't exist because there had never existed someone able to wield such power. Creating forms isn't a problem, Noah evaluated as he thought about the diagram in his possession. But finding suitable spells is troublesome, especially for me. I feel that I lack the core materials needed for these new kinds of attacks. Noah had been able to recreate the third form of his previous martial art because he had a series of spells that met its requirements. However, doing the same for multiple attacks was hard since he would have to invent both forms and spells from scratch at some point. I can only focus on what I already have now, Noah concluded in his mind. This project will have to wait for the end of the war. The war continued while he was busy healing. Even the 4 organizations involved couldn't fight too often, but there was at least a battle every 2 months. The 3 invading factions would mostly fight separately and focus on different cities. Still, there were times when the armies had to join their forces to conquest specific locations that had troublesome defensive measures. The Hive didn't suffer such heavy losses in the following battles anymore. It was rare for rank 5 cultivators to lose their control and involve the weaker troops. The events with Peaceful Storms had been a case, and it was mostly Noah's fault that he had decided to go all out. The conquest of the territories under the control of the Empire proceeded slowly since the cities started to feature more defensive measures as the 3 armies reached for the northeastern coast. Also, the injuries suffered by the heroic cultivators took time to heal, and the 3 invaders didn't want to deploy all their assets in that war. It would be too easy for one of the nations to double-cross its allies, so the invading forces maintained stable defenses in their respective domains. Noah came out of his cave 10 months after his battle against Peaceful Storm. His body and the demonic sword had been fine for a while by then, but there wasn't any fight in that period, so he simply continued to cultivate until Elder Julia summoned him. After a year of battles, the Empire had lost its control over the central areas of the new continent. Everything was going smoothly from the invaders' side, but the first real struggles appeared once they reached the valuable territories of their enemy. The Council had fought its last battle over a barren mountain chain where the Empire had built a series of castles that worked as a formation. The outcome of that fight had been the total defeat of the forces of the Papal Nation, with only its rank 5 elders managing to escape the battlefield. Generally speaking, such a loss would force an organization to reorganize and prepare a strategy. Still, the Council had decided to contact its allies as soon as its elders returned home. The defenses in that area were too powerful, which meant that they had to protect something precious. The Elbas family and the Hive had agreed with that hypothesis. They had moved the focus of the war on that territory, uniting their forces again to form a massive army. Noah had initially been surprised to see so many heroic assets deployed on a single battlefield. Still, he understood the reason behind the eagerness of the 3 forces when he reached the barren mountains. The castles built on the mountain peaks seemed extremely dangerous, but none of the heroic assets hovering at some distance in the sky cared about them. Their attention was on the ancient aura radiated from somewhere in at the center of that mountain chain. Traces left by divine beings, Noah shouted in his mind when he sensed that aura. He understood now that the Council had found one of the most valuable territories of the Empire during its advance, and it didn't hesitate to ask for its allies' help to seize it. Any organization would generally try to conquer such an area by itself, but the Council knew that it couldn't defeat those defenses by itself. It needed its allies to break through one of the most protected areas in the entirety of the new continent. Noah wasn't at his peak. The loss of his blood companion had removed one of his most reliable weapons, and he didn't have time to find a replacement during his period of healing. Also, he had to review the body inscription spell to understand why it didn't suit his darkness, which was something that didn't allow him to express its full power. However, he wasn't too weakened either. He had already stopped relying on his blood companion in the battles against the rank 5 cultivators of the Empire because he had far stronger abilities at hand. Of course, the lack of his last line of defense would force him to be a bit more careful in case another old monster snapped and unleashed their centennial accumulation on him. Still, he didn't plan to hold back, or rather, he wasn't sure that the situation allowed him to do so. The troops of the Empire set off from the castles and rose in the sky to face the 3 armies that had gathered in that territory to take control of the traces left by divine existences. The army that they formed appeared majestic. It featured 20 rank 5 cultivators and more than 100 experts in the 4th rank that looked at the enemies with resolute expressions. They appeared ready to die to defend that area. A swarm of human cultivators followed their appearance. The surface of the mountains became crowded, and thousands of warriors prepared themselves for the imminent clash. Noah felt surprised to discover that most of those human troops were cultivators in the 3rd rank. The reserves of the Empire are amazing, Noah thought. The number of human assets of the Empire was simply incredible. No other organization could even come close to that manpower. However, the Empire wasn't facing just one force. Noah moved his attention to his side, where heroic cultivators dressed with 3 different types of robes hovered in the sky and analyzed the battlefield. The Elbas family had deployed 8 cultivators in the 5th rank and more than 40 in the 4th rank, and it had relied even on the noble families under its control to fill those spots. All its assets though wore the golden robes of the royal family and performed a series of analyses with items that Noah didn't recognize. June wasn't among them. Noah guessed that she was still busy tuning her techniques and spells to her new lightning. After all, she didn't spend 30 years testing and improving them as he had done, and her new energy required even more attention than his darkness. Her well-being didn't worry him since she had the key that opened the separate dimension with her. Even if the royals started to suspect something, she would just leave. The council counted 8 rank 5 cultivators too and a bit less than 40 rank 4 elders. Its assets wore green robes filled with protective inscriptions, and they assembled in peculiar battle formations as they prepared for the imminent battle. Noah didn't see Faith either. Yet, she and June were basically on the same level, which meant that she was probably tuning her abilities too, or simply preparing for a significant breakthrough. June should be far stronger now. Noah had that random thought as he moved his gaze toward the cultivators next to him. He believed that the centers of power of the 2 women were on the same level, but June had access to higher energy, which put her far above her peers. The Hive had deployed many assets too, but their numbers paled compared to those of the allied forces. There were only 25 rank 4 elders on Noah's side and 6 cultivators in the 5th rank if Noah included himself. Elder Justin didn't return to the territories of the Hive when Noah rejoined the battlefield because the fight in front of them was simply too important. However, Noah was surprised to see Amos Yudi wearing the robe of the Hive and standing side by side with the other elders and Danielle. It seemed that the Hive had decided to give a chance to the Yudi family and was using that decisive battle as a sort of test. Truth to be told, all the heroic cultivators of the Yudi family had to swear strict oaths when they joined the Hive. Those oaths weren't like those of the Elbas family and didn't restrict the freedom of the nobles. It just prevented them from ever betraying the Hive and forced them to follow the orders of the higher-ups of their new organizations. Nevertheless, Chasing Demon didn't want to welcome those nobles too soon and had left them inside Noah's dome to see how they behaved. The current battle then arrived, and the Patriarch decided that it was time to test Amos' reliability by making him join the fray. The human troops of the invading forces arrived too and prepared for the battle. They formed a sea of cultivators that used various methods to defend themselves from the pressure created by the environment of the new continent. The hive had to deploy actual human cultivators together with the hybrids since the chaos caused by Peaceful Storm. Yet, the overall power of its human troops didn't decrease since there were many elites among them. "Prince," Elder Julia neared Noah when she noticed his arrival. "Do you need another explanation of the defenses of the area?" Noah shook his head at her question. She had already sent him a detailed report that described the protections uncovered by the Council during its first attack. The castles acted as the cores of a vast formation, but the area had multiple defensive methods, and the Council had managed to trigger 3 of them during their previous offensive. Its troops had to face the blue pillars found in the other cities, strange shadow figures that imitated their abilities, and a series of hybrids caged inside the mountains with special chains. There were bound to be more defenses, but the invaders had more heroic and human assets, which gave them some confidence in challenging those protections. However, none of the 3 forces believed that they would conquer that territory in just one assault. They knew too little about that area, and they would have to face the army of the Empire at the same time. The odds weren't in their favor. "The Elbas family will record everything and prepare countermeasures for the next battle." Elder Julia began to explain their strategy. "The Council will take care of defending against the defensive methods with their battle formations. As for us, we have to reduce their number of heroic assets. We stand no chance if we have to deal with the army and the formations at the same time." Noah nodded at her words. The plan made use of the specialization of each organization and would limit the casualties on their side if nothing unusual happened. The demonic sword roared as Noah wielded it and scanned the battlefield to look for a suitable opponent, only to find countless wings staring at him with clear battle intent in her eyes. Everyone on the battlefield knew that the fight would be tough and bloody, but no one showed any hesitation. There were traces left by divine beings as the prize, which were the most valuable resource in the new continent. All the organizations would pay any price to take control over them, even if they had to sacrifice heroic assets in the process. The battle suddenly started, and the battle cries of the invading forces filled the mountain chain. Multicolored flashes soon shone both in the sky and ground as the 2 massive armies crashed on each other. Noah went directly for countless wings. He didn't see Peaceful Storm on the battlefield, but he knew that the cultivator of the Empire had probably informed the other assets about his techniques. However, he didn't care. After all, there wasn't a proper way to block the second form of his martial art, and he knew his new opponent too. The only issue was whether she had a trump card, just as Peaceful Storm did. The death of the lazy whale had removed his last line of defense, but Noah now knew how powerful those old monsters could be. Also, countless wings didn't seem the type to accumulate an immense number of attacks. Noah expected her to use more items that weakened the magical beasts rather than rely on disposable weapons. Countless wings smiled when she saw him charging at her and created insect wings behind her hunched back to boost her flying speed and force Noah to chase her. Her trail made of flames reappeared too, and the same went for the fiery butterflies. Noah immediately deployed the black hole spell and summoned a series of ghostly sabers as he chased after her. He had even activated the complete demonic form since the beginning of the fight. He had revealed all his abilities in the previous battles, so there was no point in holding back, hoping that he could catch his opponent by surprise. Countless wings knew that her battle tactic was bound to fail when Noah went all out, but she kept on escaping. It was clear that she had some kind of strategy in her mind, but Noah could only play along as he looked for an opening. What was surprising was that she didn't shoot any arrow as the chase continued, which made Noah catch up far faster than the last time. Yet, when she was about to enter the range of his attacks, countless wings took out an inscribed crossbow from her space ring and fired a series of inscribed arrows. Noah saw more than 10 arrows catching on fire as they flew toward him. The crossbow seemed able to shoot 15 of them at the same time, but the issue was in the power behind those inscribed items. The arrows were weapons at the peak of the 4th rank, and the crossbow radiated the power of the 5th rank. Also, the arrows flying toward Noah had been enhanced with a spell and with the particular substance that weakened Noah's body, which made them even more dangerous. Noah could immediately see that the black hole spell wasn't able to change the trajectory of those attacks, and he didn't feel confident in blocking all of them with his demonic sword. He could mitigate the damage by destroying most of them, but his instincts were telling him that he shouldn't let any of those arrows scratch his skin. Noah pushed the black hole spell forward and detonated it when it came in contact with the fiery darts. Everything in the range of the explosion turned into ashes, and a massive area made of primary energy formed in the sky. Nevertheless, Countless Wings was surprised to discover that Noah hadn't waited for the power of the explosion to fade before moving again. He had jumped right through the shockwaves to gain terrain on her. The might of the explosion burned part of his skin but left most of his more valuable tissues intact. Also, the demonic form had absorbed part of the impact and had reformed after he crossed the detonation. Countless Wings didn't expect such a reckless act, but Noah was simply making use of the incredible natural defenses of the hybrids. A reckless battle style was perfect for his species. The cultivator from the Empire started to retreat again, but Noah had become close enough, and fake arms were already materializing on the sides of his scaled armor. For copies of the demonic sword appeared too, and he wielded them to perform his most potent attack. Countless Wings didn't look back and sprinted in unpredictable directions, trying to dodge the incoming attack that her mind labeled as deadly. Then, a sudden wave of pain spread from her right arm and spread through her body. Countless Wings turned only to see that her arm was missing, and that only a small piece of flesh and bones had remained attached to her shoulder. The injury, though, didn't slow her down and only made her more determined on putting some distance between the two of them. Luckily for her, the inscribed crossbow didn't require two arms to use, so she could still apply her previous battle tactic. Noah seemed to have the upper hand for the entirety of the fight. Countless Wings would just escape and force Noah to defend until he managed to catch up and unleash his threatening technique. His attacks didn't always work, though. Noah's recklessness had surprised Countless Wings once, but she wasn't going to let that happen again. There were many times in which Noah's reached her, but found himself unable to land any attack because she was either too far away or was already preparing herself to dodge. Noah seemed to have the advantage even in that case, but he knew that Countless Wings was baiting his attacks on purpose. After all, she could have just changed place with one of her companions if she was really in danger. However, she appeared set on winning that battle, even if she had to rely on a cowardly tactic. Noah was using four spells continuously, and he cast another one whenever he was close enough. The amount of energy consumed after creating his darkness had lowered by a lot, but he was still using too many attacks. Also, the spells depleted his mental energy at the usual speed, which wasn't ideal considering that Countless Wings was trying to drag the battle on purpose. It was evident that Noah would become exhausted before her, but there was nothing that he could do about that. It was just a matter of battle styles and a lack of viable alternatives. Nevertheless, Countless Wings was suffering her fair share of injuries as the chase continued. Her left foot was gone too, and there was a long wound on her hunched back. The truth was that Noah only needed one precise attack, and the battle would be over. Shining lines suddenly appeared on the mountain chain and forced the battles to a stop. Most cultivators of the invading forces retreated, but the forces of the council didn't leave the battlefield. Even if the assets of the three invading forces had specific roles to play in the battle, all of them had joined the fray and had fought against suitable opponents. However, when the inscriptions on the mountain chain lit up, the elders of the council stepped forward to activate a battle formation. The battle formation resembled a dance of some sort, nothing like the forms that Noah had seen when he fought against the disciples of the charming demon sect. The elders in the 5th rank moved above those in the 4th rank in a synchronized ball that formed golden platforms under each cultivator involved in that technique. Golden lines then came out of the platforms and gave birth to a tall shield that clashed with the blue light coming out from the inscriptions on the mountain chain. It seemed that the protection had managed to stop the creation of the blue pillar by blocking the spreading of its light. The shield eventually shattered, and the formations on the mountains went dark, signaling the failed activation of the first defensive method of that territory. Loud cheers followed that scene, and both armies didn't hesitate to resume their battles now that the situation was safe. Noah and Countless Wings started their cycle of attacks and chase again, but the cultivator from the Empire noticed how her opponent had blood on the corners of his mouth. Noah had used that short break to eat a few pieces of a rank 5 magical beast to refill some of the energy inside his body. That meal didn't do much since he had only suffered minor injuries during the previous exchanges, but every slight advantage mattered in a fight between rank 5 cultivators. On the other hand, Countless Wings had to use her consciousness to stop her wounds from bleeding. After all, her missing arm and foot weren't an issue in the short term, but they could influence the outcome of the fight since she was aiming to exhaust Noah. The chase resumed, and Noah didn't hesitate to use all his power to push his opponent's reaction speed to its limits. He only needed to hit a vital spot once, and the battle would be over. Countless Wings did her best to be one step ahead of Noah always. She even started to overestimate him just to fight in the safest way possible. However, there was a limit to how effective the same tactic could be, especially against someone that owned the divine deduction technique. Noah had begun to feel the consequences of using so many spells at the same time before the pause caused by the defensive measure. He wasn't tired yet, but his thoughts had started to feel sluggish. That was only a natural consequence of how fast he was depleting his mental energy. But his sea of consciousness was still fine. It had yet to reach the point where it started to affect his battle prowess. Nevertheless, that sluggishness made Noah consider the possibility that Countless Wings could win if they kept fighting like that. Noah intended to pressure her until she committed a mistake. After all, it had already happened 3 times, and he had managed to exploit those opportunities. However, she was being too careful now and didn't reveal any opening, which forced Noah in a pointless chase. As he watched his attacks missing every time, Noah calmly accepted that his opponent wouldn't commit any other mistake. I expected nothing less from an old monster, Noah thought as his determination surged. That realization forced Noah to decide between 2 options. The first one was to retreat and pick an opponent that wasn't so prepared to fight him. The second one was to use even more mental energy to find a flaw in that battle style. Of course, Noah decided to follow the second approach. Changing opponents now would only create more problems since he would have to spend some time learning their abilities. Also, Noah wanted to prevail. He couldn't accept that Countless Wings could defeat him just because her strategy was troublesome to handle. Noah activated the divine deduction technique as he continued the cycle of chase and attacks. The inscriptions on the walls of his mental sphere helped him in sorting all the images of his clashes with Countless Wings. As he kept on fighting, more images appeared in his mind and joined the pile analyzed with the help of the divine technique. Noah quickly confirmed that Countless Wings was simply perfect in the execution of her strategy. It was her ignorance for what concerned his power that had caused her initial mistakes, but she had quickly become used to his real strength and had adapted her reactions. No matter how much Noah analyzed, there simply wasn't any flaw. Yet, that didn't mean that there wasn't a way to defeat her. Countless Wings performed an evasive maneuver every time Noah attacked her with his second form. The direction in which she escaped was casual, and she even managed to hide any type of habit. However, she could only escape in a limited number of directions, and Noah could decide which ones she was most likely to pick with the amount of data analyzed by the divine deduction technique. Another series of inscribed arrows flew toward Noah and met a large black hole spell. Noah jumped through the explosion and prepared the attack that he had launched more than 50 times in that battle, but he didn't unite all his arms at that time. Instead, he decided to use a weaker version of his second form, but that was capable of releasing 2 powerful slashes aimed in the directions where Countless Wings was most likely to dodge. When Countless Wings noticed that Noah had changed his approach, it was too late for her to do anything about it. Countless Wings saw the space on her right vanishing when one of Noah's attacks reached her position, but she showed a confused expression when she sensed its power. Yet, pain suddenly spread from her back and forced her to focus on the state of her body. The only problem was that most of her body was missing. Countless Wings' eyes widened when she saw that the left part of her body had disappeared. It wasn't only her back. Even her left leg was nowhere to be found. It was needless to say that she couldn't maintain her speed anymore with that injury. Noah had cut her in half, and she was managing to remain conscious just because her head and heart were still attached to that wreckage of a body. Countless Wings dived toward the ground at that point. She knew that she could still preserve her life if she managed to reach a safe position. However, a black sword suddenly appeared in her vision, and her world became dark. Noah dispersed the demonic form to hold countless wings maimed corpse from its neck. His free hand then went for the remains of her low waist to find a shining organ that radiated an immense amount of energy. An eerie silence spread through the battlefield. Every asset was busy fighting suitable opponents, but the death of a rank 5 cultivators didn't go unnoticed. The eyes of the heroic cultivators went on Noah, who didn't hesitate to eat the organ right in front of everyone. There was no point in hiding his hybrid's habits anymore, and waiting would only spoil countless wings Danteon. Noah felt an immense amount of breath, filling his body and fusing with his cells that broke it down until it became primary energy ready to nourish them. The burns caused by his reckless battle style started to heal when he absorbed those nutrients, and his hunger almost vanished in the short minute that it took him to make that energy his. Not even the magical beasts in the middle tier of the 5th rank provided so much energy. The Danteon of a rank 5 cultivator that was nearing the peak of the gaseous stage contained so much breath that even stronger creatures found it hard to match that amount of energy. Noah kept his consciousness on the battle, but he closed his eyes to enjoy the incredible sensation of having his hunger fulfilled. Also, as the nutrients became part of him, he started to sense the limits of the middle tier. "It took me more than 40 years. Noah exclaimed in his mind when he understood that the breakthrough in the upper tier was drawing near. Yet, he couldn't help but feel slightly worried about the potential repercussion that such an improvement could have on his mental state. His body improved faster than his other centers of power, almost too fast. He knew that its growth would eventually slow down due to the lack of suitable prey. Yet, his mind was still not ready to handle the power of the upper tier. "I still need some years," Noah thought as he reopened his eyes. "It's time to resume devouring the wills of the magical beasts to push my mind as much as I can before the breakthrough." Noah couldn't think of any other solution at the moment, and he wasn't willing to slow down his growth when he could just train harder. Also, he didn't use the abilities of his mental energy at all in the last years, which gave to the walls of his sea of consciousness time to reach new levels of sturdiness. His mind would be fine even if he abused those devouring abilities for a while. Noah let countless wings corpse go when he finished absorbing the primary energy. It would take a few days for all his tissues to grow according to the nutrients gained. Still, they had already improved by a lot in that short minute. "Now they have even seen that I can split my strongest attack," Noah thought as he moved his attention to the crowd of cultivators looking at him. The truth was that the split version of the second form of his martial art wasn't too powerful, but countless wings had focused on dodging his attacks rather than blocking them. For example, that split version wouldn't have been enough to pierce the entirety of Peaceful Storm's distorted space. Yet, it was perfect for countless wings, even if Noah had to take a significant risk when he decided to pursue that approach. His mental energy had reached a critical condition. Using the divine deduction technique together with his other spells had weighed on his mind even worse than Noah had expected. His mind felt quite sluggish now. He felt the need to rest, but it didn't seem that his enemies were willing to give him time to recover. The cultivators of the Empire were shooting hateful gazes toward him, but their opponents quickly forced them to resume their battles. Noah had managed to kill the first asset in the 5th rank in the fight, so it was the perfect time to force the rest of the army into a corner. A wave of casualties followed countless wings' death. Heroic cultivators had already started to die before the appearance of the blue light. Still, the defeat of one of their leaders further increased the numerical advantage of the invading forces. The weaker rank 5 cultivators of the Empire found themselves against 2 enemies on their same level, which eventually led to substantial injuries. The defending assets in the 4th rank faced a similar issue too, even if it was harder to isolate cultivators when they were in the middle of an army. Meanwhile, Noah waited for his mental energy to recover and analyzed the battlefield to see if he could help in some battles without wasting too much power. The formation on the mountain chain lit up again at that point, and a series of shadows set off from the ground to join the fray. Noah saw a shadow coming toward him and launching a series of black bullets that resembled the copy of a spell of the water element. "It's inferior to the copying technique," Noah evaluated as he let his demonic sword handle the incoming shards. The shadow seemed to have the power of a cultivator at the bottom of the 5th rank, but its attacks were so frail that the demonic sword alone could take care of them. That was the second defensive method of the territory, and there wasn't a real way to counter it, according to the council. The invading forces could only hold their ground until the Empire stopped providing energy to that part of the formation. Something capable of making bad copies of rank 5 cultivators would deplete an incredible number of credits to function, and even the Empire would have to stop at some point. The biggest issue with that defensive method was that it was quite weak and only meant to support the actual troops on the battlefield. Also, there was a limit to how many cultivators it could copy, which turned out to be barely enough to make up for the numerical advantage of the invaders. It's similar to my new spell, but I don't think they have any awareness, Noah thought as he watched the battle between his weapon and the shadow. They even repeat the same attack over and over. They can only be annoying in this situation. Such a defensive method would have been useful if both armies had a similar power, but the invaders were more numerous, and the Empire had already suffered some critical losses. Noah remained still in the sky as the battles unfolded. He felt it necessary to study his potential opponents, but he didn't limit his analysis on the cultivators of the Empire. After all, that alliance was bound to end at some point. Then the ground shook, and a series of holes appeared on the sides of the mountains. Roars soon filled the battlefield as a series of powerful hybrids revealed themselves. The hybrids came out from holes on the side of the mountains near the battles between the human troops, but their roars forced them to pause the hostilities. There were more than 60 hybrids in the heroic ranks, with 7 of them being in the 5th rank, and the human cultivators of the invading forces stared at them in fear. They didn't know if they were the target of those mighty creatures. However, the hybrids soon shot in the air toward the battlefield featuring heroic cultivators and revealed the massive chains that kept them linked to the bottom of those fissures. The chains were inscribed items similar to those used to restrain the slaves. It seemed that the Empire had managed to improve its iconic inscribed chains so that they could work even on those creatures. Also, most of those hybrids weren't perfect beings but were elite beasts that had developed a sea of consciousness during the transformation. Noah found the fact that the chains were able to control them quite amazing. I can join this one, Noah thought as he called the demonic swords and dived toward one of the incoming hybrids in the 5th rank. Due to his vast knowledge in the field, Noah could choose the creature that would require the least amount of mental energy to defeat. His target ended up to be a horned horse in the middle tier of the 5th rank. The horse was 6 meters tall and had 2 pairs of horns coming out of its forehead and pointing ahead. It was a magical beast of the earth element that could control the ground to sprint toward its opponent, but its innate abilities were far weaker in the air. Also, the specimen that Noah had chosen as his target was a perfect hybrid, which meant that it had access to an inferior version of breath. Just when Noah thought that the Empire was wasting the power of the creature, the horse created a series of platforms under its hoofs to sprint toward him. Noah found the horns of the horse threatening to stab his chest in less than an instant, but he had reacted in time and slashed with the demonic sword to deviate the sudden attack. He felt surprised, though. It seemed that the inscribed chains were forcing the hybrid to control its instincts and use all the abilities at its disposal. Sanity in exchange for slavery? Noah smirked when he thought that. This can't be a solution to the issue. He knew the effects of the inscribed chains of the Empire. They were able to suppress even the essence of a living being, which turned it into nothing more than a puppet. His solution to the mental instabilities of the hybrids was a form of suppression too, but it wasn't something so thorough that even his will was affected. He simply used his superior mind to keep his instincts in check and have the possibility to decide to let them take control. The horned horse found itself high in the sky when it managed to stop its charge. Yet Noah was already behind it, ready to slash with his divided demonic sword. The weakness of that species was that it needed a run-up to make that sudden acceleration, which meant that Noah only had to keep pressuring it to block its most potent attack. The horse controlled the breath around it once again when it noticed that Noah was already attacking, and a layer of rocks appeared to form a protective armor. Also, the horse even used the breath inside its dantian to add more layers of protection to its defensive spell. Noah's weapons crashed on its armor and dug deep cuts in it. Black smoke spread from the demonic sword too, and the layers of rocks began to crumble. Noah's battle intent rose when he saw that the horse could endure his physical strength. Most of his opponents would just explode if he were to land such a powerful attack directly on their bodies. The horse neighed when Noah's aura surged, and the latter answered with a roar that spread white flames all over its body. The hybrid didn't hesitate to turn its armor into a series of spikes that shot in every direction and flung Noah back as he defended against them. The horse finally had some space at that point and retreated only to perform the iconic sprint of that species with the help of platforms made of breath of the earth element. Noah had just finished defending against the spikes when four horns appeared in front of him once again and threatened to pierce him from side to side. However, he quickly let go of the demonic sword to grab those horns and allow them to push him backward. Noah and the horned horse flew for entire kilometers, dividing the battlefield into two sides and running over multiple cultivators, hybrids, and shadows on their path. The horse eventually understood that slamming Noah on other living beings wouldn't be enough to make him land on its horns. So it changed direction and began to sprint downward. Impaling him to the ground seemed far more feasible than keeping on running around until his physical strength gave up to the countless clashes. Of course, Noah was just waiting for an opportunity to gain the advantage of the situation. When the two of them were almost on the ground, Noah spun on himself and used the momentum generated by the horse to slam it on the side of the mountain right under them. The earth shook, and a huge crack formed in the area of impact, but Noah didn't hesitate to grab the chains and pull them with all his strength. The horse struggled, but its physical strength was slightly inferior to Noah's due to a matter of species and progression in the middle tier. It shot in the air as Noah pulled, and it met his punch when it reached him. Noah sent the hybrid back on the ground, but he pulled again to deliver another strong punch. The process repeated itself for a few times until the demonic sword reached him, and he wielded it to replace his punches with powerful slashes. Noah pulled, slashed, and flung the hybrid back on the side of the mountain multiple times. The horse would manage to cast a defensive spell between one attack and another, but deep cuts appeared on its skin most of the time. The cuts eventually deepened and reached for the strong muscles of that specimen. But the chain in his grasp started to shine at that point, and the horse answered to that unusual event with a loud neigh followed by human words. "I will kill all of you." Noah didn't know if the hybrids intended to kill the invaders or if its words were directed to the Empire, but he didn't care. He was only interested in the powerful dantian of the creature. That sudden awareness gained from the horned horse allowed it to find a way out of Noah's incessant offensive. When Noah pulled the chains again, the hybrid used its innate ability to sprint even faster than before while covering its body with a layer of rocky armor. Noah sidestepped the charge, but one of his four horns managed to stab his chest and leave a long horizontal injury as it went past him. Since he was still holding onto the inscribed chains, he started flying alongside the charging horse. Did the chain just force it to suppress its mental instabilities? Noah thought as he flew through the battlefield again as he kept his grasp on the inscribed item. He didn't miss the flashes radiated by the chains while he was beating the creature, but he only managed to link them to the change in the behavior of his opponent now. It was as if they had forced it to regain its consciousness. Is it due to the absolute control that these bindings have once connected to a slave? Noah pondered about that feature, but the horned horse had managed to stop its charge at that point and was waiting for him with its horns pointed straight at his flying figure. Noah didn't hesitate to dive among the horns with his demonic sword pointed toward the center of its forehead. A series of rocky layers appeared in the trajectory of his weapon, but Noah completely disregarded them and continued to pour his darkness into the sword. The demonic sword began to release black smoke that helped it pierce the defensive spell of the hybrid and stab its forehead. Yet, it didn't manage to reach the brain of the creature since its skull was too sturdy. Of course, the battle would have ended far sooner if Noah used his spells, but he was trying to refill his mental sphere at the moment, and he didn't need them to defeat his opponent. The horse had just used 3 spells, which weren't even that effective against him. There was a limit to how much a sudden acceleration and an exploding armor could do to him after he had to face countless wings strategy. It probably was a flawed human before the transformation, Noah thought as he delivered a punch to pull the demonic sword from its skull. It doesn't have a great diversity of spells, and the platforms are just a trick that allows it to use its innate ability in the air. The horse neighed in pain, but Noah interrupted its cry with another series of slashes. The corrosive smoke released by his demonic sword started to envelop its figure, but the rocky armor appeared again and forced him to break it with another series of attacks. Even someone so inexperienced can survive this long just because it's a hybrid, Noah thought when he began to feel annoyed by the resilience of his opponent. Strictly speaking, the horned horse wasn't strong, and it even fought poorly for a creature capable of complex thoughts. It had its sporadic moments of awareness when it managed to use its hybrid status to be threatening, but its lack of spells made it just a bit more resistant than a magical beast. Its physical strength was above the average of its species, but Noah had fused himself with a dragon. The only beings that could surpass the qualities of his body were beasts that were specialized only in one field. In the end, it was the same as in the other world. Noah had to face beings that were innately stronger than both magical beasts and humans, but with no idea how to use that power. "We are ready!" A loud shout resounded from the ground at that point, and Noah's attention went there only to see a series of elders of the council messing with the inscribed chains. There were members of the Elbas family there too, and they wielded some strange kind of inscribed swords that they aimed at the links connected with the bottom of the fissures. Every cultivator that was fighting with a hybrid retreated by a few steps after that warning, and Noah wasn't an exception. Then the royals slashed their weapons at the links, which broke and fell apart. The inscribed chains started to flicker madly and sent waves of pain to the creatures connected to them. The collars around the hybrids began to shine too, which further worsened the pain that they felt. The hybrids began to thrash their bodies around as they tried to suppress that intense sensation, but it did little effect. They continued to suffer until their sea of consciousness eventually broke and announced the death of those slaves. Noah grabbed the corpse of the horned horse when it began to fall lifelessly toward the ground and opened its lower body to retrieve a shining organ that had already started to disperse its energy. He then ate the dantian of the hybrid in the open again and stored the rest of the corpse. That was still a creature in the 5th rank. Noah wouldn't throw anything away. Another intense wave of energy filled his body and pushed its level further toward the peak of the middle tier. Even if the horse had initially been a flawed human, it still had a dantian with power near the bottom of the gaseous stage of the 5th rank. The battles resumed with even more vigor at that point. The invading forces didn't regain the upper hand immediately. The shadows had disappeared, but they had suffered their fair share of losses due to the 2 consecutive defensive methods. The rank 5 cultivators of the 3 forces though didn't seem disappointed by that outcome. Even if some of their powerful assets had died, they wouldn't have to face the hybrids again in the next battle. After all, it would be impossible for the Empire to refill its stash of slaves, with the 3 organizations unwilling to trade with it. Noah resumed his weight to recover his mental energy and began to feed the demonic sword to give it a well-deserved meal. After his victory against countless wings, the other cultivators of the Empire had understood that he was a dangerous variable in that war, and none of them wanted to abandon their battle to fight him. Even those that won against the invading forces would rather help some of their companions than challenge him in a 1-versus-1 fight. The real issue was that Noah seemed always to surpass their expectations, which made the level of his battle prowess quite unclear. Truth to be told, both Peaceful Storm and Countless Wings had been his opponents because of their suitable abilities, but they weren't among the strongest rank 5 cultivators in the gaseous stage in the world. Peaceful Storm had his accumulation of talismans, but his power was still lacking. Then, just when the battle had resumed a regular course, 7 castles lit up, and 7 massive giants formed in the sky. The giants pierced the battlefield and stood behind the troops of the Empire wearing a menacing look on their emotionless faces. They were bald, humanoid figures with an ethereal body that radiated an intense light. All the giants were identical, except for the fact that they shone with a different light and exuded breath of a specific element. Noah was amazed to notice that the white and the black ones were made of breath of the light and darkness element. His amazement didn't stop there. The power of the giants was a problem since all of them had an aura that matched inscribed items in the upper tier of the 5th rank. Elemental Formation, a rank 5 cultivator of the Elbas family shouted when the giants appeared. The other royals seemed to understand something at those words, and their eyes widened in surprise when they recognized that formation. Curiosity and unwillingness soon appeared on their expressions, but they soon started to retreat without moving their eyes from the giants. Their reaction confused the other heroic assets on their side, who shot questioning looks at the experts from the Elbas family. After all, 7 puppets in the upper tier of the 5th rank were threatening, but a formation still created them. There had to be something that they could do since they had so many experts in their army. "We can't defeat it right now," the same royal that recognized the formation announced to the entire army. "Let's retreat." The heroic cultivators of the other organizations showed even more confusion at those words. The assault was going well, all things considered, and they wouldn't mind testing the limits of the elemental formation for a while to see if it was as unbreakable as hinted. Preparation was everything. In the end, the sole reason why the invaders had managed to trounce the first 3 defensive measures was that the council had tested them beforehand. However, the royal was firm in his decision and ordered the assets of his faction to leave the battlefield. It must be said that even some of the members of the Elbas family showed some unwillingness at that decision, but they still decided to follow their leader. The council and the hive felt forced to retreat too when they saw more than a third of their joint army escaping toward safe territories. Noah didn't hesitate to retreat either. His mental energy wasn't in a critical spot anymore, but he was far away from having a full sea of consciousness. Also, his relationship with the Elbas family wasn't friendly, but he trusted its judgment when it came to the various inscription fields. That was the kind of trust that he could give only to forces that he respected for their achievements, and the Elbas family had already established its value as an ally. The 7 giants didn't move at the enemy's retreat, and the forces of the Empire stood still too. It seemed that there was some kind of condition to trigger a reaction from the formation, and the Empire didn't dare to attack without it. The rank 5 cultivators of the 3 invading forces regrouped in one of the central territories that they had conquered during the war and began to discuss the recent events. It was needless to say that their conversation wasn't peaceful. "Why did you order the retreat of all of a sudden, Andrew?" An elder from the council asked the royal that ordered the retreat. "We had the advantage, and we could have tested those damn things first." "It would have been a slaughter, Regina," Andrew Elbas answered. "I would normally agree with you, but we know what that formation does in this case, and I'm telling you that there are precise conditions to meet to break it." Regina and Andrew Elbas were rank 5 cultivators in the solid stage of the council and the royals, and were also the leaders of their respective armies. Elder Julia was the leader of the troops of the hive, but she had just reached the solid stage and wasn't on the level of the other 2. "And what exactly are those conditions? How do you know that we couldn't meet them during the battle?" Regina pressed on with her questions, but Andrew remained calm and began to explain the specifics of the elemental formation to the heroic cultivators gathered there. It turned out that the elemental formation was an ancient inscription that used 7 types of breath to materialize pure forms on energy in the shape of humanoid giants. Its lines were quite complex, and they needed 7 cores where cultivators had accumulated large amounts of breath. The most peculiar aspect of those cores was that only cultivators with that specific aptitude could fill them, which meant that the Empire had used cultivators of the light and darkness element to complete the formation. That piece of information surprised most experts on the scene. After all, cultivators with those aptitudes were extremely rare, and only 2 of them had appeared in more than a century. However, the Empire had lasted for millennia, and its political system provided cultivation resources to all of its citizens. It was different from the other forces where potential cultivators with rare aptitudes could remain commoners for the entirety of their lives. That method simply gave the Empire more chances to find the carriers of those rare aptitudes. Of course, it was very likely that the Empire had prepared the core centuries ago and just used them now that it had to protect the traces left by divine beings. There was even the possibility that it had set them in the old continent in the past just to move them in the new one once a more valuable territory appeared. "There is a fatal weakness in the formation, though." Andrew Elbas raised his voice when his explanation reached that important topic. "The giants can be difficult to face even for experts in the solid stage, but they would crumble easily if we managed to gather cultivators with all 7 aptitudes." At his words, everyone on the scene turned toward Noah. He was eating one of the legs of the horned horse as he listened to the conversation. Danielle was next to him, and she stared at the piece of meat in his hands with an intense gaze, but she struggled to keep her calm. It seemed that she took that as some form of training for her mental instabilities. As for the other elders of the hive, their eyes sharpened when they listened to that last part. It wasn't a secret that the hive had a cultivator with a light aptitude in their ranks. After all, Amos Yudi was right behind the elders. Yet, the plan seemed to require both of their rare cultivators, which gave birth to suspicion and hesitation. However, Noah cut the exchange of stares short as he gulped the meat in his mouth and spoke to Andrew. Explain. The strategy to disable the 7 giants wasn't too hard to perform and didn't have strict requirements, except for the need of cultivators with 7 different aptitudes. To deactivate the elemental formation, the 7 cultivators had to attack the source of the giants at the same time through specific items that would destabilize their form. The power of the attack didn't matter too much, even simple rank 4 cultivators would do, and the Elbas family would also take care of the creation of the items. The only issue was in making those attacks land on the castles while the troops of the Empire defended them. Yet, the invading army had more cultivators, so creating a path was feasible. The hybrids had died too, so the Empire had lost one of its defensive methods, meaning that the next assault would lead to fewer casualties. Noah wondered how an inscription method with such an evident weakness could have survived until the current era after hearing the explanation. However, the truth was that the elemental formation was quite outdated, according to the standards of the Eblis family, at least. Also, the elemental formation wasn't inherently weak. It was hard for a single organization to put together a team made of cultivators with different aptitudes, especially with the elitist political system that most forces had. It was a case that 3 of the most potent forces in the world were fighting together to take down the strongest one, and that there were cultivators with the rarest aptitudes on the invading side. Without that, the attackers would have to face and defeat those giants with their heroic assets, which meant using 7 rank 5 cultivators in the solid stage. How is it? Elder Julia asked Noah when the explanation ended. Do you think he is up to the task? Noah didn't answer. He knew what the elder wanted to know, but he wasn't in a position to confirm her doubts. Only Daniel could answer that question. I'll make a trip back to the southwestern coast, Noah said as he stood up. I have the feeling that I should be the one to offer him this mission. Elder Julia nodded and turned to discuss the specifics of the plan with the other leaders when Noah set off to return to his dome. Daniel had faced his fair share of setbacks in life. As the heir of one of the wealthiest noble families in the Utra nation, he had always been quite privileged. His aptitude then pushed the nurturing of the Yudi family to a higher level, which eventually made him become the hope of the cause. Yet, Noah's appearance had forced him to reconsider how talented he was. From the events in the Bear Dungeon to the raids in the Utra nation, Noah had always managed to be a step in front of him, until he became an existence that he couldn't hope to reach. Daniel knew that there were monsters in that world, but he had initially believed that he was one of them. It had taken him the banquet in the headquarters of the hive to realize that anyone could have reached his level of power with the backing of a wealthy family and a rigid training schedule. In short, Daniel had realized that he wasn't really talented. He was just lucky. Of course, that wasn't true at all. Daniel still stood among the geniuses of his generation, but his lack of experience had ultimately made him fall behind his peers. It had reached a point where everyone was surpassing him. However, after his privileged status began to fall apart and the dreams of his family vanished, he had started to understand his path. He realized that the political obligations placed on him since the discovery of his aptitude had blinded him for all his life. It had all started from his conversation with Noah when he pointed out how Daniel's strength originated from his family. Then, it continued during the raids and culminated with the hive accepting the entrance of the Yudi family in its ranks. Daniel had felt defeated for most of that period, and he had even reached the point where he wanted to stop cultivating because of the countless losses that he had to endure through the decades. He was continuing to train out of habit, but his individuality was regressing due to his lack of willpower. Yet, seeing Noah returning from the New World as a complete rank 5 cultivator made him understand how meaningless all those titles and achievements were. The length of the journey didn't matter. Surpassing other cultivators didn't matter. There was only the finish line and the path to reach it. Daniel lost interest in the political matters of the world after that realization. His family wanted him to play an important role, but they were all cultivators striving for the sky in the end. A setback was nothing. A defeat was nothing. Death was nothing. Only the willpower to keep walking toward the higher ranks mattered, and he had almost lost it because he was too busy comparing himself to his peers. So, Daniel had decided that his willpower would become a light able to purify life from all those useless things. The other cultivators could either choose to follow his example or remain entangled in the messy political struggles of the various forces. Noah returned to his dome after a long trip and didn't hesitate to dive inside the mansion of the Yudi family. After all, that region was under his control, so every building inside it was technically his. A series of servants and cultivators bowed when they saw him walking through the corridors of the mansion in the direction of the training areas placed underground. Noah reached the reinforced rooms and waited in front of one of them for the cultivator inside it to open it. His consciousness seeped through the walls and inscriptions on them and studied the whiffs of aura that filled its insides. He couldn't understand much since the formations around the reinforced rooms were hard to pierce, but the Yudi family had never needed to upgrade them. Only Amos had been able to reach the 5th rank, and he had a suitable training area already. So, Noah could sense that there was a rank 5 cultivator inside the room. The door of the training area opened, and Noah saw a cultivator with long, white hair throwing a series of materials in a large cauldron that trembled due to the substance brewing inside it. A white radiance shone under the cauldron, which heated it and forced the substance inside it to release its impurities in the form of gray smoke. "Daniel Yudi at your service, Demon Prince," Daniel said without moving his attention from the cauldron. Noah didn't mind his behavior and gave a short explanation, followed by an order. "The hive needs your element to disable a formation. Follow me to the army. You'll join the war." "Perfect," Daniel said. "I needed to express my individuality." Daniel followed Noah as they flew back to the Central Territories where the army had momentarily decided to set an encampment. During the travel, Daniel had never stopped heating the cauldron with his white light, which kept on exuding that gray smoke full of impurities. He would often pour breath in the solid stage of the 4th rank inside it and add other materials until small whiffs of rank 5 breath came out and entered his body. Daniel had become a complete rank 5 cultivator in those years, and he had developed a peculiar cultivation technique, even if it seemed just an enhancement of his old one. The purification process expressed his individuality and made use of his expertise in the alchemy field, which made it quite suitable for him. However, he had just experienced a breakthrough. The level of his mental sphere barely met the standards of the 5th rank and put him at the bottom of that level. Yet, even with all his setbacks and poor level, Daniel was there, in the world where only elites could stand. "I never thought that losing everything could bring such clarity," Daniel said as they flew. "But I can't be like you. I won't give up on my humanity just to pursue power." "Who decides what's human?" Noah asked. "A fixed morality doesn't exist, just as there isn't a fixed path. We just elevate ourselves as we walk through the cultivation journey, and the world doesn't care if we are monsters or heroes. Also, you didn't lose anything. You have more now than you ever did in the past." Noah's words managed to surprise Daniel, who revealed a weak smile. He wouldn't admit it openly, but Noah's mentality was still better than his when it came to his approach to the cultivation journey. Daniel noticed how Noah's character had changed after all those years. There was a time where he would have barely spoken to anyone, but now he didn't seem to mind having a casual conversation that expressed part of their mindsets. It wasn't a radical change. The violent and sharp aura that usually surrounded Noah was still there, but there was also a sort of calmness that enveloped it. That was a feeling caused by the steadiness of his individuality and his conviction that he was on the right path. He appeared to Daniel as if nothing could sway him away from the road that he had chosen. "I know that the hive needs the magical beasts in the 5th rank in this period," Daniel said as he changed the topic. "But I should be able to make an improved version of the pills now." Noah's interest rose at his words. The magical beasts pills were quite useful in dire situations when he didn't have time to refill the nutrients inside his body quickly. They weren't life-saving items, but they could help to increase his already high stamina and stabilize specific critical injuries if needed. Noah thought for a while before deciding on a solution that would benefit both him and the hive. You can go to the new world after the war is over. The hunting team will need an alchemist, but you need to take a few students too. The hive needs more experts. Daniel nodded, and their conversation ended. They didn't have much to talk about to begin with. Still, Daniel wanted to at least speak to the man that had indirectly rekindled his will to cultivate. When they reached the encampment, the armies had already divided themselves into 3 different sides according to their organization. Noah delivered Daniel to Elder Julia, who informed them about the progress in those past weeks. The Elba's family was still busy building the 7 weapons, while the other factions had created a battle plan that would allow the 7 wielders to reach their respective castles. The battle would resume as soon as the royals completed their task. Noah simply cultivated as he waited for everything to be ready. After all, his role in the battle would be even easier since his allies didn't need to protect him so strictly. He could just rely on his hybrid status to run through any blockage and let the other heroic assets handle anything that he couldn't defeat on his own. He began to spend some time visualizing his projects and how he intended to create them since he had some free time between each cultivation session. When he picked Daniel from the southwestern coast, he had asked 37 to review the body inscription spell further to find the reason why it clashed with his darkness. He was still waiting for his answer though, so his meditation focused on other projects. The creation of his higher energy had the priority in his mind. That would put him on a different level compared to his peers, and he knew that he would achieve some sort of completeness once he obtained it. It wasn't only a matter of battle prowess. Even his individuality would benefit from it since he would have 3 different types of energies at his disposal. His destruction and creation would reach new levels at that point, allowing him to have a real advantage over the old monsters. There were still living weapons to create. That field was new and had vast room for improvement. Also, Noah had yet to arm all the heroic assets of the hive, which was something that he had to achieve before beginning to sell his creations. Solving the mental instabilities of the hybrids would take time, but he was already thinking about the type of society that he could build with them once the war was over. After all, he was their leader, so he had to take care of their growth and behavior. Noah had to create new spells too. His idea was to fuse martial arts and spells at some point and develop techniques that only hybrids could use due to the physical restrictions of the humans. The royals eventually completed their task, and the 3 armies gathered before shooting again toward the mountain chain so valued by the Empire. The battle started almost instantly, and Noah had to face an unknown rank 5 cultivator at his same level that used a series of water whips to unleash a continuous offensive. The cultivator's name was Furious Water, and he was a short old man with a few sparse white hairs on his almost bald head. He had a short gray beard, and his whips would often change shape to counter Noah's offensive. It turned out that their combat styles were quite similar. They would try to overwhelm their opponents with countless attacks backed by an immense quantity of power. Of course, Noah's attacks were stronger. Yet, Furious Water made up for that difference in power with numerous spells that changed the shape of his whips according to the type of attack that he was facing. It was clear that the Empire had given up on countering Noah's abilities and had just sent a cultivator that had a lot of battle experience. Noah and Furious Water appeared evenly matched. Their attacks kept on clashing without revealing who had the upper hand in those relentless exchanges. Noah was in his complete demonic form, filling a large area around him with corrosive smoke and launching countless slashes. The black hole spell was above him, absorbing the enemy's attacks and increasing its power as the battle kept going. Furious Water controlled a barrage of blue whips that changed form mid-air as they reached for Noah. Most of them clashed with the black lines coming in his direction, and those that managed to cross the first line of attacks ended up absorbed by the gravitational pull of the black sphere. The 2 of them seemed to have reached a stalemate, but Furious Water was starting to feel the pressure of fighting a long battle against Noah. No conventional technique could block the second form of Noah's martial art. Only inscribed items or defensive spells fueled by a stronger breath could hope to stop the incredible power carried by his most potent attack. Furious Water was solving that problem by pressuring Noah so much that he wouldn't have time to summon the copies of his demonic sword. But the battle was slowly escaping his control. The corrosive smoke was filling the environment, and it had reached a point where Furious Water's whips couldn't even clash with the black lines, since the demonic form spell took care of them first. Noah was gaining ground, and escaping would only create an opening for him. The blue pillar started to form, but Noah didn't stop his offensive, since the troops of the council stepped forward to create the golden shield. Some of the blue radiance landed on Noah, but he was pushed back for only an instant, and Furious Water didn't have enough time to retreat. The rest of the battlefield was in a similar situation. The troops of the Empire were pushed back everywhere, and they could only wait for the activation of the next defensive measure to gain some ground. The Empire decided to summon the shadows rather quickly, since it feared that the current trend would lead to the loss of the territory before they had time to reveal all their defenses. However, there were fewer shadows compared to the last time because the formation didn't manage to copy too much with such short notice. Noah didn't even care that a shadow had joined his battle and was trying to help Furious Water. There was a vast cloud made of corrosive smoke all around him and a large sphere that applied an intense gravitational pull above him. The attacks of his opponents couldn't even hope to reach him in that situation. Generally speaking, the best way to avoid that troublesome effect of the demonic form would be to change location often. However, Noah was keeping Furious Water still with his incessant offensive. As soon as his opponent turned to escape, he would launch the second form of his martial art and kill him on the spot. "Damned monster!" Furious Water shouted as cuts appeared on his palms, and blood flowed in the whips that he was wielding, tainting them with a dark red color. The power of Furious Water's attacks suddenly increased, and Noah saw branches appearing on the various whips that started to push back the black cloud. The number of attacks multiplied too, which gave to the cultivator of the Empire some breathing room. Noah was initially surprised by the power behind his opponent's spells, but he quickly understood why he didn't activate that technique sooner. Furious Water's body had begun to wither as his blood flowed in the whips, and his hands had become nothing more than bones in those short seconds. The withering didn't stop. It began to spread on Furious Water's forearms too as a drawback for that boost of power. "It's a secret art," Noah concluded in his mind as he analyzed the technique and revealed a smirk through the demonic form at that realization. Furious Water saw the mouth of the draconic helmet opening up to form a fiendish smile that showed a series of gaseous teeth. At that scene, he felt as if he was really fighting some kind of monster. Noah felt pushed back, but he didn't stop attacking. If his opponent had to resort to a secret art to fight him, then he would give him a proper battle. The roars of some hybrids spread on the battlefield, but Noah ignored them after understanding their level. Those creatures were just some reserves that the Empire had decided not to deploy in the previous battle, but they featured only a single being in the 5th rank. His allies could easily take care of them. Furious Water's arms had become skeletal after activating the secret art for a few minutes, and the drawbacks were starting to affect his chest at that point. It wouldn't take much before the technique ended up killing him. Noah wanted to avoid that outcome because he aimed to seize his Danteon. So, he kept on attacking and waited until the drawbacks showed a fatal flaw in his opponent's battle style. However, his instincts suddenly sensed a dangerous presence coming at high speed from below him. Noah quickly launched the black hole spell downward, and the loss of that defensive measure increased the amount of pressure on him. Yet, only a couple of whips managed to hit his body in that situation before the detonation of the dark spear forced both parties to separate. Noah shot an annoyed gaze downward, where another rank 5 cultivator of the Empire was staring at him with a surprised expression. Spark and black smoke had spread everywhere under Noah. It seemed that the newcomer had tried to take him by surprise with a spell of the lightning element, but his superior awareness had managed to notice the arrival of that powerful spell. Yet, Noah now had 2 rank 5 cultivators and an annoying shadow as opponents, which was a level of power that he couldn't handle on his own. 2 cuts had appeared on his shoulders due to the empowered whips, but the armor had managed to block most of their power, creating only superficial injuries. Noah was basically at his peak, but he still couldn't face such strong opponents together. Nevertheless, Elder Austin came to his help at that point, even if he remained at some distance due to the black cloud. The Empire, though, couldn't sustain its losses anymore and triggered its next defensive method. The castles lit up, and 7 giants appeared on the battlefield. The Empire had decided to activate the elemental formation in the end, but the invading forces were more than prepared to fight it. Noah deactivated the demonic form, and the rank 5 elders of the hive landed on the air next to him when the corrosive smoke had dispersed in the air. A metal orb then appeared in his palm, and Noah started to fuel it with his breath. They were ready to assault the castles. The army of the invaders formed 7 groups, and even the existences in the 4th rank left their battles to support their respective teams. According to Andrew Elba's description, the elemental formation was powerful, so deactivating it had to be their priority. Noah charged the metallic orb in his palm, as he waited for the leaders of each group to give the order to attack. He had hinted that there could have been a problem with the functioning of the item, since his breath wasn't exactly ordinary. However, after performing a few tests in complete secrecy, he confirmed that he could use his darkness to be one of the energies needed to take care of the elemental formation. After all, individualities always affected the composition of the breath in peculiar ways, and Noah only needed to know if the metallic orb recognized his energy as breath of the darkness element. The enemy troops showed stern expressions at that scene and gathered in front of the castles to prepare for the imminent clash. It was evident that the invaders had come prepared for their defensive method, so they could just do their best to protect it. Charge! A single word resounded in the minds of the rank 5 cultivators of the invaders, but it was enough to trigger a series of battle cries that followed the advance of the 7 groups. Noah stood at the center of his team, and his demonic sword followed him closely, ready to protect him in case an attacker managed to pierce the blockade around him. Of course, Noah could fight even if he was charging the orb, but he couldn't express his real strength if he fought among allies. Multicolored lights spread in the environment as the 7 teams crashed on the first line of defense of the Empire. Many spells flew and exploded as the various groups fought to pierce or block their enemies. Shockwaves and loud noises echoed through the groups, but Noah could only hear muffled sounds in the middle of all those heroic cultivators. Meanwhile, inscriptions started to appear on the orb as his breath kept on fueling it according to Andrew's instructions. Wind, you are going too fast. Slow down. Andrew's voice resounded in the minds of the 7 cultivators carrying the orbs. The royal family had provided special notebooks that could keep track of the status of those items so that Andrew could monitor it. Deactivating the elemental formation required strict coordination, which gave birth to the need of a supervisor that warned the carriers whenever they didn't respect the planned schedule. Andrew had even chosen simple code names to make their communication more intuitive. Prepare for impact, someone in Noah's group shouted, and he noticed how the black giant in front of his team had raised an arm to punch them. Elder Julia raised her hand at that sight, and the giant suddenly stopped moving before a small tornado formed inside its raised arm. The hurricane spread until its entire arm exploded, preventing the puppet from completing its attack. Noah's group began to cheer, but the giant quickly raised its other arm to attempt in another attack. Yet, Elder Julia stopped it again with the same spells. The power of a rank 5 cultivator in the solid stage was incredible. It could directly incapacitate puppets that could potentially defeat other beings that were in the gaseous or liquid stage. Nevertheless, the elemental formation wasn't so easy to defeat. The Elbas family wouldn't have retreated the first time otherwise. The arms of the black giant reformed in a matter of seconds and resumed their attempts to punch the team advancing through the allied troops. Yet, both of its limbs exploded again as Elder Julia created storms inside them. That cycle repeated itself multiple times, and Elder Julia couldn't help with the advance of her team at all, since she had to prevent the giant from landing its attacks on it. All the rank 4 cultivators would die otherwise, and there was a high chance to have casualties among those in the 5th rank too. If the invading forces had decided to attack without any preparation, 7 rank 5 cultivators in the solid stage would have been busy keeping the giants at bay. The army of the 3 forces would have been too weak to face the Empire in that case. After all, the cultivators on that level were the leaders of each faction. Also, the giant didn't appear weakened by the damages that it was suffering and simply regenerated in a matter of seconds, ready to attack again. The battles around Noah continued, and Elder Julia kept on fighting the elemental formation as the team advanced. Andrew Elbaz would shout orders through the special notebooks whenever one of the 7 carriers didn't respect the schedule set beforehand. The Empire did its best to stop the invaders. It even resorted to basic tactics such as leaving some castles unprotected and focus all its troops on specific sources. However, the invaders had prepared for that eventuality too and simply reinforced the teams that had to face more troops. In the end, the numerical advantage and the losses inflicted through that year of wars won against the defenses set in the last decades by the most potent force in those mortal lands. The 7 teams reached the castles and opened a path for the carries, while protecting them from the enemy troops who were madly trying to break through the blockage. Noah flew at high speed toward his target, enveloped in the black light of the darkness giant. He couldn't understand anything about that kind of formation, but the amount of breath of the darkness element contained inside that puppet was merely insane. It made him wonder if the Empire had hidden experts with a darkness aptitude through the millennia. "Is everyone in position?" Andrew asked when his team reached their castle and shouted an order when all the carriers gave affirmative answers. "Throw!" Noah threw the metallic orb in his grasp toward the castle, and the inscriptions on its shining form began to flicker as it neared the body of the black giant. A path opened in the ethereal body of the puppet, and the orb slid right through it before starting to destabilize. Explosions resounded as the 7 orbs detonated at the same time and spread the shining lines on their surface on the castles. The giants suddenly stopped moving when that happened, and the formation on the sides of the mountains began to release sparks. It seemed that those lines, coupled with the breath of the respective elements, had created a short circuit in the part of the formation containing the elemental formation. Those giant forms ultimately vanished as the effect spread, and the invading forces could focus once again on the troops of the Empire at that point. As for Noah, he looked for a particular lightning cultivator that had tried to catch him by surprise. Noah couldn't have precise reports about the abilities of the rank 5 cultivators of the Empire because there hadn't been a major war for a long time. After all, no one had dared to attack the Empire for centuries. The only battles happened at the edges of the areas of influence of the 3 big nations, but they featured rank 4 cultivators at best. The arrival of the new continent had revealed some of its assets. Still, the majority of them had remained hidden, just as they had done for centuries. Also, Noah couldn't decide who was his opponent most of the time, so he didn't need outdated pieces of information. A list of the abilities of most heroic assets was bound to appear after that war, but it was too early to create a proper register after only 1 year. However, that lightning cultivator had snuck up on him when he was about to defeat Furious Water. Noah felt as if someone had made him lose the perfect prey, which wasn't something that his instincts took lightly. The fact that the cultivator had almost succeeded in taking him by surprise was another troublesome issue. The world of the rank 5 cultivators was too variegated for Noah to be able to predict every battle style, and he was still too weak to fight multiple experts at once. So, he could only make an example out of him to stop other cultivators from imitating him. Noah rose high in the sky and scanned the battlefield as if he was a flying beast looking for its prey. The various battles appeared in his vision, but he was only interested in one target at the moment. Furious Water was nowhere to be seen. He had probably left the area to mend the injuries caused by the secret art. Yet, Noah managed to spot the lightning cultivator after a minute spent analyzing the area. His target was a tall man with a head full of long black hair. He had no beard, and he appeared as a youthful man in his 30s. Noah guessed that he was one of the new talents of the Empire that had managed to become a complete rank 5 cultivator just recently. Nevertheless, it seemed that he was used to those kinds of sneak attacks since he was trying to perform it on an elder of the council busy fighting a water cultivator of the Empire. "Found you," Noah thought as his expression became cold and began to dive at full speed toward him. A draconic roar echoed through the battlefield. Noah launched a wave of white flames to stop the lightning cultivator from ambushing his allies as he continued his reckless charge. The lightning cultivator was surprised that someone was targeting him, but he soon realized how dangerous the situation was when he saw Noah's figure behind the incoming flames. Sparks filled his body, and he suddenly released them to retreat at high speed. The flames missed him, but Noah's reptilian eyes never left his figure. Noah activated the merging spell and sprinted, following his target tightly as he watched him escaping through various battlefields in the hope that Noah would lose track of him. It was evident that head-on combat wasn't his specialty, but Noah wouldn't let someone that had tried to kill him get away so easily. A series of ghostly sabers appeared around him, and Noah created a sea of saber-shaped runes too as he continued his chase. They were fastest ranged spells that he had, and they could even reach distances precluded to his other techniques. The series of sabers flew ahead and tried to encircle the slippery cultivator who kept on dodging and using the other battles as a natural shield. However, Noah didn't mind if his spells hit other cultivators of the Empire and continued to command the various sabers to move forward. Eventually, some of them landed on the body of the lightning cultivator, who spat a mouthful of blood as he kept running away. Noah created more ghostly sabers, but his mind suddenly sensed a threat on his path, and he promptly wielded his demonic sword to slash at it. His weapon released a black line that clashed with a spark that the lighting cultivator had left behind as he escaped. The spark exploded, but Noah ignored the shockwaves to focus on a series of lightning bolts that were converging at high speed toward his position. It seemed that the lighting cultivator had placed some kind of trap there, but the power of those attacks couldn't match Furious Storm's offensive. Noah expanded his consciousness without activating any defensive measure. According to his target's behavior, there was a high chance that he would be nearby to watch if his trap was a success. The individuality of the lightning cultivator seemed able to suppress the innate violence and flashiness of his element, which made his attacks quite suitable for ambushes. Yet, those sneaky features ended up taking away some of the power of his lightning bolts. Noah felt as if they were the weakest attacks that he had seen since the beginning of the war. The lightning bolts drew near, but Noah waited until his consciousness found his target before deploying his defensive measures. In the eyes of the onlookers, a gray cloud suddenly replaced Noah's figure when the attacks landed, but no one could understand how injured he was. They could only know that he was alive since they could still sense his consciousness. The lightning cultivator watched the scene from a relatively safe position and felt satisfied by that result. His individuality didn't suit a battle with Noah at all, but he could slow him down, at least. Also, the fact that he had become a complete rank 5 cultivator just a few decades ago left him with an imperfect battle style that he was still trying to understand. The Almighty has given me the title Silent Lightning, but there aren't many spells of my element with suitable features. Silent Lightning began to think as he turned to look for another battle where he could ambush someone. Still, he suddenly felt that something was amiss when he tried to place his left foot on the air. When he turned, he realized that the entirety of the left part of his body was gone. Silent Lightning's eyes went toward the gray cloud that had become entirely black in the few seconds in which he had turned to retreat. A large fissure almost divided it into 2 parts, and a blurred fiendish figure came out of it as it flew toward him. Noah dispersed the demonic form when he reached Silent Lightning, who was too stunned by his fatal wound to react. He even remained still when Noah's hand entered in his remaining low waist through his injury and tore away his dantian. The Almighty will return, and Silent Lightning tried to give voice to a threat as his opponent ate his dantian in a single bite, but Noah simply waved his hand and reduced the rest of his body into a pulp. The losers didn't have any right to speak. The destruction of the elemental giants forced the troops of the Empire in a passive position. The casualties on their side began to mount, and multiple heroic assets started to suffer injuries or die due to the overwhelming numbers of the invading forces. Not even the cultivators in the 5th rank could avoid that fate. That battle was leading to a defeat of the Empire. The defenders had exhausted their defensive methods by then. Only a few shadows still lingered on the battlefield, but they weren't able to provide any significant assistance. Retreating seemed the only option left, especially since the Empire knew that it had to preserve enough troops to fight the next battles. There were still a few valuable regions on the northeastern coast, and there was all the central area of the old continent to defend too. Even the mighty Shandal Empire couldn't lose too many troops. Winning the war without their god might not be an option, but it wanted to survive as an organization nonetheless. In their minds, the defenders didn't doubt for even a second that the Almighty would return and reestablish his organization as the most potent force in those mortal lands. Yet, hope didn't win wars, and the troops of the Empire knew that very well, which was why they still had one last trick to show to the invaders before leaving that territory. The defenders started to retreat, and the invaders chased after them to inflict as many losses as possible. They knew that the Empire had immense reserves of manpower, so killing its heroic assets could only benefit the next battles. However, the castles started to release a humming sound when all the invaders were above or near them. Those structures began to emit a soft light that increased in intensity with each passing second. Noah's instincts screamed at that sight, and he shouted to warn his allies while he shot up in the sky to escape from the range of those buildings. Retreat! Of course, the other heroic assets were soon able to sense that danger too, but their innate awareness wasn't enough to make them escape what would come next. Only a few experts in the 5th rank managed to follow Noah in time. The castles exploded and engulfed the entire area with a destructive radiance that didn't let even the slowest cultivators of the Empire go. The sky above the mountain chain saw a multicolored light filling the whole region, with very few assets managing to escape that destructive halo. Cries filled the battlefield, and charred corpses started to fall on the ground. The human cultivators in the area directly turned into ashes, and the ground cracked under the pressure generated by the detonation of the castles. Noah watched everything from his safe position high in the sky. Danielle was with him, together with all the rank 5 cultivators of the hive. They had escaped even before their senses managed to feel that danger. The reason for that was their trust in Noah, which made them more reactive to his warning than the assets of the other forces. There were other experts in the 5th rank with that group in the sky. Both the Council and the Elbas family had cultivators that had promptly followed Noah in his flight upward. Others, instead, had managed to escape from the range of the explosion by using specific movement techniques. The losses, though, were immense. The cultivators in the 4th rank that had been hit by the multicolored light were either injured or dead. Almost the entirety of the human cultivator had died. Those that had survived were severely wounded, saved only by the bodies of those before them. As for the beings in the 5th rank, all of them had survived, but many had hideous burns. The detonation of the castles wasn't enough to threaten the lives of the assets in the 5th rank. Still, the various losses and the many injured would slow down the advance of the invaders by a few years. The troops of the Empire kept on retreating, and they soon disappeared from Noah's sight. They left to the 3 forces a broken land and a series of debris, without even bothering to keep the defensive formation intact. "We won in terms of kill count," Andrew Elbas said as he analyzed the battlefield. "But this will slow us down for a while. I hope that what they were defending wasn't destroyed in the explosion," Elder Julia said as she scanned the environment, looking for something that gave value to all those deaths. The mountain chain was mostly in ruins, but a peculiar structure in the distance had remained entirely intact. The cultivators near her soon noticed that area 2 and began to near it carefully, afraid that the Empire could have set another explosive trap. There was a peaceful lake next to a crumbled mountain with no trace of vegetation nearby. Then, a bit farther away, there was a strange steel that radiated an ancient aura. The explosion seemed to have missed that piece of land. Both the lake and the steel didn't show any wave or crack on their surface. Yet, the rank 5 cultivators that inspected it knew that there was some higher power keeping the area protected. This, Andrew stuttered a bit when he looked at the signs on the steel. Other cultivators of the water element did the same as they sat on the ground with their eyes fixed on those ancient marks. Their allies, though, quickly interrupted them and made them aware of their surroundings. Noah saw how Andrew and the others seemed to have come out of a sort of trance since they muttered casual words and glanced at the steel with evident eagerness in their eyes. It was as if everything else had lost importance for them. Only the contents of the steel mattered. "What is it?" Regina asked with an annoyed tone. There were even some of her underlings in the cultivators captivated by that structure. She couldn't accept that they didn't report to her as soon as they regained their awareness. Her underlings remembered their position at her question, but they could only express themselves in simple lines that didn't make much sense. "Water. Water is life. Water is a cycle. Water is eternal." Other similar lines resounded in the area as the water cultivators of the 3 forces tried to explain the contents of their enlightenment. However, They only managed to give voice to confused words that didn't help the others understanding the actual function of the steel. Luckily for the other experts, Andrew Elbaz stabilized his mind in less than a minute and described with proper words his hypothesis concerning that ancient structure. These should be the notes of a divine being of the water element. Any cultivator with the same aptitude can gain insights on the element thanks to them. I feel drained after just a few seconds though. I wouldn't be surprised if the price to pay for it were your lifespan. The remains of the army eventually decided to build an encampment around the steel. It wasn't just a matter of studying the trace left by a divine entity. The cultivators with a water aptitude wanted to use that structure to improve their understanding of their element and solidify their individuality. A large number of heroic cultivators moved from the domains of the three nations to join the army that had discovered that incredible structure. After all, water cultivators were quite ordinary in the world, and all of them requested to see the steel. Meanwhile, the rank 5 cultivators made a point of their situation. They hadn't expected the Empire to lay such a trap, and they paid the price for underestimating it. Only the hive counted more than 10 casualties among the assets in the 4th rank, which was quite depressing considering that it had deployed only 25 of them for that battle. The rest of them were all injured, with some of them so severely that they had to return to the southwestern coast to receive specialized treatments. The elders in the 5th rank were relatively fine. Elder Austin, Elder Justin, Daniel, and Amos had touched the multicolored light, but it only caused a few burns on their skin. As for the human assets, the losses were simply uncountable. Years of accumulation and growth wasted because of a paranoid god. Elder Austin exclaimed as he gulped a cup of wine before smearing some primordial ice on the burns on his legs. Who even sets a self-destruct mechanism that doesn't spoil the resource of a land? I could almost think that the Empire was expecting something like this to happen. All the rank 5 elders of the hive had gathered in an inscribed tent to discuss their next move, but they had ended up expressing their annoyance toward that sly organization. The other forces lost far more than us, Daniel said as he swept his cup with his aura before drinking from it. I guess we are lucky to have deployed fewer troops than them. He was injured too. His right arm was completely charred, but a thick layer of primordial ice covered that limb and was already quickening its recovery. The Elbaz family had provided that resource freely after the explosion, so all the injured were using it. Elder Austin snorted before refilling his cup with some wine and drinking it all in one gulp. Then he complained in a loud voice again. The luck of the underdog. We have lost decades of progress in a single battle, and you talk about luck. There is no victory in losing less than your enemies. The real victory is in the gains that we manage to reap thanks to those losses. Daniel could only nod at his words. Casualties were inevitable, especially when facing a nation that had been at the peak of those mortal land for millennia. Yet, if the invaders managed to gain something that would boost their growth as organizations, they would see those losses as a fair price to pay. Noah remained silent as they conversed. The elders didn't treat Daniel or Amos coldly anymore, but they were starting to show some trust toward those two nobles. It would take time for the Yudi family to become a part of the hive. However, the elders had already changed their behavior toward them. Daniel and Amos had fought together with them in the end. The world would label them as actual members of the hive now that they had worn its robes in front of the other nations. There was no turning back from that. It was worth it, Noah said as he stood up from the couch where he was sitting. With the steel and the lava lake, we will groom stronger heroic assets and increase the number of our elites. Also, we have the living weapons, and the hybrids should provide more assistance once their mental instabilities are fixed. Then, he left the tent to return to a cave that he had previously dug to cultivate. They had already discussed anything important, so there was no point for him to remain there. His free time had to be dedicated to his training and projects, and he didn't feel like wasting it to analyze the data of the last battle. Their allies had lost more than them, and the Empire had surpassed all 3 of them in that field. Elder Julia had calculated that at least 8 cultivators in the 5th rank had died on the defending side, and Noah had filled 2 of those spots. The Empire had simply lost too much, and dozens of rank 4 cultivators couldn't make up for the deaths of its elites. Elder Julia had warned Noah on that part. The fact that he could be a threat to cultivators on his level would force the Empire to deploy equal experts against him. They wouldn't rely on tactics to beat him. Their only weapons would be their experience and individuality, which would give birth to battles a bit more complicated than his previous ones. If strategies didn't work, the Empire would just make him face its best existences in the gaseous stage of the 5th rank. Noah didn't know how much it would take to the 3 factions to reorganize, but that break gave him the chance to start experimenting in one of his projects. He resumed forging living weapons in that period of peace. After all, there was an abundance of magical beasts' corpses due to the cleaning operations on the northeastern coast. His choice wasn't random. He would need decades to complete his other projects, and he didn't want to be interrupted when he was preparing for his next series of experiments. Seclusion and long periods of meditation were usually the best approaches for entities on his level, but gathering experiences had the priority since he could express his individuality freely. That was in line with the requirements to advance once reached the 5th rank, and Noah had long felt that his Danteon was improving. Noah began to forge living weapons again, even if there weren't rank 4 cultivators available for their purchase. The recent losses had left a lot of living weapons behind, but very few cultivators able to wield them. It was finally his turn with the 6th Xianxia rune at some point, and his days suddenly became hectic. He couldn't waste that opportunity to improve his mental sphere as much as he could, especially with the breakthrough of his body drawing close. A bit more than a year passed in that situation. The territory with the steel had become quite crowded in that short period. The arrival of the new troops helped their armies to reform, but they had to summon human cultivators personally since they couldn't travel alone through the new continent. Also, the cultivators of the Elbas family were developing an item that could block eventual explosions of buildings in the future. The war was about to start again, and the invaders wouldn't stop until the Empire didn't have any domain left in the new continent at that time. The battles resumed once the experts of the Elbas family managed to find a solution to the catastrophic explosions that the buildings of the Empire could cause. However, they didn't aim to protect the armies from the multicolored light. Something like that was simply impossible to create in such a short period, and a protective item in the 5th rank would have the same efficiency. Instead, the royals developed a scanner that would warn the troops whenever the energy in certain formations accumulated to trigger an explosion. The warning would come far sooner than the actual detonation. After all, it was in the invaders' interest to give enough time to escape even to their human troops. They couldn't just keep only losing hundreds of promising human cultivators as collateral damage. The 3 factions didn't divide themselves at that time. The Empire only had a few large regions left in its domain, and they were the territories that it had occupied right after the fall of the continent. Those areas would be protected in the same way as the mountain chain, which meant that the invaders had some harsh battles waiting for them. Yet that didn't discourage them. It would be strange if they managed to kick the Empire out of the new continent without struggles. The rank 5 assets deployed in the next fight remained almost the same, but the 3 organizations added more troops in the 4th rank to make up for their previous losses and increase the overall power of the army. A new wave of human cultivators appeared too, but their leaders had ordered them to be careful when advancing in the enemy territory. Faith had joined the army after the discovery of the steel, and her new cultivation level made her stand with the rank 5 elders of the council. Noah's guess had been on point. She had been busy breaking through the 5th rank and adapting to her new power in those years. Yet, she didn't have time to visit Noah when they were still in the encampment, even if she often waved at him with a radiant smile whenever she saw him. Noah had initially thought that she had become even more childish after the breakthrough, but seeing her calm expression when she stood with the other elders made him rethink that evaluation. Faith's calmness had evolved in those years. Her aura didn't block the external influences anymore, but it forced them to adapt to her rhythm. The wind that blew in the sky became a soft breeze whenever it neared her, and even the sunlight acted strangely when it illuminated her figure. It slowed down and accumulated around her, making her figure shine and enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. The army of the invaders stood at the borders of a poisonous swamp that had a tall palace standing in the middle of the toxic gases radiated by the environment. Stern-faced cultivators waited in front of the castle, and the hatred that they felt seeped through their auras and reached the opposing side. Nevertheless, most cultivators still had the time to glance at Faith's figure. They acted as if they weren't about to engage in a deadly battle. The atmosphere suddenly changed when the order to charge spread through the invading army and forced the distracted assets to focus. The two armies clashed again, and the same series of defensive methods appeared to help the defending side. However, the three forces were more than used to those strategies and quickly deployed their countermeasures. There wasn't another elemental formation. That kind of inscription originated from specific cores that had been destroyed during the detonation of the castles. Still, the Empire had found a way to make use of the poisonous properties of the swamp. There would be sudden green torrents rising from the ground and aiming for the heroic assets fighting in the sky. They would divide themselves into a series of precise bullets that targeted the foreign cultivators, and the poison that they carried would weaken anyone that they touched. As a defensive method, those toxic bullets were far weaker than the elemental formation. Yet, when the Empire used them together with the shadows, the invading troops began to feel some pressure. Nevertheless, the troops of the Empire were trying to save their strength. It was as if they weren't interested in defending that territory since they only pursued safe battles, and they rarely engaged in one-versus-one fights. It was as if they had already given up on the new continent and were only trying to inflict as many losses as possible before the invasion inevitably moved in the old continent. Of course, there were exceptions to that approach. Noah exchanged blows with a rank 5 cultivator at the peak of the gaseous stage. She was a middle-aged woman with long blonde hair called Icy Stare, and her title was a perfect description of her facial features. Icy Stare had a cold expression as she froze the air around her to turn it into part of her spells. Various shapes made of ice took form from that ice and shot toward Noah, who was already using most of his abilities. He wouldn't dare to underestimate an expert at the peak of the gaseous stage, especially after Elder Julia's warning. So, he had activated his usual spells while he was trying to create a window where he could use the second form of his martial art. The only issue was that Icy Stare's aura was able to affect even the corrosive smoke radiated by the demonic form, which slowed down its advance under its influence. The various weapons and beasts made of ice that shot toward him also seemed partially resistant to the gravitational pull of the black hole spell. That forced Noah to use the black lines to defend against the constant barrage of spells and his physical endurance to advance toward his enemy slowly. Yet, Icy Stare simply increased the number of attacks whenever she saw him taking a step forward to push him back again. There didn't seem to be a limit to how many figures she could create, and she could even use the shards of ice that still floated in the sky to create more spells. This won't do, Noah thought as 4 copies of his demonic swords appeared next to him, and 4 fuming arms wielded them. The instants lost to perform that preparation exposed him to her opponent's attacks, which landed directly on the scaled armor. The black hole spell managed to take away some of their power, but they managed to pierce the gaseous protection nonetheless. It was at that point, though, that Icy Stare's expression flickered, and she quickly shattered all the shapes around her to create a thick layer of ice to protect her. A vertical piece of the layer vanished as soon as it formed, and the rest of the wall of ice crumbled quickly. Icy Stare's figure appeared again, but there was a long wound on her torso now. Noah's scaled armor had dispersed when the spells landed on him. A thin layer of ice had spread on his chest where a series of cuts had appeared. However, black smoke soon came out of his body and reduced the ice to ashes before turning him again into a fiendish figure. He had never liked to be passive in a battle, and Icy Stare was able to push him back. So, he had simply decided to endure the might of her spells with his body and cast the second form of his martial art. His physical strength was well known to the cultivation of the world by then, and no expert would ever allow him to get close. After all, even a single punch could kill them if they were careless. However, Noah would only express a part of his power if he didn't use the incredible properties of his body. His martial arts were able to match spells because of it, but they alone didn't cover everything that his body was capable of. In a situation where a melee battle was impossible, and his normal abilities weren't able to overwhelm his opponent, Noah had decided to rely on his innate defenses to launch his most potent attack right through her offensive. Why is the black hole spell affecting her spells so little? Noah started pondering about the issue as he resumed his offensive. Icy Stare did the same, but she began to move to affect a wider part of the sky with her freezing aura. There was something strange with her spells. The forms that she created were extraordinarily lifelike and didn't act according to specific patterns. Instead, they flew in odd trajectories and would even dodge some of the black lines launched by Noah. It was as if Noah was facing a series of lifeforms rather than simple spells. That peculiarity became more evident in the forms that imitated magical beasts. Those icy figures never flew in a straight line, and they even tried to encircle Noah at times. Damn it! Noah cursed in his mind before activating the divine deduction technique. He would generally avoid using so many techniques at once. The consumption of mental energy was absurd when he went all out, and adding the divine inscriptions worsened that already dire situation. The drawbacks of being a cultivator of the darkness element were still there, even if his darkness had considerably eased that issue. It was merely his mental energy, the fuel, that was enduring them now. The same problem didn't appear in cultivators with more common aptitudes, and the existences in the 5th rank could make up for the difference in power between their elements by using more spells. Of course, not every expert in the 5th rank could obtain a large number of diagrams at the same level, but those that were experienced inscription masters had managed to create some spells through the centuries. Those attacks would even match their individualities most of the time, which made them stronger compared to those produced by others. Icy Stare appeared to be one of those experts since her freezing aura worked perfectly with her icy figures. Also, she was even able to reduce the destructiveness of Noah's smoke, which meant that her ice wasn't ordinary at all. Noah had a few plans to turn the situation in his favor, but only the clarity given by the divine deduction technique could put him always one step ahead of his enemy. He wanted to understand the nature of her ice too, so he could only sacrifice his mental energy in that battle. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as an army of weapons and magical beasts flew in his direction through odd trajectories. Noah saw a flock of eagles coming at him from below, a series of spears and shards rising in the sky only to aim for his head as they fell. Hundreds of small beetles sieged him from the front, and large axes occupied his sides. He was surrounded, and the expansion of Icy Stare's ice wasn't stopping yet. In a matter of minutes, she would turn into ice all that part of the sky. The number of attacks was simply too high for Noah to handle them with only his martial art and corrosive smoke. Even if those spells didn't have their peculiar traits and the black hole spell could affect them, he would still be in trouble. However, he had a way to fight that offensive. A series of saber-shaped runes appeared in the sky and began to absorb the primary energy that his aura and the previous clashes had created since the beginning of the fight. The runes soon reached a threatening power, and Noah controlled them to stop the incoming attacks. Also, he created hundreds of ghostly sabers that he sent after the moving Icy Stare. It was needless to say that the consumption of his mental energy increased further. Still, Noah didn't find the point in having a full sea of consciousness when you were dead. The runes and black lines managed to fend off all the enemy attacks, and the ghostly sabers hindered the expansion of the ice as they chased after Icy Stare. The number of spells in Noah's possession was incredible, and he was even able to overwhelm his opponent's offensive when he used all of them. Yet, the price to pay in terms of mental energy was absurd, which didn't allow him to fight in that state for long. Icy Stare kept on flying away from the ghostly sabers, but she didn't notice how Noah was forcing her to remain close to his position. When she was close enough, he threw the black hole spell at her, detonating it when he was sure that she was in the area of the blast. Icy Stare staggered for a second due to the explosion, but the ghostly sabers caught up with her and quickly aimed for her body to hurt her internally. The ethereal sabers, though, froze mid-air as they were about to reach her. She puts a part of her life inside her ice. Noah thought as he understood the reason why his black hole spell had worked so poorly. My spell can't absorb something carrying such a firm will. I would have to suppress it beforehand. Icy Stare seemed to use inscription methods similar to the will-consuming runes. Her ice carried part of her will, and it even had precise orders since its creation. This is troublesome, Noah thought as he evaluated the battle as a whole. His attacks seemed able to overwhelm her for a few moments, but he had to decide if keeping on using all his spells, or just wait until she ran out of mental energy. A torrent of green water, though, surged from the swamp and temporarily interrupted the battle. Noah found himself fighting against a series of poisonous water bullets coming in his direction while expecting Icy Stare to exploit that opening. Yet, she didn't do anything, and she even began to retreat with the rest of her allies. Noah destroyed the poisonous bullets and stared at his departing opponent. The sudden retreat of the troops of the Empire confused him, but everything made more sense when he inspected the battlefield. A few rank 5 members of the Elbas family had gathered near the ground, where the green corpse of a man floated on the swamp. Noah didn't recognize him, but the amount of attention that those experts were giving him hinted that he had to be on their same level. The Empire had managed to kill a rank 5 cultivator of the invading forces without suffering any casualty for what concerned experts on the same rank. Also, it had managed to inflict a lot of damage even on the other assets. Noah could see how most heroic cultivators on his side had green spots on their skin together with various injuries. Those spots slowly spread through their bodies and affected their healing properties too. It was clear that those existences were in dire need of special care. The new defensive battle style of the Empire had only focused on weakening the invaders, without caring about preventing the loss of the region. It was as if the defenders had sacrificed that territory to slow down the enemy army, while also preserving as many assets as possible. Of course, the Empire had suffered some losses too, but they only concerned the human assets and the heroic cultivators in the 4th rank. The invaders had won the battle and obtained a new territory, but the state of their troops didn't make it feel like a victory. I don't know if they just want to gain time because they hope for the return of their god, Noah thought at the sight of that scene, or if they are up to something. The records retrieved in the Mortal Palace were entirely accurate, and 37 had even vouched for them. After all, anything that a divine entity had deemed worthy of keeping couldn't be false. So, Noah didn't feel inclined to believe in his first hypothesis. Their faith in the Almighty might have blinded the cultivators of the Empire, but they were experts in the art of war. Their tactical retreat was just a piece of a strategy that they had set in motion. The only issue was that Noah couldn't know where such a plan would uncover itself, and he knew that even his allies were clueless about that. There had always been spies among the 3 big nations, but the security was impenetrable when it came to those pieces of information. I wonder if it will be here or in the old continent, Noah thought before putting those problems in the back of his mind. He was almost sure that they would eventually walk into a trap, but he couldn't know when or where that would happen. He didn't have a way to discover that either, so he could only focus on his power. "Let's go back to the encampment," Elder Julia said after nearing him. "We have to send the injured back to the headquarters." Noah nodded at her words and began to help to carry the wounded heroic cultivators of the hive outside of that poisonous swamp. Some rank 4 elders were barely able to stand in the air due to the toxins inside them, so they needed some help in returning to a safe area. Noah's actions weren't purely selfless. The poison spread through physical contact, and Noah was the only one capable of resisting its effects due to his hybrid body. Also, he could carry more than dozens of cultivators at the same time, so he was quite handy. That green substance had infected even some rank 5 elders, but they were able to limit its effects with their powerful breath, and didn't need help in returning to the encampment. As for the human cultivators, Danielle handled their evacuation since she could control the hybrids among them. She simply ordered them to act as mounts that the other assets could use to escape the swamp. The injured didn't stop at the encampment though. Noah and the other hybrids carried them in the central territories, where a cloaked formation lit up at their passage. The troops suddenly found themselves inside the separate dimension when the light of the formation engulfed them, and they couldn't help but notice 2 powerful figures looking at them with a curious expression. "War has indeed changed in these years," Flying Demon said at the sight of those cultivators full of green spots. A poison able to affect heroic cultivators in this way didn't exist back then. "Anything coming from the immortal lands can hurt heroic cultivators," Noah replied to him while dropping on the ground the pile of cultivators that he was carrying on his shoulders. "Don't tell me that you can still feel bored after everything that you've been through. Prince, it's been a long time since we had a real battle," Dreaming Demon said when she saw that her lover had been made out. "You should understand our feelings better than anyone." Noah could only reveal a smirk at her words. Dreaming Demon was right. Fighting against enemies on that level was extremely satisfying. It had been a long time since enemies on his same rank managed to last so much against him. Most of the time, they would always fall apart whenever Noah revealed the power of his body or his modified spells. However, rank 5 cultivators could match his blows. Some of them had trump cards, while others were even able to push him into a passive position. They were enemies on an entirely different level. Each of them had a battle style that they had honed for centuries. They were perfect in their judgment and expression of their power. Noah had been able to kill countless wings because she was unaware of the full potential of his abilities, and silent lightning because his spells were a bad match for Noah. Yet, even if he was overall stronger than both of them with his hybrid status and personal breadth, he had still needed to surprise them to obtain a victory. Those struggles were slowly bringing his battle style to a higher level, and Noah learnt more about his weaknesses as he fought those powerful beings. To put it simply, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't enjoying those bloody fights where perfection was the minimum requirement to come out of them alive. "Your turn will come," Noah said as he changed the topic. "A hidden weapon is scary precisely because it's hidden. I believe I don't have to explain this to you." Flying Demon released a laugh at his words and patted Noah's shoulder. The elder was eager to fight, but he knew that Noah was right. After that short conversation, 37 appeared next to them and activated a teleportation matrix inside the separate dimension to bring the injured troops on the southwestern coast. Before leaving, though, the automaton handed a few tomes to Noah. Noah returned to the encampment without the hybrids. Even if he could control them, he couldn't bother to keep them in check all the time. He had far better things to do. A lot of cultivators had been injured in the previous battle. So, the armies were waiting for everyone to recover before going after the remaining domains of the Empire. Noah could use that time to train and to analyze his latest gain. 37 had given him a few tomes that research schools that seemed to have similarities with the theories applied by the body inscription spell. He had even written a few notes where he explained what he had found on the incompatibility between his darkness and the blood companion. According to his understanding of the spell, the automaton believed that Noah's darkness couldn't fuel the functioning and the abilities of the blood companions because they imitated the original beast too much. The problem wasn't in the spell but Noah's individuality. His existence had simply become so specific that his energy couldn't just activate effects that were too different from its nature. 37 suggested to apply substantial modifications to the spell by studying schools that researched similar topics, but Noah directly disregarded that approach. The formation field was vast and required a lot of general study before approaching one of its schools. Noah had the time to memorize that knowledge, and 37 would help him, but his expertise covered entirely different types of inscriptions. Also, his field of expertise worked well with his individuality. The powerful wills that his mind was capable of producing were perfect both for his destruction and creation. They had even influenced each other as Noah grew in the human ranks. So, spending decades studying another inscription method that didn't suit him just to modify a spell wasn't worth the effort. Noah could just create other spells in that time. 37's notes didn't stop there. He suggested other approaches to the spell where he would directly remove the core of the beast to create some sort of amorphous puppet. Yet, Noah discarded that idea too, since the final product would be far weaker than his usual blood companions. Some other ideas of the automaton saw Noah taking out necessary materials of the spell like the blood, the tattoos, or even the wills than he injected in them. However, all of them led to a weaker final product too, so Noah simply discarded them. The last idea was something that Noah had considered too in his spare time, but that he didn't analyze yet because he was waiting for 37's opinion. The issue with the incompatibility was that there wasn't any magical beast in the world capable of making use of Noah's individuality. After all, that was the whole point of the heroic ranks. A cultivator had to become a unique existence that would eventually develop a personal law. Then, the solution to the problem was to create a magical beast that could be compatible with his individuality. Organic inscriptions to create a being that won't conflict with my darkness once turned into a blood companion, Noah thought as he closed the tome containing the automaton's notes. Basically, a chimera. The divine deduction technique was already working at full speed as Noah pondered about the matter. He had already stepped on the organic inscriptions field when he created the living weapons, but that project would require an entirely different level of expertise. Noah would need to build an entire body that could use his darkness as a fuel. Also, the beast core for such a creature would be extremely complex to create since the will of a random beast would just endanger the entire project. In the end, Noah would still need to perform the procedure for the creation of a blood companion on the creature, which meant that he would have to kill his creation. Troublesome indeed, Noah thought in the silence of his cave, but possible nonetheless. I just don't know if it's worth just for something that I will change every time I experience a breakthrough with my sea of consciousness. There was another doubt that lingered in his mind. Creating a chimera would be a clear expression of his individuality. Yet, he couldn't help but think if such a project would have more chances to succeed if he had access to his higher energy. As he lost himself in his thoughts, a message reached his mental sphere, and Noah decided to put a hold to his meditation to head out of his cave. He reached for one of the luxurious tents in the encampment and was surprised to find Faith calmly drinking some wine inside. She wasn't alone. Daniel was in a corner, staring at her with a curious gaze, while Elder Austin was sitting near her. "I was saying," Elder Austin said before clearing his throat when he saw Noah entering the tent, "fire isn't always violent. It can flow as if it was a river ready to burst out of an underground canal. Our elements have a lot in common, but the general opinion of the current experts puts them on opposite sides." Noah had never seen Elder Austin speaking so much about the fire element, but it wasn't hard to understand the reason behind that strange behavior. The elder sat straight as if he wanted to appear more manly to Faith, who was simply replying to him with her enchanting smiles. The jug of wine on the mat was one of those retrieved in the mortal palace, and its aroma had a calming effect on the minds of those smelling it. Even Noah felt more relaxed as that scent entered his nostrils. It was more than evident that Elder Austin was trying to hit on Faith. "You wanted to see me, right?" Noah said as he went for the jug and filled a cup before sitting on one of the available couches. "Yes, I've meant to come sooner, but the elders wanted to make sure that I could put up a fight even if I've just become a complete rank 5 cultivator," Faith said. "Then that poison came, and my body had a strange reaction to it. My pores started to secrete smelly pus, which seemed even infective. They sent me away from the tent until I managed to put the disease under control." Elder Austin cleared his throat again when he heard those words and suddenly stood up. "Elder Julia just contacted me. Let's do this again," he said before leaving the tent. Noah didn't know Faith as well as June, but he had spent 15 years with her in the wilderness. She was childish, but she was far from stupid, especially when it came to handling men. When he turned to look at her, Faith winked at him and poured another cup of wine for herself. It had already been more than 30 years since they had last seen each other, and Noah appreciated what she did for June. "How is she?" Noah asked at some point. "In perfect shape," Faith exclaimed. That dual cultivation did wonders. Noah was a bit taken aback when he heard Faith's words. He knew that she and June talked about many things, but he didn't expect her to mention the dual cultivation right away. The memories of the week spent helping June with her higher energy appeared in his mind, and his eagerness to hold her resurfaced stronger than ever. He suddenly missed their long cohabitation in the separate dimension and the possibility to be with her whenever he wanted. Yet, that wasn't the right time to expose their relationship. Noah could only suppress his longing and learn about his lover from Faith. "You are as curious as ever," Noah said. "I bet you asked for the details too." "Of course," Faith replied while revealing a bright smile. "You should have seen her. She was so shy whenever she talked about it. I didn't think you could have held back for so long with her in that state." At her words, Noah understood that she probably knew every intimate detail about his relationship with June. Yet that fact didn't bother him. If June had decided to tell her that, it meant that Faith was worthy of her trust. Noah shrugged his shoulders as he suppressed his instincts and spoke. "I love her, and she needed my help." Faith's smile widened at his words, but she felt a bit disappointed to see that Noah didn't show any trace of shyness when he said that. His expression remained relaxed and aloof. There was someone in the room that didn't take his words so lightly. Daniel was calmly sipping his wine when he heard the word, love, coming out of Noah's mouth. The surprise almost made him spit the wine back in his cup, and the coughing that followed claimed the attention of the other two cultivators on the room. He couldn't believe his ears. Noah Bulvin, the bane of the Elbas family, the lone cultivator that had fooled the big nations, the monster that unleashed destruction wherever he went, had said to love someone. What surprised Daniel the most was that Noah didn't flinch when he gave voice to those words. He made it appear as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Daniel began to speak, but he had to gulp the remaining wine in his throat before continuing. Do you have a lover? For some reason, he felt that he needed to know the answer to that question. Noah stared at Daniel with a cold expression. In his mind, he was trying to understand if he could trust him with that information. Yet Noah soon dismissed his doubts. Daniel was the cultivator that had the most to lose inside the hive. The very survival of his family depended on how he behaved. Also, the oath that bound him was quite strict. There was virtually no chance that he could expose some of the internal matters of the hive even if he wanted to. Of course he has. Faith intervened before Noah could say anything. They are perfect for each other. And they are so cute when they become intimate. Faith covered her mouth to hide her strange smile, and she pretended to know nothing when Noah shot a cold glance at her. Daniel could see how the two of them appeared quite close. They didn't act as the talents of two different organizations. When he linked Faith's words to that behavior, Daniel started to wonder whether her relationship with Noah was more than just friendly. However, Noah understood that Daniel was having strange thoughts and decided to clarify the situation. We are just friends. My lover happens to like her, and I have to hang with her when she decides to visit me. Precisely, Faith added as she patted Noah's shoulder. Also, June would kill me if I tried anything, and I mean it. I even think that she can beat me now. When Faith mentioned June, everything clicked inside Daniel's mind. He wasn't ignorant when it came to the noble families that had joined the royals in the past. After all, the cause gathered many pieces of information back then, and the Elbas family didn't hide its social activities. Instead, the royals would often announce specific fusions with other noble families to improve their image in front of their underlings. They wanted to show how their power continued to grow even if they were already at the peak of the Nation. Yet, as far as he remembered, June Balor was the most grumpy and unapproachable talent of his generation. Many called her a battle maniac, and she spent most of her time training in seclusion or during the secret missions of the Elbas family. Daniel could even understand how Noah and June managed to see each other. He knew about the existence of the separate dimension, and he was aware that it was almost impossible to track. However, he was still surprised that such peculiar characters had ultimately ended up together. Also, there was a grave doubt that screamed to come out of his mind. Why did you accept to feel love? Daniel asked as he wore an incredulous expression. Why you of all of us have chosen to focus on something unrelated to the cultivation journey. Noah's growth had inspired Daniel to forsake every irrelevant matter in his journey toward the peak of the cultivation world. His individuality had become a light capable of purifying the life itself of all its useless aspects. Nevertheless, Noah had taken the opposite direction and was accepting things in his life that didn't strictly involve his cultivation. Of course, Daniel couldn't possibly know that Noah didn't have much choice on the matter. His feelings had fused with instincts after his body reached the 5th rank, and seeing June again forced him to decide whether to pursue what he wanted or suppress himself. He ended up with June after that, and she had become a core part of his creation as their relationship evolved. I didn't lose focus, Noah said as he refilled his cup. I've simply become strong enough to enjoy a few things. That was the truth. Power had always been the priority in Noah's mind. Yet, as his level increased and through Elder Julia's advice, he had learnt to appreciate other parts of his life. But Daniel didn't seem convinced by the answer and continued with his questions. You are on a different level. What will happen when you leave her behind? Noah revealed a complicated smile and gave voice to soft words as June's figure appeared in his mind. June is strong. It will be up to her to follow me once I go away. I will only keep her spot empty because I know that she will reach me. Daniel couldn't understand him completely, but Faith stepped in the conversation when she saw his confusion. You can't purify your way to the sky. You'll end up with nothing if you keep on throwing away parts of you. Faith had seen how Daniel used his light to purify the wine and guessed the nature of his individuality. That had been quite easy for her since her individuality used to have similar features. Her peace was something that she enforced by keeping away anything that could disrupt it. Yet, her foundation would have been empty if she had continued to pursue that path. The opposite would happen to Daniel if he kept on pursuing his endless purification. His individuality would just become nothing at some point. Daniel's eyes widened at her words. He understood what she was saying, and he managed to spot a fatal flaw on his path thanks to the insights gained in that short conversation. I need to preserve a core that I can't afford to lose, Daniel said as he turned his head to stare at the wall. That is what I have to purify to its apex. My willpower must reach a new form. Noah had already started to ignore Daniel since he was clearly in the middle of a revelation. Faith soon lost interest too, and resumed her conversation with Noah. The two of them spoke mostly about June and the state of the war. It turned out that June's centers of power still needed time to adapt to her higher energy. It was something revolutionary for her perfect circuit, especially since it allowed her to break the limits of her perpetual formations. Noah could only imagine her struggles. The biggest war of the last centuries was happening right in front of her eyes, and she wasn't in the condition to join it. Also, she would have to hold back even if she did participate in the battles. The matter concerning the higher energies was something exclusive of the Elbas family, and Noah didn't know who else had that research. So, June couldn't create a credible justification for her new power if she was to reveal it. The only connection would be Noah, which meant that she would expose her relationship with him. As for the war, Faith revealed that even the council was worried about the existence of a trap hidden somewhere in the Empire's domain. The behavior of the defenders was too obvious. They were slowly preparing the field for a significant event that would happen in an unknown place and at an unclear time. The invaders could only approach every battle carefully and develop as many countermeasures as they could as they advanced. The next battle should be in a wasteland near the Divine Steel, Faith said as she analyzed a simple map of the new continent. Our forces want to corner the Empire in this forest or near these series of rivers. The final decision on this matter will arrive after we win the next fight. Faith didn't even consider the possibility that the Empire could win. Hers wasn't arrogance nor stupidity. It was a simple conclusion reached after observing the two armies clash. Even if the troops of the Empire were preserving their power, the invaders were too numerous. The defensive measures couldn't block them due to the impressive knowledge of the Elbas family, and the Council could create intricate battle formations that prevented most of the Empire's protection. It didn't matter if the Empire was playing defensively and kept on weakening the enemy's army. It would still be at a disadvantage in that war. After all, the three powerhouses would arrive once God's left hand felt forced to join the battlefield, and that would put an end to her dreams of following the Almighty in the Immortal lands. Noah nodded at her words. The strategy of the Council was good, and it would give to the invading army some control over the trend of the war. Once the wasteland, the rivers, and the forest are taken, Noah said, the Empire will be officially outside of the new continent. That would be an incredible achievement for the three forces. Kicking the organization that had been at the top of those mortal lands outside of the most valuable continent in the world would quicken its decline. Faith eventually stood up when they had exhausted their topics. It was time for her to return to the tents of the Council and check the status of the injured to see how long it would take for the war to resume. Yet, when she was about to leave, Daniel stood up and performed a polite bow before giving voice to a peculiar question. Miss Vigny, why is the sunlight deciding to shine around your figure? Both Noah and Faith felt surprised by that sudden question. However, Daniel appeared particularly serious at that moment. It seemed that his curiosity toward Faith wasn't related to her beauty. Instead, he was interested in the behavior that the light assumed when it came in contact with her aura. He was probably trying to expand his knowledge for what concerned the laws of the light element, which was something that every heroic cultivator had to do with their respective element once reached a certain level. After all, the individuality had to lead to the world of the laws at some point. Seeing his seriousness, Faith decided to answer without revealing too much of her individuality. It doesn't decide. I create the conditions to make it shine more. Daniel mumbled for a few seconds before performing another bow and sitting back in his corner. Then he closed his eyes and started to meditate. He is peculiar too, Faith said as she glanced at Daniel before moving her gaze on Noah. Maybe it's just your influence. A single mistake can create a chain reaction in a program, Noah replied as he walked past her to exit the tent. Who knows? It might cause the complete failure of the system. Faith didn't understand the meaning behind his words completely, but she could see how Noah's consciousness had blurred for a few seconds before returning to its usual form. It was as if his mental waves had surpassed some invisible barrier when he spoke and returned to their typical composition when the silence returned. Noah returned to his cave at that point. It would take a while for all the heroic assets of the army to heal, so he had time to train and solve some of his immediate issues. That first one and easiest to fix was the power of his mental sphere. Noah didn't remain in his cave for long. He soon joined the clearing parties that usually prepared an environment for the passage of the weaker troops. The clearing parties often targeted areas full of magical beasts in the fourth rank. But Noah didn't care about those weaklings. He needed powerful creatures to enhance his mental sphere and give him enough nutrients for his body. The breakthrough for the upper tier was nearing, and his mind was still on the process of enlarging. However, it would be only a matter of years before his body advanced. Noah spent his time training and hunting with the clearing teams while the injured troops focused on healing. The walls of his mind were incredibly sturdy after the various projects and struggles that Noah had gone through. That made him able to use the devouring properties of his mental energy again without worrying about negative consequences. The hunting team mostly focused on the rank for magical beasts living on the path that the human troops would have to trail, but those beings were too weak for Noah's requirements. He needed wills capable of enlarging his mental sphere, and he also wanted to push his body toward the peak of the middle tier in the process. So, he usually left the hunting teams alone whenever they reached a danger zone and went looking for prey that met his requirements. The 4 organizations had colonized and cleared large areas of the new continent, but there were always territories that were too troublesome to make habitable. The poisonous swamp was an example of that. The Empire had freed only a small part of that territory from the presence of magical beasts to place the castle and the formation that controlled the toxic water. Yet, the rest of that region was still filled by poisonous creatures that were too annoying to face as humans. Luckily for Noah, his hybrid status made him particularly resistant to those poisonous properties, which allowed him able to hunt freely in those areas. The hunting team's targets were the poisonous swamp and the mountain chain with the divine steel in their missions. It was enough for them to create a safe passage, but Noah's presence allowed them to scare away entire packs without even lifting a finger. Noah would release a growl when he reached those areas before leaving to search for the powerful beings hidden somewhere in those regions. His roars scared away most packs, which made the missions of the hunting teams far easier. It wasn't easy to find a satisfying number of rank 5 magical beasts, but the new continent was still something belonging to the immortal lands. In that environment rich of breath, powerful creatures would often take control of large and isolated areas. The mountain chain didn't have many creatures on that level. Noah could only find 2 rank 5 magical beasts in the lower tier during his missions with the hunting teams. That wasn't surprising. The mountain chain had traces left by divine beings, which had pushed the Empire to clear that region multiple times, leading to a scarcity of packs that met Noah's standards. The poisonous swamp, instead, reserved more surprises. The Empire had barely touched that territory. That vast area had remained in a wild state since the fall of the continent from the higher plane. Noah could find 4 rank 5 magical beasts in the lower tier as he explored the swamp and 2 of them in the middle tier. There was even a danger zone in one of the areas where the water became more profound, which was densely populated by creatures on that level. However, Noah felt forced to ignore that part of the swamp since his instincts started to scream whenever he neared it. That sort of danger was something that only a being in the last stage of the heroic ranks could cause. There was a rank 6 danger zone inside that toxic environment. Noah noted that location in his mind. He had done the same whenever he found traces of rank 6 magical beasts, since he would need them once his body reached that level. He knew that the requirements of his body could only increase as his rank rose. After all, it had taken him more than 40 years to start to feel the arrival of the breakthrough, even if he had eaten powerful creatures all the time. Yet, even if he had 2 worlds where he could hunt almost freely, Noah knew that he would have to explore the depths of the sea at some point. That environment was too rich of powerful beasts to ignore it. Noah performed the body inscription spell on his prey, and let the properties of his mental energy devour the wills of the beasts that appeared inside his mind. Then he ate the maimed corpses to nourish his body. His mind gained weeks of training every time his mental energy ate those wills, and his body neared the limits of the middle tier as he fed on the flesh of those creatures. His dantian also improved at an incredible speed when he trained. It was clear that the war had brought immense benefits even to that organ. 6 months had to pass before all the injured cultivators became able to fight again, and the leaders of the 3 factions didn't hesitate to order another attack at that point. The troops spread through the new continent gathered on the northeastern coast, near the encampment around the Divine Steel. They marched toward the wasteland situated at the end of that coastline when everything was ready. The Empire was waiting for them. Its observers had noticed the arrival on the enemy army since it left the encampment, and the defending troops had always been ready for the deployment. It was impossible to catch the Empire unprepared, especially since it was on edge all the time. The army of the invaders attacked without hesitation and faced the usual defensive measures that they had already seen in the other territories. In that area, the Empire didn't manage to exploit the lifeforms to its advantage, so the protections were relatively weaker. Yet, there were chained hybrids in that territory, which made the battle somewhat hard to win without losing some assets. Also, it was almost impossible not to lose heroic cultivators when the Empire was so focused on increasing the number of casualties on the enemy's side. Noah couldn't go after the hybrids even if he wanted. Icy Stare kept him locked in a harsh battle that he didn't know how to win. Her centers of power were on a higher level even if they were still in the same ranks and stages as Noah's, and her battle style was incredible. Icy Stare would send various figures made of ice toward Noah while she kept on increasing the area of the sky that she could affect. Noah saw his opponent's offensive becoming harsher as the air around him froze and gave birth to different shapes, but his mind was too busy for him to worry about that. He had activated the divine deduction technique since the beginning of the fight, but he was using it to find flaws in Icy Stare's battle style. He would have been satisfied even if he found a sort of habit of her as long as he could exploit it. However, Icy Stare was perfect. She never repeated the same action twice, and she even had an exceptional understanding of her power. Of course, Noah had tried to find a solution during the months spent hunting, but his meditations led to no answers. Icy Stare was just stronger than him. With the black hole spell almost ineffective against Icy Stare spells, Noah had a hard time creating a strategy that could allow him to defeat her. He lacked the means to gain the advantage in that fight. Of course, Noah had known that since his last battle with her. Still, he had chosen to fight her again to gain an idea of how to improve his combat style further. Truth to be told, his disadvantage came mostly from the difference of power between their centers of power. Noah had been in the 5th rank for a little more than 40 years, and he had only spent a part of them training since he had advanced without a suitable cultivation technique. The fact that his darkness allowed him to match an expert at the peak of the gaseous stage was already an incredible feat, even if part of the merit had to go to his hybrid status. Yet, Noah had never been satisfied with his current power and always desired more. The power of his darkness didn't make up for the weaknesses of his combat style. He lacked attacks that could match the power of the second form of his martial art, a type of offensive that only a hybrid could be capable of performing. Nevertheless, creating or modifying spells and fusing them with martial arts was a long process that Noah couldn't start during that war. He didn't have enough time to immerse himself in another series of experiments. Also, his instincts told him that he had to focus on the creation of his higher energy before concentrating on other projects. Having access to that new fuel would give Noah more possibilities to create a suitable offensive. It would even make him understand what it was capable of improving. The creation of something so powerful would require time and experience in the field, together with a detailed plan. King Elba's research said that darkness and light cultivators didn't have only one way to create higher energy, but that lack of guidelines only increased the amount of work that Noah had to do in that project. It had been quite straightforward with June since King Elba's had explained what type of procedure the lightning element had to go through to evolve. However, she had still spent a lot of time preparing and studying the inscription methods that had allowed her to complete the evolution of her breath. Instead, Noah would have to start from scratch, knowing only that it was possible to create something similar even with his rare aptitude. Nevertheless, if he succeeded, he would be virtually unbeatable against beings on the same level. After all, his darkness was already incredibly strong, and he couldn't wait to see how powerful he would become if he created a form of energy with his breath as its basis. The battle against Icy Stare continued for a while. Noah would take a few hits from time to gain enough space to launch his more potent attack. However, Icy Stare performed an evasive maneuver every time she saw him enduring her spells with his body. There were clear limits to Noah's simple combat style, and any expert in the 5th rank that he couldn't overwhelm with his sheer power would understand them in a few exchanges. After that, it was almost impossible for Noah to hit them. A powerful blood companion would be beneficial here, Noah thought as he pushed his limits to block the barrage of spells coming at him. He had almost stopped attacking at that point and was mainly focusing on defending. The saber-shaped runes protectively flew around him and clashed with the countless figures made of ice that shot toward him. His ghostly sabers swarmed the area, looking for the expert that was freezing the sky around him. His demonic sword launched black lines every time Noah swung it, and his demonic form had long since created a massive black cloud that surrounded him. He didn't activate the black hole spell at that time since its effects were underwhelming against that opponent. Yet, that wasn't enough to compensate for the consumption of mental energy of the divine deduction technique. Noah didn't dare to deactivate it. The reason why his defenses were able to hold on for so long was the enhanced speed of his thoughts that allowed him to find the best way to deal with the enemy's spells in fractions of instants. That battle didn't have a victor or a defeated. The troops of the Empire decided to retreat soon, and Icy Stare disappeared in the middle of her offensive. Noah broke apart the layer of ice around him when his opponent's attacks stopped and analyzed the battlefield to see how much they had lost. It turned out that the Empire didn't manage to be as effective as the last time. The invading troops had attacked with a newfound carefulness and were more inclined to engage in multiple battles rather than risk the lives of the heroic assets. That approach put the Empire in an unfavorable spot, especially since the defensive measures in that territory were quite basic, and the three forces had already found a way to deal with them. Both armies had seen casualties happening among the human cultivators and the experts in the 4th rank. Still, the invading troops forced their enemies to retreat thanks to their higher numbers and conquered that territory in just one battle. Noah didn't feel in the mood to celebrate. It had never happened to him to lose against someone that was at his same level. Of course, he didn't really lose. Still, he couldn't see a way to beat her unless he added more techniques to his arsenal and improved his battle style, and that was a loss for him. A familiar voice suddenly resounded from behind him. I never thought I'd see that expression on the great Noah Bulvin. Noah's mind became calm when that voice resounded in his mind. He turned only to see his lover staring at him with an arrogant expression. I didn't know that the Elbas family brought newbies to its wars, Noah said as he showed a cold smile toward June. The coldness radiated from his entire figure was enough to convince everyone on the battlefield that he wouldn't hesitate to kill June if the situation required it. However, June could only feel warm at that sight. Orange sparks would run through June's body from time to time. Noah inspected them with the divine deduction technique and couldn't find any difference from the usual breath of the lightning element that a rank 5 cultivator should have. It seemed that June had managed to cover her power well, and that fact could only reassure Noah. Humph! June snorted before adding a few words. It's a pity that we are on the same side. Then, she left to join the higher-ups of the Elbas family that welcomed her with broad smiles. It became clear to everyone that June Balor was entering the war. The wasteland didn't have many resources, and the Empire had made sure to empty its buildings before the battle. The only real gains of the invaders were the same region and the contents of the space rings of the fallen. Still, the leaders of the factions would divide them privately. Wars were usually harmful to both the attacking and defending sides, and it was possible to determine how worth that effort was only years after the battles were over. For now, the three organizations had only gained some random resources and a large amount of land. Of course, their primary interest was to weaken the empire, so they didn't care too much about their temporary losses. Yet, the overall number of cultivators in the world was decreasing at high speed due to those fights. The crisis that those mortal lands were waiting for had finally arrived. The greed of the cultivators had been the cause of that trend. Similar events had repeated themselves across the millennia, as if in a constant cycle of growth and mutual destruction. The various organizations of the world would increase their number of cultivators until those territories became too crowded, and they felt the need to expand. In the current political system, the war had begun due to the sudden weakness of the strongest organization. The invading forces aimed to put the empire in a situation where it had to surrender all its resources and swear ponderous oaths that enforced its cooperation. After all, it would be pointless to defeat the empire if it ended up destroying all its riches just to hurt the winners. Since there hadn't been many injured in the battle over the wasteland, the invaders resumed their assault reasonably soon. After only a month of rest and analysis of the remaining territories of the empire, the army of the three forces marched toward a region filled by small rivers. That region was more open compared to the forest next to it, so it would be easier for the invaders to spot eventual traps and similar. They were choosing to take care of the territory that appeared easier to conquest first. The army of the empire was waiting for them as usual, but its troops didn't have the same stern expressions that they had at the beginning of the invasion. They looked tired and dispirited, as if they knew that they were about to lose again on that day. Of course, the cultivators on the invading side didn't let that scene affect their judgment and charged ahead just as they did in all the previous battles. The two armies clashed in a matter of seconds, and the empire resorted to its usual defensive measures to contain its losses and make up for their fewer assets. The formations in place there created the blue pillars and the shadows, but they didn't add any new defense. Only the human cultivators saw the defending troops making use of the environment to their advantage. Large packs of rank 4 swarming piranha filled the rivers, and most heroic cultivators would die if they happened to fall inside them. It was needless to say what happened to the human troops that stepped inside those waters. Their entire bodies vanished before they could even scream in pain. However, those magical beasts were too wild to turn them into a weapon against the experts in the heroic ranks. So the battles on the sky saw only cultivators fighting in groups of various numbers. Only a few experts dared to dive into 1-versus-1 battles among those messy fights. June was one of them. She had finally managed to keep in check her higher energy and reveal only normal breath in the 5th rank, so she could fight without worrying too much about exposing her strength and relationship. Yet, her power appeared quite underwhelming when she faced a rank 5 cultivator of the Empire. She was a newly advanced cultivator when she used the regular breath. After all her centers of power had become used to the higher energy by then. She had made it a core part of her strength. June struggled as she fought against the waves of blue flames launched by her opponent. She gritted her teeth and relied on the perpetual formations to increase the output of energy her center of power, but that wasn't enough to match the fire coming at her. If Noah were to watch her during the battle, he would know that she was considering to forsake any pretense and unleash her real power. However, she held on and kept on fighting with her normal breath. When that wasn't enough to face her opponent anymore, she retreated to join one of the groups of the Elbas family. The royals showed understanding smiles at her decision. It was only normal for someone who had been in the 5th rank for only a few decades to be unable to match other experts. In their eyes, her decision to retreat was a mature acceptance of her limits. June could only ignore those smiles. Her mood was quite bad since she couldn't have the battle that she had desired for so long. Yet, she had to hold back to preserve what was important to her. Also, she knew that being in a relationship with Noah would inevitably force her to fight the best cultivators of that world. She would eventually vent her battle intent. As for Noah, the army of ice figures entangled him in a battle once again. Truth to be told, Noah didn't want to fight Icy Stare at that time. He had understood part of his weaknesses and accepted that he couldn't defeat her, so he desired to approach different experts now. However, Icy Stare seemed set on fighting him, even if she wasn't able to inflict critical injuries due to his tight defense. Noah didn't understand the reason behind her fixation on him, but he went along with the battle since he had no intention to retreat. Even in a fight that he couldn't win, he would still express his individuality to its fullest. Icy Stare didn't keep her intentions a secret. When the troops of the Empire started to retreat, and the figures made of ice stopped attacking, Noah heard her voice echoing in the area. "You are too troublesome to roam freely. I'll make you spend the rest of the war inside my ice." Then, she left along with the rest of the defenders, leaving Noah in the middle of what seemed to be a cage made of ice. Noah didn't answer her. He rarely spoke during a battle, and he had no interest in shouting after someone that was leaving. Yet, his aura was so sharp that the simple movement of his eyes shattered parts of the frozen sky around him. It had been a long time since someone had tried to cage him, but he wasn't the human cultivators in need of teachings anymore. Now, he was a monster that she shouldn't have provoked. The army of the invaders didn't lose much in that battle. Only the human troops had suffered due to the swarming piranha, but the heroic cultivators were mostly fine. Also, the Empire only had one region left in its domain in the new continent. The three organizations were about to kick it out of the best territories in that world. However, Noah didn't care about any of that. The inscriptions of the divine deduction technique still shone inside his mind and consumed his mental energy to accelerate his thoughts. Countless ideas surged and vanished in fractions of instants as Noah reviewed his battles against Icy Stare. He had already decided that his many projects would have to wait for him to create higher energy. Still, Icy Stare wanted to put him in a cage, and he wasn't going to let it happen. The Empire was one step away from losing any claim over the new continent, but that didn't mean that the last battle would be easy. Instead, there was a high chance that the invading troops would have to struggle to conquer it. The three organizations would take their time to prepare a thorough plan and gather more troops, and Noah guessed that they would need about 6 months. That period was too short to increase his power substantially, and he would have to spend some years in hibernation if he forced the breakthrough of his body. Yet, Noah didn't need any extreme improvement. He just wanted to obtain something that could surprise his opponent. Creating martial arts was an option, but their power would be underwhelming if he didn't fuse them with suitable spells. A living weapon could give him access to a new type of attack, but he knew that it would face the same rejections of the blood companions. The truth was that cultivators wouldn't even think of creating something that made them capable of winning against an expert that was clearly above them. When they added only a few months to work with, such a project became even more unreasonable. Being labeled as troublesome by an expert such as Icy Stare would even flatter them if they were in Noah's situation. After all, he had been a rank 5 cultivator for a little more than 40 years, but he had already gained the recognition of the old monsters. However, Noah was different. The sole idea that the Empire could think about caging him with a stronger opponent made his instincts scream in anger. His mind then turned those instincts in feelings that his aura expressed by radiating sharp destruction in the environment. It was hard not to notice him. His mental waves were so dense that every heroic cultivator on the scene sensed them. June stared at him with a cold expression, but she felt worried inside. She had already seen that expression on Noah's face many times in the past. It was the expression that he made when he was about to make something reckless to gain power faster. The situation seemed even quite serious since Noah didn't try to sneak a peek at her when he turned toward the other elders of the hive. It was as if his whole being was set on an issue that he needed to solve. Noah turned toward the elders in the 5th rank and searched for a specific cultivator among them. He found Daniel in the back of a group led by Elder Justin, and he appeared fine except for the apparent tiredness that filled him. Daniel saw Noah taking calm steps toward him, and a chill ran down his spine when he looked at his eyes. The sight of Noah's vertical pupils gave birth to an instinctive fear inside him. Yet, when he reached him, Noah gave voice to words that Daniel would have never expected to hear. "I need your light." The armies returned in the territory with the divine steel and prepared for the final battle in the new continent. The Elbas family started to hand its ointment to the human troops of all factions and tried to improve the countermeasures for the defensive formations showed by the Empire. The elders of the council practiced with the battle formations and shared specific strategies with the allied forces to improve their cooperation on the battlefield. As for the Hive, it just reviewed the equipment of its heroic assets and made changes whenever cultivators showed improvements in their control over the living weapons. There were many of them still restricted in the inventories in the separate dimension, and most of them had a conscious beast core since they were the hardest to submit. However, the elders in the 4th rank that had survived through those battles had steeled their will and were ready to handle more complex and powerful weapons. The only issue was that they had only a few months to tame them and change their combat style to make use of their new asset. On the other hand, Noah and Daniel had disappeared somewhere underground and didn't resurface at all during those months of preparation. Faith had initially wanted to visit Noah during that period, and she had even proposed plans to sneak June into his quarters when she went to her tent. Yet, June had refused her offers, explaining with vague words that Noah wouldn't have been available until after the final battle. In the end, it took 7 months for everything to be ready, and the army of the 3 factions set off at that point to march toward the last territory of the new continent controlled by the Empire. Noah and Daniel had resurfaced only a week before, but their centers of power didn't show any difference after that seclusion. The only thing that had changed was that Daniel looked far thinner than before, as if he had exhausted himself in that period. 1 week of rest, though, had been enough to make him recover part of his healthy appearance, and he showed no hesitation as he flew toward the battlefield among the other elders in the 5th rank. The army soon reached a thick forest that spread for the entirety of that region and blocked the view of the ground. The Empire had probably added some features on those trees too, since they were able to stop mental waves from inspecting the terrain. The troops of the Empire were waiting for the invaders and didn't show any emotion when they saw them charging at them. Even those powerful battle cries weren't enough to make them take a step back. Noah soon found himself surrounded by familiar ice constructs. Icy Stare hadn't even waited for him to reach the enemy lines before unleashing her offensive on him. Noah activated his usual set of spells and the divine deduction technique. His shape morphed into a scaled fiendish figure, and a sea of saber-shaped runes came out of his palm to fly around him. Icy Stare had long since become used to his combat style and began to fly around him to freeze multiple parts of the sky. Yet, when Noah opened his mouth, the world around her lost its light. The cursed dragons were a species of magical beasts that heaven and earth had punished due to the limitless potential of their flames. Noah had inherited that ability when he fused with one of their specimens, but he didn't rely too much on his fire since he often had stronger attacks available. It merely was a matter of energies. The primary energy contained inside Noah's lungs fueled the flames and made them a powerful tool that he could use repeatedly. Still, they didn't match the might of his martial arts. Noah would use his breath, his inscribed weapons, and his physical strength when executing his forms. The sheer power of his lungs couldn't match the energy released when he made use of all the tools of a cultivator. His fire wasn't weak. It merely appeared limited when compared to all the abilities that a hybrid could wield. However, it was still an ability that could break the fairness imposed by heaven and earth, and, as such, Noah had always valued it a lot. Its power could even surpass the level of his body, but it still increased alongside it. The requirements of his lungs weren't even harsh. Noah would autonomously absorb the light around him and redirect it to the organs that produced the flames. Yet, that didn't mean that there weren't ways to quicken their growth. During the 7 months spent underground, Noah had asked Daniel to radiate his light so that he could bathe inside it. That created a training area where his lungs could absorb one of the purest lights available in the world. It was needless to say that his lungs had surpassed the level of his body in that period. They had become able to produce flames that only rank 5 magical beasts in the upper tier could create. Also, since they were only an isolated body part, Noah didn't need to go through the usual hibernation to claim that power. Of course, that tilted the harmony that he had reached when he transformed in the other mortal lands, but his body was already nearing the upper tier, so that wasn't a significant issue. His long sleep would reestablish the synchrony that he had chosen to lose to obtain that increase of power. Icy Stare's vision went dark for an instant, but she didn't lose her focus due to that sudden event. She could understand what was happening around her through her consciousness and connection to her spells. The frozen figures between her and Noah melted, and even the area of the sky that she had turned into ice became nothing more than air during that short instant of blindness. An extreme danger filled her mind too at that moment, and she instinctively retreated to escape from the incoming mass of destruction that was nearing her position at high speed. The light returned to her world soon, and her eyes could finally see the fiendish figure pouncing at her with his swords raised. It didn't take her much to understand that she couldn't avoid a direct clash. Icy Stare summoned all her power to freeze the area around her. She created a series of constructs that stood between her and her opponent in a defensive stance. Yet, Noah stopped, and for additional arms rose from his scaled armor to wield the copies of the demonic sword that he had generated during his charge. The dangerous sensation inside Icy Stare's mind only intensified at that sight, and she promptly detonated her construct to weaken the power of the attack that was about to appear. She even used her remaining ice to build a protective wall that would block the shockwaves released during the explosion. A loud noise echoed through the battlefield as shards of ice shot in every direction. The shockwaves that spread from the epicenter of the detonation also dispersed part of the black cloud, revealing Noah's figure. Nevertheless, they didn't manage to stop his attack. An empty space appeared between Noah and Icy Stare as he slashed downward. All the shards in that path vanished as if they had never been there in the first place. The wall in front of the expert of the Empire couldn't block the attack either, and a large, vertical fissure divided it into two parts before reducing its structure to simple shards. A long cut appeared on Icy Stare. The wound ran from her shoulder to her left foot, digging deep into her muscles. A layer of ice soon appeared on her injury and stopped the massive amount of blood that was about to leave her body. Icy Stares gulped a mouthful of blood that had tried to climb her throat and retreated. She knew far too well that her last attack hadn't been enough to stop the monster on the other side of the shards. As if answering to her reaction, Noah charged through the shards floating in the sky and flew toward her. The maws of his fiendish figure were wide open as he pressed forward, and a thin gray smoke came out of them before being consumed by the dark gas released by the demonic form. Icy Stare's timing had been perfect. In normal circumstances, Noah wouldn't have been able to reach her, which would have given her time to prepare a countermeasure to his new attack. However, Noah's flames now had the power of a rank 5 creature in the upper tier. Icy Stare's vision became dark again before a burning sensation enveloped her skin. She felt her body burn in the middle of an intense fire that reopened her last injury too. Ice quickly formed above her skin to defend against that heat, but even her defensive spell didn't seem able to block that heat. The protective layer of ice melted before her body returned to burn. The light returned to the world once again, and Icy Stare could see that the faint shapes of white flames were burning on top of her skin, leaving hideous injuries in the process. She didn't have to analyze that fire to know that it was above her level. Steam started to come out from Icy Stare's body at that point. Wrinkles appeared on her charred skin as her pores released that foggy gas that pushed the flames away. At that moment, she realized that the flames weren't completely white. They were faint, almost ethereal, but they burned stronger than any other fire she had seen in her life. The flames dispersed, but her body had paid a heavy price. Icy Stare had suddenly become an elderly woman. Nevertheless, Noah hadn't stopped charging ahead while she was busy defending against his flames. Before she could even heave a sigh, Noah was already on top of her, slashing with the divided demonic sword. Noah severed his opponent in two and stretched his hand to reach for her dantian. Yet, a red halo enveloped the two bloody halves before he could touch them. The two bloody halves of Icy Stare's corpse started to morph as the red halo kept them floating in the sky. Their size grew, and a layer of gray hair appeared over her maimed robe. Noah instinctively took a step back. He had never seen anything like that, but he knew that the effect of some inscription. As he focused on the rest of the battlefield, he noticed that there were other areas where the same red halo had surrounded the corpses of the dead heroic cultivators of the Empire. The elders of the Hive and the Council were as confused as him at that sight. Yet, their eyes didn't linger too much on those events. They looked for the leader of the troops of the Elbas family. Andrew was aware of what was happening on the battlefield, but even he found it hard to hide his surprise. His expression was a mixture of curiosity, amazement, and greed as he stared at that red light. The gazes of his allies forced him to snap out of his thoughts. He had to the situation through the notebooks that the royals had spread among the troops. This is the Second Life formation. We can't win this time, but we must fight anyway, Andrew said. His explanation ended there, but the other higher-ups of the army had learnt to know him reasonably well in that period of battles. They knew that his knowledge was incredible when it came to inscriptions and that they should trust his judgment. Noah couldn't trust a member of the Elbas family, but he respected his expertise enough to do as he said. His attention, though, didn't leave the halved corpse of his opponent, which had transformed entirely in those seconds. Icy Stare's corpse had disappeared, and the maimed body of an ape-type magical beast had taken its place. The red halo began to vanish at that point, and Noah flew under it to grab the corpse when it started to fall. The two bloody halves of the ape's body landed in his arms when the effect of the inscription vanished, and Noah could finally analyze that creature. The ape had been cut in half, but what surprised Noah the most was that its skin had the same kind of injuries that he had inflicted on Icy Stare. Under the layer of hair, he saw signs of burn and aging that were a perfect copy of what his opponent had endured during the battle. What is even happening? Noah thought as he kept analyzing the beast. Countless ideas surged in his mind as he tried to understand the purpose of that inscription. The divine deduction technique was still active too, so it didn't take him much to come up with a few hypotheses. The trigger of the inscription is the death of a heroic cultivator, Noah thought as he gazed at the ground. The human cultivators of the Empire kept on fighting and dying under the assault of the invaders, but no red halo came for their corpses. According to the name given by Andrew, this should be a life-saving formation specifically meant for heroic cultivators. Noah concluded in his mind. Yet, not for all of them. Noah turned his eyes on the battlefield and noticed that the halo didn't engulf all the corpses of the enemy heroic cultivators. It seemed to reach only for half of them, which turned into ape-type creatures too before falling lifelessly toward the ground. The sole idea that something like that existed made Noah concerned. There were so many majestic and miraculous aspects of the inscription methods that he ignored completely. Yet, he knew that they had to respect the fairness imposed by heaven and earth, which meant the price to pay to save the lives of those heroic cultivators had to be enormous. What is the value of a cultivator in the 5th rank? Noah questioned himself as he looked toward the forest that covered his view of the ground. He was almost sure that an intricate formation was right there, but he couldn't be certain that it was connected to the red halo. Noah suppressed his thoughts after a few seconds. The war was still happening around him, and the Empire had just started to activate its defensive measures. The victory was not in sight. 3 blue pillars formed in the air and radiated their destructive light to push back the invading troops. Hundreds of shadows set off from the forest and joined the battles in the sky. Powerful hybrids came out of the terrain and roared as they flew toward the first target in the heroic ranks that they could find. The intensity of those defensive measures was on a completely different level compared to the others seen in the other territories. It was as if the Empire considered that region as its headquarters in the same was as the hive saw the forest of white woods. It wasn't a surprise. Each one of the 4 organizations had invested a lot in the first territories that they colonized, turning them into proper strongholds that were extremely hard to conquest. Only a series of attacks aimed to deplete the reserves of energy that fueled them could lead to a victory. The elders of the council used their battle formations to block the blue pillars, but they managed to prevent only 2 of them from affecting the environment. The last one unleashed its full might on the invading troops, injuring them and pushing them back. Only a couple of assets died in the process, but they had already been injured in the battles. All the others had reacted in time since they were used to that blue light by then. The shadows had never been a real issue in the other territories, but they were a real problem there. Facing hundreds of copies of heroic cultivators was hard even if those shadows could only perform the same attack over and over again. Also, there were still the other cultivators of the Empire to mind, so the invaders couldn't just take care of the shadows first. The hybrids were a problem too. There were far more of them compared to the battle on the mountain chain, even if there was the same number of specimens in the 5th rank. The invading force did their best to kill as many cultivators of the Empire as they could and deplete the resources used by the formations. Still, it quickly became apparent that they were slowly losing their positive trend in that battle. There were too many defenses to face, and some of them were a threat to rank 5 cultivators. Also, the fact that the red halo replaced some corpses of the defeated with apes made the invaders feel dejected about whether there was even a possibility to win. Because of those factors, no one felt surprised when Andrew, Elder Regina, and Elder Julia ordered a general retreat. The first battle for the last territory of the Empire in the new continent went on the defenders. The second life formation trades the life of powerful beings to save another one, Andrew Elbaz explained as the rank 5 cultivators of the 3 factions stood around him. It transfers the injuries suffered by cultivators to the designed sacrifices. It can even undo their deaths if they are willing to give up to part of their cultivation level and potential. Everyone listened to him while wearing complex expressions. Even the other experts of the Elbaz family felt conflicting emotions appearing inside them as they learnt about that miraculous inscription method. Noah could barely believe what he heard too. After all, Andrew was speaking of something akin to a resurrection. The cultivation world had created wonders, but a tool that allowed beings in the heroic ranks to avoid death even after being killed seemed too much. Yet, Andrew Elbaz had no doubts about the functioning of the second life formation. According to his words, it was a legendary inscription method that appeared only in myths dated more than 10,000 years. The powerhouses of the past knew about it and had tried to get their hands on that life-saving formation. Many rank 6 cultivators would be willing to sacrifice their millenary accumulation for the chance of cheating death, and some of them would even use their organizations as the price for their rebirth. The cultivators at the peak of the heroic ranks only had eyes for the sky and the higher plane behind it. There were many of them willing to do almost anything to survive the tribulations for the divine ranks. How do we counter it? Elder Julia asked as she broke the silence that had followed Andrew's explanation. The royal shook his head and replied without minding the hesitant expressions that had begun to appear on the experts around him. We can only keep fighting until the Empire consumes all its sacrifices. This is a divine formation. Ants like us can't break inscriptions at that level. The meeting ended a few minutes after that line, and the cultivators of the 3 forces returned to their habitations to prepare for what would be a war of attrition. With the tremendous defensive measures and the second life formation, that was the only option left to the invading forces. The blue pillars and the shadows used obsidian credits and other items capable of storing breath to work. They couldn't exhaust that resource since the Empire had accumulated riches for centuries. However, the hybrids and the second life formation were different. The invaders could force the Empire to a point where it couldn't make use of them anymore. The second battle for the last territory of the Empire in the new continent began 2 months after the first one. The cultivators on the defending side that had died the last time stood proudly among the other soldiers. Still, it was evident that their resurrection hadn't been entirely harmless. Noah stared at the distant icy stare. There were a few wrinkles on the exposed parts of her skin, and her hair had lost part of its bright golden color. There was even a faint mark on her forehead, precisely in the spot where Noah's attack had landed the last time. Also, she appeared weaker than before. Her cultivation level wasn't at the peak of the gaseous stage anymore, but it neared that limit. The other cultivators who had been resurrected showed similar features. They all had scars on their bodies, and their cultivation level was lower compared to the last time. Even with these drawbacks, Noah thought as he analyzed the enemy army, this is still an inscription able to resurrect heroic cultivators. The Hive had consulted 37 during the 2 months of preparation before that battle, but the automaton could only confirm the pieces of information conveyed by Andrew. There wasn't a way to break that miraculous inscription method without the help of someone that was at least half-step inside the divine ranks. Of course, the second life formation wasn't perfect. It would go against the fairness of heaven and earth otherwise. The version used by the Empire had other flaws too, which underlined the drawbacks of that inscription on that occasion. Yet, the cultivators of the Empire could always recover their previous level of power. The most important thing was to preserve their lives. The battle started, and the armies found themselves creating various battlefields where groups of cultivators fought against each other. Noah wanted to fight Icy Stare again. He didn't care that she knew about his flames now, since that 2 months weren't enough to come up with a countermeasure that targeted his powerful attack. Nevertheless, she completely ignored him and joined a group battle against the cultivators of the council. Noah found himself alone, without an opponent, in the middle of a battlefield. Various fights occurred around him, but no one had come specifically for him. Did they decide to leave me free to act as I want? Noah thought as a cold smirk appeared on his face. If the Empire gave him the possibility to fly freely among the battles, he would surely use that chance to get his hands on powerful dantions. However, roars suddenly echoed through the battlefield, and Noah understood why the Empire hadn't deigned itself to provide him with an opponent. 2 rank 5 hybrids flew toward him. They were a pair of sonic hawks with a body in the middle tier and other centers of power at the beginning of the 5th rank. They were 4 meters tall and had a series of brown feathers that started to reveal shades of red when they reached their heads. Also, they were almost identical, as if the cultivators that had transformed into those creatures had been twins. Of course, they had inscribed chains around their necks, but they didn't seem to hinder their flight. Noah didn't even have the time to curse before those creatures opened their beaks and released sharp sounds that forced him to focus his consciousness on his ears. He didn't dare to use his hands to hinder that noise because he knew the innate behavior of the sonic hawks. Something similar to an explosion resounded on the battlefield as the hybrids accelerated. Noah couldn't follow their movements at that point, but he raised his divided demonic sword anyway as a scaled armor began to cover him. Then, the world in that area lost its light for a brief instant. When the light returned, the 2 sonic hawks had already flown past Noah after leaving 2 grave injuries on his shoulders. However, some of their feathers had vanished. There were even burns on those that had remained attached to their bodies. Sonic hawks were famous for destabilizing their prey with sharp noises before resorting to a sudden acceleration meant to exploit that opening. That was the reason why Noah had decided to raise his living weapon to protect his vital organs before surrounding himself with his ethereal white flames. 2 cuts on his shoulders were noting if they allowed Noah to put his opponents in a worse position than him. He had never fought 2 rank 5 magical beasts at the same time, and the creatures facing him in that situation were even hybrids. Yet, for Noah, they were just food that he had to obtain. The only issue about fighting hybrids was that their physical might could rival his own. The fact that there were 2 of them with that power meant that the battle would be long and could lead to various injuries if he wasn't careful. Engaging in such a fight in the middle of a battlefield was dangerous for various reasons. After all, someone had already tried to ambush Noah once. However, he couldn't just give up on the possibility of obtaining those powerful corpses along with their dantions. Noah didn't activate the divine deduction technique. He knew how those creatures acted already, and he could handle the spells in their possession without enhancing his mind. Also, he had to preserve as much mental energy as he could in case someone tried to sneak up on him. He didn't hold back his other spells though. A sea of saber-shaped runes quickly surrounded him, and a black dot formed in his palm only to float upward to hover above his head. A series of ghostly sabers appeared around him too and pointed their tips at the sonic hawks that had already turned to face him. Trails of gray smoke came out of the fiendish mouth of his draconic helmet as he prepared his flames. Just the slight touch with his fire had made the 2 hawks lose a large number of feathers, which acted as protection in that species. A direct attack would probably cause a critical injury in those hybrids. The only issue was that they were too fast for him to land a direct hit with his flames. They had even survived the direct contact with them thanks to their fantastic acceleration. The sonic hawks released another cry, and Noah felt his consciousness struggling to maintain its focus on the 2 figures that had suddenly accelerated in his direction. The breath in their dantions had improved their innate ability so much that they could even affect Noah's mind. Yet, Noah had already raised his weapons and surrounded himself with his flames, ready to receive their attack and counterattack. The hawks flew past him, piercing the layer of flames and leaving 2 deep marks on the sides of his waist. Blood started to come out of his injuries, but Noah's attention had never moved from the chains that bound those hybrids to the fissures on the ground. As soon as he sensed the pain coming from his waist, He let go of his weapon and stretched his hand, tightening his grasp when he felt something metallic touching his fingers. Noah flew backward, pulled by the momentum of one of the hawks as he kept his hand on the chain linked to its neck. The speed that he reached in those short instants forced him to close his eyes, but his consciousness remained vigil. The sonic hawk understood that something was wrong when it sensed that its speed was decreasing, but a wave of flames suddenly enveloped it and forced its flight to a stop. With the inscribed chain held tightly in his grasp, Noah could aim his innate ability with high precision, and he didn't fail to hit the hybrid that had just become aware of his presence. A series of loud cries spread through the battlefield as the hawk screeched in pain. That noise claimed the attention of the other hybrid, which didn't hesitate to echo that sound and direct it to the human that had hurt its companion. Noah felt as if his eardrums were about to explode. The sound attacks of those creatures were almost unbearable when he was too close to them. Yet, he didn't let go of the chain and began to pull to put a stop to his target's flight. The hawk in the middle of the white flames never stopped screeching, and Noah felt as if blades were piercing the insides of his mental sphere as he endured those sounds. He wasn't in a position to cast any other ability at that moment, but he could control those that he had already created. The saber-shaped runes and the ghostly sabers shot toward the burning figure that was still struggling to escape from the force that was restraining it. The spells lost part of their power as they ventured through the flames, but they managed to inflict a series of grave injuries anyway. The feathers had mostly turned into ashes by the time his spells landed on the hawk's body, so they could pierce its skin and destabilize the internal organs quite quickly. His target, though, still struggled and even increased the intensity of its sound attacks. Its companion did the same as he began to speak in a human voice. "Let my brother go." Noah perceived those words as hammers that slammed on the walls of his sea of consciousness. They made him lose the focus of the spells that were piercing the hawk in front of him. His left eardrum even popped as those noises kept on targeting him. The creature in front of Noah was almost dead by then, but he wanted to deliver the final blow quickly. After all, that was still a 2 versus 1 situation. The two hybrids continued to scream as Noah kept on pulling the inscribed chains. His right eardrum popped too as he endured that loud noise, but the claws of the hawk were already in his reach. Noah stretched his free hand to grab one of the hybrid's legs, and he held it still as if waiting for someone to help him put an end to the battle. Of course, Noah already had something like that. The demonic sword had reached Noah quite fast, and it didn't hesitate to fly toward the charred body that he was keeping still in his grasp. The movement of his flying weapon was decisive as it went for the throat of the hybrid. Noah had planned that already, and he didn't act surprised when he saw the headless corpse of the sonic hawk. He simply stored it alongside its falling head. The other hybrid released an inhuman cry at that scene, and Noah felt another hammer slamming on his mental sphere even if he couldn't hear anything with his ears. Yet, his consciousness made up for his broken eardrums and pointed him in the direction of the creature. Noah turned to face the incoming hybrid that had begun to accelerate toward him. It was flying in a straight line, which created the perfect situation to use another mental attack. The walls of his mental sphere trembled, and an ethereal saber formed in the air. The mental saber spell then flew toward his opponent that promptly tilted its wings to escape that threatening mental attack. As it passed next to Noah, the hawk left 3 bloody marks on his right arm. The remaining sonic hawk didn't use only its physical strength and its enhanced innate abilities in the last attack. It had used one of the spells in its possession during that charge. The chains that kept it bound to the ground began to shine as the anger for the death of its brother filled the hybrid's mind. The inscribed item tried to suppress its instincts from taking control of its mental faculties, but the emotions of the hawk were too intense and kept on fueling its insanity. Nevertheless, that didn't seem to stop it from using spells. Noah's eyes sharpened when he saw the cuts on his arms. Generally speaking, a hybrid taken over by its emotions would rely on its beast side to fight. Yet, the hawk had used even its human side in the previous charge. This should be impossible, Noah thought as he stared at the creature that was turning to face him again. According to his experience, no hybrid could cast spells during those moments of insanity. Their thoughts would regress and appear in the form of pure instincts, which prevented the creation of diagrams inside the mental spheres. Is this because of the laws? He wondered. That scene led him to consider the particular mental state that he had achieved during the transformation as the cause of that phenomenon. Still, the rank 6 ancestor inside the castle at the end of the continent would have obtained similar results if something like that was enough to control the mental instabilities. Maybe it is a matter of variables. Noah concluded as he saw the hawk preparing to charge at him again. The inscribed chains, a mind wandering in the world of the laws, the experience accumulated in those decades, and that last trauma forced the sonic hawk's mental sphere to reach a higher state. It still acted and thought as a beast, but its instincts seemed able to understand that its mind had access to more powerful attacks. It was as if the mind of the hawk had evolved after its brother's death, and it was aware of the spells stored in its memories. It had turned the knowledge that the hybrid had accumulated as a human into instincts that it could use in battle. Complete awareness, but in the form of instincts. Noah thought before raising his weapon to face his opponent. The exact opposite of me. Noah knew that he represented only one side of the hybrids. He was a specimen that had chosen the path of the humans, of the individualities. Instead, the natives of the other mortal lands had followed their ancestors' footsteps, becoming hybrid that pursued the path of the magical beasts. Noah's path made him become an existence outside of heaven and earth's system, while the natives were still inside of it, even if as its natural enemy. There wasn't right or wrong in those paths. Both of them led to power and could reach the divine ranks. However, Noah hadn't considered the possibility that even their minds could evolve in the opposite direction. Of course, his interest wasn't purely academic. He had sworn to Danielle that he would fix the unavoidable mental instabilities of the hybrids inside the hive, so he had to expand his knowledge about that topic. The hybrid had the chains of the empire binding it though, so Noah couldn't capture it alive to study it thoroughly. What a pity! Noah sighed as he spat a wave of flames to surround his figure. The feathers on the sonic hawk's body rose and became a spiked armor that it tilted in Noah's direction. Their tips cut the air and created large cracks in the sky, and its speed increased too due to the effects of spells that it vaguely remembered. However, all that expression of power didn't scare Noah. He couldn't follow the hybrid's movements with his eyes. Still, he could predict where its attacks were going to land due to the cloud of corrosive smoke and the intense flames that surrounded his figure. As soon as Noah sensed some movements inside his area of destruction, he unleashed the black hole spell, his saber-shaped runes, and the remaining ghostly sabers in the spot right after that. An explosion occurred, and Noah fixed his feet on the darkness under them to resist the repulsive force generated by the detonation of his dark sphere. The armor of smoke around him dispersed as the shockwaves reached him, but the layer of flames had already weakened them. His body suffered virtually no damage in that exchange. When the sky reformed and the situation calmed down, Noah found the sonic hawk hovering weakly at some distance from him. Its body was a mess, and it had lost all its feathers during the explosion. Countless cuts filled its skin too, and there was blood coming out of its beak. The hybrid had almost died in one attack, but it wasn't its fault. Noah had released the spells that had fed on primary energy since the beginning of the battle. The hawk didn't have any chance against that. Yet, the fact that it had survived proved how resilient hybrids were compared to humans. After all, Noah's attack was something that only rank 5 cultivators at the peak of the gaseous stage could launch. Most experts would die if all those spells were to hit them directly at the same time. Their bodies would disintegrate even before the explosion. The hybrid didn't seem intention to give up on its revenge and stared at Noah with a gaze full of hatred. That emotion was something that only Noah could recognize since he was a hybrid himself, and his mind could notice the various features of its expression even if it had the head of a bird. Nevertheless, it was too weak to do anything other than remaining in the air. Noah neared it, and his hand shot to close its beak when he saw that the hawk wanted to use another sound attack. Both his eardrums had popped during that battle, and it would take them a while to heal. He didn't want to worsen the injury now that the fight was over. A quick slash severed its head from the rest of its body. Without the feathers to defend it, the skin of the hawk was slightly softer compared to beasts on a similar level. The inscribed chain fell toward the ground as Noah stored its corpse after taking out its dantian. The body of the other hybrid appeared in his hands too, and he proceeded on taking its dantian away before storing it again. The sonic hawks were too fast for him, and their annoying sound attacks had forced him to store the dantian of the first opponent for when the battle was over. That organ had lost some power inside the space ring, but it still met the standards of the 5th rank. Then, Noah threw the 2 organs in his mouth and gulped as he turned to look at the rest of the battlefield. The surge of energy that filled Noah's body forced his injuries to stop bleeding in a matter of seconds, but his overall condition didn't improve. He was still deaf and with a series of deep cuts that had yet to start to heal. He could still fight. The consciousness of the heroic cultivators acted as a sort of 6th sense that could replicate the other 5. However, it was a bit different for Noah since his body was an essential part of his increased awareness, and facing a rank 5 cultivator without one of his senses wouldn't be smart. Everyone appeared rather busy though. The various groups of experts faced each other in careful battles filled with long-range spells that had a wide area of effect. Both sides were taking a slow approach for different reasons. The Empire wanted to hurt and kill as many heroic cultivators as it could to delay the invasion, while the 3 forces wanted to deplete the reserves of their opponent. A war of attrition was bound to bring the mental state of both armies to the limit, but there wasn't any other option since it was impossible to conquer that region in a single battle. The defenses in that place were too tight. However, those defensive measures were already starting to crumble. Noah had killed 2 hybrids in the 5th rank, and the other heroic cultivators were obtaining similar achievements throughout the battlefield. The invaders' side was still more potent than the Empire's even with all those protections in place. The 3 forces only had to tear apart every defense without losing too many troops to consider the war a success. The only real problem in those battles was the Second Life formation, which prevented them from securing kills on powerful heroic assets that created difficulties in every group. It was evident that the Empire had linked the formation only to the cultivators that it couldn't afford to lose if it hoped to thrive once the war moved to the old continent. Losing its most powerful assets to weaken the enemy forces was a waste that would endanger its future as one of the leading organizations of the world. The invaders would suffer injuries and waste precious inscribed items to kill powerful enemies only to see a red halo covering their corpses. Knowing that their opponents weren't dead was a blow to their morals, but the worst part was that they had to target them to deplete the sacrifices required by the inscription method. There was already a list that took track of all the assets linked to the Second Life formation, but there were always more appearing as the fights continued. It was as if the noticeable warriors among the troops of the Empire were immortals that they would have to fight and kill multiple times to take over that region. Another awful aspect was that the dead would maintain their memories after their resurrection. That gave them insights on the battle styles and formations of the invaders, which were essential data to improve their performance in future fights. The second battle in that territory was already harsher than the first one when it came to the group fights, and that could only become worse as the invaders kept attacking. However, there was no way out of it. Only a slow and constant siege would eventually force the Empire to retreat. In the end, Noah decided not to chase after other rank 5 cultivators. The possibility to obtain dantians was tempting, but his safety had to come first. The second battle ended soon, and the 2 armies separated in an orderly way to return to their respective bases. The various leaders set up plans and strategies to better contain their losses, but there wasn't much to say to those now experienced troops. Everyone knew their role by then. The third battle happened 2 months later after Noah and the other injured experts had healed their wounds and returned to their peak. Noah found himself facing hybrids again, but there was only one of them at that time. It was another creature in the middle tier and with centers of power in the 5th rank. His opponent was a 10 meters tall armored elephant, a peculiar species that could control the earth element in the environment to create metallic defensive layers over its skin. At the sight of that opponent, Noah could finally understand why the Empire didn't want to send cultivators against him but just wanted to keep him outside of its assets. Icy Stare had labeled him as troublesome, but the truth was that his level of power was too uncertain about sending an appropriate opponent against him. Even as a cultivator that had reached the 5th rank less than 50 years ago, Noah was extremely resourceful. He would improve after each battle, and he would always come up with ways to defeat his opponents if he fought them multiple times. Peaceful Storm had lost his centennial accumulation of talismans, Furious Water had injured himself to match his blows, and his sword had taken countless Wings and Silent Lightning's lives. Only Icy Stare had managed to suppress him for a while, but Noah had eventually found a way to kill her, even if the second life formation protected her. Sending more cultivators against him would only go against the idea of preserving the lives of the heroic assets pursued by the Empire. Also, using someone in the liquid stage would weaken the other fronts of the battlefield, where the invading forces already had the advantage. It was better to sacrifice hybrids to keep him away from the cultivators. The Empire had never thought about bringing them to the old continent anyway. Noah didn't mind fighting hybrids. Their dantions weaker than those of the other cultivators and contained a less nourishing form of breath, but they were also easier to obtain. Those hybrids were threatening for any human at the same level, but they were nothing more than prey for him since he could match their physical strength. He could make use of strategies that cultivators belonging to the human species couldn't apply. The third battle went by almost in the same way as the second one, with the only difference that the Empire had finally started to feel the losses suffered in the previous two fights. The fourth battle started 2 months after the previous conflict, and so did the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. The same events happened in each of them, with the invaders slowly driving the Empire into a corner, and the defenders doing their best to damage the incredible army created with the joint effort of 3 organizations. Noah had always faced hybrids in those fights, and his allies had become so used to it that they would directly ignore any chained creature coming out of the ground. His breakthrough neared faster due to all the dantions eaten in that period, but everything ended in the 8th battle when the Empire detonated the entire forest to cover its retreat in the old continent. The Empire had finally given up on its last territory in the new continent, but the heroic assets of the 3 factions didn't waste time in celebrations just yet. The detonation of the forest had affected countless human assets on both sides, but no heroic cultivator seemed to care about their well-being as they dived toward the ground. There was a priceless piece of knowledge hidden under the burning trunks and the vast column of gray smoke that rose from the terrain. The second life formation was too powerful to give up on retrieving it just because the Empire had decided to burn everything. Even a few sets of lines would have great value in the hands of those experts. Reconstructing the entire formation just with them would be impossible, but it was the beginning of a project that could eventually lead to the possibility of cheating death. However, the Empire had been thorough with its destruction. It didn't leave anything valuable for its enemies to plunder. The war that had seen the experts of the world fighting to kick the Empire out of the new continent had ended. Yet, the losses on both sides had been so devastating that such outcome barely felt like a triumph. Many heroic cultivators had died, and the various clashes had required countless resources to provide protection and fight the defensive measures in place. The losses on the human assets had been massive too, which would inevitably lead to slow growth in the following years. Wars were expensive, and the only ones that could benefit from a victory often were the future generations of cultivators, since they would have access to a broader range of resources and territories. Yet, for the current age, the only assets that had gained something were those that had a water aptitude. The gains of the invaders were a large chunk of territories, the space rings of the fallen, and the divine steel. Also, the experts that had survived the battles had acquired a lot of experience when it came to fighting in the heroic ranks and expressing themselves. Those heroic cultivators were bound to have a more natural way toward the higher ranks from that point onward. After all, nothing could beat real life-threatening struggles when it came to improving their understanding of themselves. All of that would take time, but the 3 organizations weren't in a hurry to chase after the Empire in the old continent. The Empire had controlled the central areas of the landmass for millennia. No one knew what to expect from the home of a force that had been able to put to use 2 formations that belonged to myths and legends. There was even the countless number of slaves that worked to keep its economy running. Everyone in the invading forces believed that they would have to face stronger opposition in the old continent, but there was no point in attacking now that they were at their weakest. They had just severed every connection of the Empire from the most valuable landmass of the world. Its growth was bound to stagnate now that they had isolated it back in its original home. Meanwhile, the 3 forces could grow and recover from the losses suffered during the war and even aim to surpass their original peak. They had too many possibilities at hand now that they could divide the entirety of the new continent among the three of them. The three factions had already decided to build a neutral city around the Steel. It would have a political system similar to that once enforced in the Coral Archipelago, but the control of the central governments would be stricter to avoid another hive. They would even assign the territories according to how close the domains of each faction were to them. The hive, for example, would obtain control of a large part of the central areas since it controlled the opposite coast. Of course, the width of those territories depended on the actual value that they had. Since the central regions were still mostly barren, the hive ended up obtaining the largest share of land among the three factions. Those long battles ended up improving the political relationships among the three forces. There were still unforgivable grudges between specific assets, but the presence of a common enemy not too far away forced them to stick together in a sort of natural alliance. Also, there was always the threat that the records about the god of the empire were wrong. The god could always return to the mortal lands in a matter of decades instead of millennia. That unknown variable was the connection that the three invading forces shared, and that compelled them to remain in peaceful terms if the god returned and requested a price for their arrogance. Noah didn't care too much about the division of the spoils of war, since most of those resources didn't concern him directly. None of the fallen had a darkness aptitude, and most of the riches in their space rings would go in the inventories of the three organizations. He could ask for a list of those gains later on and take what interested him. What mattered for him now was to absorb all the insights that he had gained during the battles. He had to make the necessary preparation for the breakthrough of his body too. He also needed to create his higher energy so that he could start working on all the projects that he had in mind. After conveying his intentions to Elder Julia, Noah left the battlefield to return to his dome in the territory next to the lava lake. Noah didn't do much at the beginning of his seclusion. He spent most of his time eating, cultivating, and using the divine deduction technique to evaluate his possible approaches to the creation of the higher energy. He also went out to hunt at times, but he didn't eat all his prey since he needed to store some of them to feed the demonic sword during his period of hibernation. The truth was that Noah could approach the limits of the middle tier far sooner. After all, he had eaten many Dantians in the battle for the last territory. His stash of magical beasts and hybrids had even refilled after the experiments with the living weapons. Yet, he had to improve his mind first or he would end up like the natives, which was an outcome that he wouldn't risk. The only issue was that he didn't know how strong his mind had to be to control the instincts of a creature in the upper tier. That forced him to abuse the innate properties of his mental energy for a few months before he felt confident in taking the last step toward the breakthrough. In the end, he ate until familiar drowsiness enveloped his mind and put him in a deep sleep. Noah dreamt. The images that he saw in his sleep mostly concerned the life of the cursed dragon species, but there were also pictures originating from his connection with the demonic sword. He saw his underground quarters through the senses of his weapon. He felt its hunger and the emotions that filled it when it stabbed its body inside the pile of magical beasts' corpses that Noah had left there. In his erratic moments of awareness, Noah understood that his body was becoming used to the evolution of his existence. He wasn't just a hybrid anymore. He was an existence that was bound to become a law outside of heaven and earth system if he kept on growing. The memories of the cursed dragon species were not enough to represent the state that his body was reaching, especially after it had been in contact with his darkness and demonic sword for so long. Among those images and sporadic awareness, Noah began to feel some eagerness for the 6th rank. There was a pattern in the changes in his body. The breakthroughs between the various tiers would only bring slight modifications, other than a massive increase in his physical might. Those were just attempts that his body made to harmonize itself with the rest of his centers of power, but the real changes happened when he advanced between the ranks. His mental energy had changed during the breakthrough in the 5th rank, and the walls of his dantian had become far sturdier as his body improved. Something similar was bound to happen when he reached the 6th rank, but the changes wouldn't concern just his dragon part at that point. Noah expected to see an actual harmonization with his evolving individuality, something that would sever his ties with the other hybrids and put him in a league of his own even from an anatomical perspective. However, He knew even in his sleep that his breakthrough to the upper tier would increase the requirements of his body to unthinkable standards. Noah woke up among the silence of his underground quarters, with the demonic sword releasing a happy roar as soon as it sensed that he had regained his awareness completely. His hunger, though, was so intense that he couldn't mind the affectionate gestures of his weapons. A series of rank 5 corpses appeared in front of him, and Noah didn't hesitate to dive into them. The demonic sword began to fly around him protectively when it understood the state that he was in, and it didn't even try to take a bite of the food on the ground. Noah devoured corpse after corpse, but his hunger didn't flinch. It continued to assail his mind as if it was an urge that he had to satisfy if he didn't want to go insane. More corpses appeared on the ground in front of him, and Noah continued to take massive bites without even bothering to munch them. They would turn into primary energy as soon as they entered his stomach anyway, so any other action was just a waste of time. His hunger calmed down only after he ate his 10th magical beast in the lower tier of the 5th rank, and he could finally relax to assess his gains at that point. His attention went on his other centers of power first. He didn't have the chance to train his dantian during that period of hibernation. Still, his mind had improved thanks to the incredible quantity of spherical runes that applied constant internal pressure. Noah's sea of consciousness had improved steadily and without any issue. Its walls had even regained some of the sturdiness lost when he abused the innate properties of his mental energy. The runes worked well as an alternative method to the Xianxia runes, even if they couldn't match their efficiency and safety. They can be the foundation for a new technique, Noah thought. I need to review the basics of the Xianxia runes with 37. My expertise should have reached a point where I can create a weaker version, at least. Noah had initially created the spherical runes because he wanted to improve his control over the primary energy and see if he could fuse his inscription methods. However, after training in the technique of the natives, he had used them only to enlarge his mental sphere. Yet, the Xianxia runes were a pure expression of power according to the automaton, and he felt confident that he could turn his second success in the will-consuming runes into something similar. His attention eventually went on his body, and the first feature that he noticed was the immense quantity of energy that each of his body parts contained. It was needless to say that he expected nothing less. After spending more than 40 years eating rank 5 magical beasts and dantians, obtaining an insane amount of physical strength felt necessary. Nevertheless, the features of his body didn't stop there. His appearance had changed a bit during his hibernation. His black nails were a bit longer and slightly pointy, as if wanting to resemble actual claws, and his skin had become even rougher. His hair had become longer too, making it seem more as the mane of a beast. Noah then blew softly toward his palm, and the azure light radiated by the underground walls of the new continent vanished for an instant before returning to the world. A small flame had appeared in Noah's hand during that instant, and he noticed how it was even more ethereal than the fire used in the last phases of the war. His innate ability had improved as his body experienced the breakthrough. However, it remained inside the level of power of a beast in the upper tier, even if it still was stronger than the center of power. Noah picked his inscribed notebook and began to send a series of mental messages at that point, but he didn't wait for answers. He directly called the demonic sword and started cultivating to make up for the time lost during his hibernation. To his surprise, the intensity of his cultivation technique had improved even more after his breakthrough. It seemed that his body had harmonized with the rune on his low waist, enhancing its properties thanks to its innate adaptability. A series of messages resounded inside his mental sphere as Noah bathed in the feeling of sensing his dantian improving after so long. He soon learnt that he had spent almost 8 years sleeping, and he also gained a general understanding of the changes that happened in the new continent during that period. Those years had been peaceful and had seen every organization doing its best to recover from the losses suffered during the war. The hive had also expanded in its new territories, but the most exciting piece of information came from Elder Julia and concerned the neutral city. "Prince, we need a powerful ambassador there," Noah cultivated as Elder Julia's voice resounded in his mind. "Also, June Balor is there already." Noah kept on training as he reviewed the events that had happened in the world during his hibernation, as well as the details behind Elder Julia's offer. The various forces had left the old continent untouched, but its constant decline was inevitable. The portal in the Outcast fed continuously on the breath and nutrients of those territories, and the wasteland that it created kept on expanding as the passage remained open. The central areas had never been famous for their rich density of breath, due to the massive number of cultivators in the empire. The retreat from the new continent had worsened that already dire environment, which was slowly following the destructive trend of the regions in the Outcast. The only areas that still met adequate standards in terms of density of breath were those inside the domain of the council. The Papal Nation was relatively abundant in terms of resources and regions where to raise cultivators, even if it was far emptier now. The new gains in the new continent had pushed the council to resume a slow but constant relocation of its assets. Yet, it didn't intend to move away from the old continent. Differently from the Elbas family, the council was a form of government that represented all the major sects in the nation. Its rule didn't set its foundation on the fear of a more potent force, but on a collaboration that would eventually provide shared benefits. The Hive didn't have those sorts of problems. The Coral Archipelago had become a testing area for the cultivators recruited through the Lutran Nation and other channels, and its defenses were incredible. So, the Hive could focus all its efforts on its expansion in the new continent. Its priority now was to turn those still barren central regions in sources of income and to recover from the losses suffered during the war against the Empire. After all, it had lost countless human cultivators and hybrids in those clashes, and dozens of heroic cultivators had died too. The Hive had come out of the war with no more than 35 elders in the 4th rank left as assets. Yet, even if its losses had been immense, they were nothing compared to the other forces since they had seen casualties happening among the cultivators in the 5th rank. The Hive wasn't famous for its high number of heroic troops but its elites. Monsters like Noah and talents like many of the elders were existences that excelled among their peers. Also, the rest of the world was still unaware of the presence of the 2 demons inside its ranks. The 2 of them were old monsters that had learnt to survive through unthinkable struggles and had been personally trained by a divine cultivator. That feature didn't apply only to the heroic assets. In those 8 years, more rank 3 cultivators had managed to survive their tribulations and had taken their place among the other elders. Most of those cultivators had fought in the war against the Empire and were experienced warriors, other than rare talents among the human ranks. It was only natural for them to experience their breakthroughs to the heroic ranks as soon as a period of peace arrived. The Hive didn't focus only on its expansion and the grooming of those young talents in those years. The territories around the Divine Steel had required most of its attention since it had to decide which kind of restrictions to apply to the political system there. The 3 invading factions were on peaceful terms, but they were still enemies in the end. Each one of them could receive the same treatment of the Empire if they allowed themselves to become weak. So, the meetings to decide how to build and divide the city next to the Steel had taken time. They had concluded eventually and had started to build the city. Upon its completion, though, there were seats of power to fill before it could work as a trading center and as a training area specific for cultivators with a water aptitude. According to what Elder Julia said in her messages, the troops of the Hive were already there, but they lacked a leader. The other rank 5 elders were mostly busy with their tasks, and the Hive couldn't reveal the demons just because it needed to show its power to the allied forces. The Hive would rather slow down its expansion than revealing such powerful assets. Noah was the perfect candidate for that role since he had never cared too much about the political environment of the various domains that he explored. After all, a rank 5 cultivator would be there just a deterrent against eventual revolts. They need a scarecrow, Noah thought as he reviewed the description of the ambassador's role conveyed by Elder Julia. All it required was for him to be there permanently, but it didn't involve any task relative to the management of the city. He just had to be there as a reminder to the other factions that they couldn't bully the Hive away from the Steel. Of course, part of Noah had already accepted that offer when he heard about June. Still, his reasonable side decided to gather as many pieces of information as he could before making a decision. The outcome of that investigation led him to believe that becoming an ambassador would suit him. He would have large training areas, specific quarters ideated only to make the static lifestyle of the existences in the higher ranks more comfortable and direct access to all the resources traded in the city. That, and the presence of the enemy forces right next to him, would put him in a constant state of wariness, which could only sharpen his progress. His underground quarters were too safe, and he had already cleaned the rank 5 beasts from the areas nearby. He needed a new home, one where he could go all out with his experiments and feel the pressure radiated by the enemy forces. Noah contacted 37 before setting off, and the automaton decided to enlarge the separate dimension to continue working with him in the creation of living weapons. His interaction with 37 didn't stop there. Noah asked for more information about the Xianxia runes too. It didn't take him much to set off from his dome and fly in a straight line toward the opposite coast. New experiences were always well accepted in his mind, and he even needed larger training areas, as well as researches that were available only among the larger forces. When he reached the region with the divine steel, he could immediately notice how the new city had been divided among the 3 nations. There were banners placed everywhere, with entire buildings relying on a flag or symbol to signal their loyalty toward a specific force. As for the actual share of buildings and territories there, the 3 factions had divided them equally. The structure of the city was simple. It had its best buildings around the steel and a series of quarters and markets in the more peripheral areas. As a neutral territory, the city was the perfect place where to exchange the resources generated by the new continent. After all, some rather independent cultivators traveled through the various habitable areas to trade goods or make a living. The grip of the 3 ruling forces over their assets wasn't as strict as before. Many cultivators needed some independence even if they were bound to powerful oaths. The new continent was slowly obtaining the social environment that had been popular in the old one for centuries. Of course, it would never reach the point where the leading forces only ruled one nation and considered the regions on their borders as mere territories in their area of influence. The fact that only heroic cultivators could travel freely through the majority of the continent placed too much power on the various organizations that controlled those areas. The weaker forces would lack the means to expand their power without the authorization and help of their leaders. Noah went directly for the central buildings as he flew over the city. As a rank 5 cultivator, he knew that the resources exchanged in that market couldn't possibly interest him. Materials that were useful to experts at his level couldn't appear in the open so easily. They didn't have techniques and spells above the 4th rank either, since the various leaders would keep those teachings for themselves. It was possible to find something valuable from time to time, but he didn't have time to waste looking for items that didn't influence his cultivation. He could send someone in his place to keep track of the market anyway. It wasn't hard to find the buildings that belonged to the hive. Long banners depicting an octopus enveloping a series of islands with its tentacles hung everywhere on the structures on the southeastern side of the divine steel. That division had been purely geographical. The Elbas family had built its structures on the northeastern side, while the council had its palaces on the northwestern part. Those buildings encircled the steel and acted as a line of protection for the most important resource in the area. Also, they skimmed the cultivators and envoys that sought to train near that trace left by divine beings. There weren't only core members of the 3 forces there. Many members of the sects and noble families went there daily, hoping that the troops handling the entrance to that incredible training area would just let them pass. That system had already given birth to an intricate array of bribes and favors that the forces in place gathered to increase their influence. Just as it happened in the Coral Archipelago, the population there would eventually discard their ties to a specific organization as new generations took over. So, there was a need for a supreme authority there, something that would suppress any thought about rebellions just by existing. That was the reason why the 3 factions had decided to send a series of rank 5 cultivators to live and train there. The sole rumor about their presence there made the cultivators living there behave and increase their offers to the heroic cultivators of the 3 organizations. Those were just casual bribes that didn't affect the overall accumulation of resources of those forces, but it was a good source of income that could potentially last forever. A series of heroic cultivation welcomed Noah when he neared the designated buildings of the hive. He could recognize Morgan, Roy, and Duke among the 10 experts that had organized the celebration for his arrival. However, There weren't only cultivators of the hive waiting for him. Noah could recognize June, Faith, Elder Estelle, and Elder Clara from the assets of the other forces. It seemed that the political environment had reached a level of serenity that welcoming an influential expert of an allied nation wasn't so unusual anymore. The celebration was extremely formal. The heroic cultivators on the scene exchanged only a few toasts and a series of short conversations concerning the management of the city before returning to their buildings. The only meaningful discussion concerned the choice of a name for the city, but the rank 5 assets on the scene quickly settled for Divine Market. The elders accompanied Noah inside the buildings belonging to the hive and described in detail all the features that those structures had. There were a series of training areas with multiple quarters containing formations for various purposes. There were large halls open to the public, where both human and heroic cultivators worked on skimming through the insane number of requests to take a look at the steel. In the end, the elders escorted him to his quarters, which turned out to be a large underground structure that had a better version of all the services offered in the buildings above. Noah felt satisfied with his new quarters. It wasn't easy to build something so intricate in just 8 years, but he could imagine how the hive had given priority to the steel rather than to the barren central regions. There is only me as a rank 5 cultivator in the hive, Noah thought as he dismissed the elders. But there are Faith and June here. Life sure it's funny at times. Noah couldn't help but feel strange as he walked under the azure walls of his underground quarters. After all, he was now at the head of an organization that handled a neutral city. The similarities with the political system in the Coral Archipelago were stunning. The only difference was that he was on the other side of that environment now. Also, some of the cultivators there were real allies, which made the situation even funnier in his eyes. However, he didn't want to waste too much time remembering how far he had gone since he first set foot on the Coral Archipelago. There were too many projects in line, waiting for him to start one of them. As his memories started to reach the Nation, though, he senses a series of steps resounded in that underground world. Noah didn't even need to turn to understand who was behind that sound. Those steps followed a rhythm that he knew far too well to forget. "I thought we would have used Faith like the last time," Noah said as he turned to face his lover. "Noah, we are rank 5 cultivators managing one of the best resources in the entire new continent," June said as she stepped on the ground. "We can do whatever we want." Noah revealed a smile, but June spoke before he could say anything. "I've already spread the rumor that I would have requested for a battle. Don't hold back." At those words, black sparks began to run through June's body, and her aura began to radiate a thick battle intent. Noah looked at his lover radiating a pure battle intent and sighed. He only wanted to train and dive into one of his projects now, but he had underestimated how serious June was about fighting. He could understand her feelings. She had fought a war without having the chance to reveal her real power, and holding back for so long made her reach her limit eventually. She had to vent and test what her higher energy was capable of. "Come then," Noah said after a few seconds of silence. He wasn't going to refuse her. After all, he had always been aware of June's character, and he didn't dislike it at all. Only someone with a drive as intense as his could accompany him through his life, and if June needed an opponent, he would provide him. June's smile widened at his words, and she took out her typical golden spear. More sparks began to run through her body as she pointed her weapon at Noah, and an orange halo started to envelop her as her black higher energy gathered on the arm wielding it. Noah couldn't help but admire the beauty of that scene. June was breathtaking as she gathered her power to cast a spell. Her robe and hair fluttered due to the pressure released by her peculiar sparks, and her whole figure began to shine with an orange light that spread in the environment. Her sparks were black, but they shone with an orange color. The product of her friction had created something that carried features belonging even to Noah's darkness. Of course, it didn't carry his individuality, nor the properties of his breath. Only its appearance was similar to his darkness since Noah had helped in making one of the materials needed for its creation. Noah stretched his palm and held it still, waiting for the attack to arrive. He knew June too well not to understand the kind of spell that she was preparing. June's battle intent increased even more when she saw that gesture. She felt challenged to express all her power, and that was what she intended to do. A black lightning bolt suddenly came out of her spear and shot toward Noah's palm. An explosion resounded in the underground quarters, and the inscriptions on the azure walls of that area flickered as they fend off the shockwaves that reached them. Noah found himself in the middle of a trail of gray smoke, but his attention was on his hand. The center of his palm felt slightly sore, but there wasn't any mark on it. June's spell didn't even manage to make him bleed. However, his arm had shaken when the lightning bolt landed. It wasn't anything extreme, just a slight tremor that had lasted for less than a fraction of an instant. Still, the fact that a cultivator in the gaseous stage had managed to make his body flinch after he had reached the upper tier was incredible, almost unbelievable. "How much can your centers of power handle?" Noah asked as he walked outside of the trail of smoke, but June had long lost interest in words. Another lightning bolt flew in his direction, but Noah deflected it with a mere wave of his hand. His innate awareness though made him notice that the power of that same spell had increased by a little. "I guess we'll find out," Noah thought as he focused on June again. She still had her spear raised, but some cracks had appeared on its body. Even an inscribed weapon in the 5th rank wasn't able to handle the higher energy that she released. Truth to be told, June didn't need an inscribed weapon. She had abandoned the martial arts just like the rest of the heroic cultivators on her level. Noah could rely on his physical strength to put his martial arts on the same level of the spells, but ordinary cultivators saw them only as a weaker type of offensive. Yet June liked to wield a weapon when she fought. She had a special relationship with spears because of her harsh childhood, so he had never pressed her into changing her battle style. Still, it was clear that her inscribed item wasn't able to keep up with her power anymore. The demonic sword roared after that second lightning bolt. It felt confused when it saw the two of them fighting, but Noah quickly patted it on its hilt and spoke a few reassuring words. "Don't worry, we are just playing." The living weapon didn't fully understand what he meant by playing, but its connection with Noah made it aware that they weren't trying to kill each other. It would have been too confused otherwise. After all, the sword had learnt to like June, especially since Noah's emotions influenced some of its thoughts. June snorted when she heard that, and she started to rotate her spear to resort to a different attack. A series of crackling dark spheres formed in front of the rotating weapon, and sparks spread from their edges to connect them into an intricate array. A lightning storm took life at that point. Small lightning bolts shot from that array and flew toward Noah in a straight line. June's lightning reflected her individuality. All her attacks were powerful and direct. Noah kept on walking forward as he punched all the sparks coming at him. Flashes of a dark orange light shone in his vision every time his knuckles connected with one of the lightning bolts. Their power kept on increasing, but they were still unable to slow down his advance. "I would have felt that if I was still in the middle tier," Noah thought at some point. June's attacks had just reached a level of power that even hybrids in the middle tier would have trouble handling. However, he wasn't worried about his safety. Rather, he wasn't sure if June's centers of power were able to handle all that might. It was still okay as long as they didn't cross the limits of the gaseous stage, but she could hurt herself if she pushed her boundaries too much. Nevertheless, Noah knew his lover. Asking her to stop or control herself was pointless. He would have to put an end to the fight with his own hands if the situation became too dangerous. June released a series of sparks when Noah became too close, and she shot in the air, where she prepared a long-distance lunge. All the sparks that had affected the environment gathered in her position. Then, June shot downward, leaving an orange trail as she dove toward Noah. Noah saw cracks appearing on the tip of the golden spear as it reached for his head. There was so much energy inside its structure that even its sturdiest part was on the verge of falling apart. Yet Noah didn't move. He waited for June to enter his range and delivered an uppercut aimed at her weapon. The golden spear exploded into countless pieces, and some of them even cut June's skin as they flew in every direction. The higher energy that she had accumulated inside her weapon also went wild, and a thick lighting storm formed in the point where Noah's fist had collided. The lightning storm expanded and flung June backward, making her slam in the azure wall of the underground quarters. As for Noah, He remained still as the sparks landed on his body and destroyed his robe. June's higher energy already put her on par with cultivators at near the peak of the gaseous stage, and her centers of power kept on producing more of it as she kept on fighting. The attack that had enveloped Noah matched some of Icy Stare's spells, and June was still creating more of it. Her next attack was bound to be slightly stronger too, since Noah knew that his last punch would only fuel June's battle intent more. As if answering to his understanding of her character, June's aura exploded outward and filled the air around her with black sparks that radiated an orange halo. Crackling sounds began to echo inside the underground quarters at that point, and the nature of the atmosphere began to change as the amount of breath of the lightning element increased. The wall where June had slammed didn't crack due to the inscriptions filling its surface, but that didn't mean that the impact was soft. June had hurt her back in the clash, and she had to rely on her higher energy to keep walking normally. Her aura, though, was more intense than ever, and black sparks started to separate from her body since her centers of power were producing far more energy than her perfect circuit could handle. It was the first time that June had to push her limits so much, especially with her new energy. Her body was overflowing with power, and even the formations meant for that purpose weren't able to contain it. "I can still go," June shouted as she waved her hands to take control of all the breath of the lighting element in the underground area. Her higher energy then spread in the environment and fused with the breath before shooting to the walls, ceiling, and ground of Noah's quarters. Orange layers formed on top of the inscriptions, and dark sparks ran freely through them. It seemed that June was trying to turn the entire area in a personal domain where her energy could fly without any obstructions. Noah knew that spell. Its name was Prison of Lightning, and it was one of the diagrams retrieved from the other world. June had obtained it as a prize for her mission in the wilderness and had shown it to Noah during their cohabitation. Still, that was his first time seeing it with the higher energy as its core. "Are you sure?" Noah asked as he looked at the trembling orange layers. They seemed ready to unleash the massive amount of energy contained inside them, but he knew that they would remain still until June triggered them. "You aren't only the man that I love, Noah," June said in a calm tone. "You are also the perfect opponent for my individuality." Noah could understand the meaning of her words. As a hybrid, his resilience was incredible, which gave June enough time to push her centers of power over their limits. A regular battle would have ended long ago. June would have either won with her last attack or lost because her opponent was far more potent than her. However, since Noah wasn't going to stop her, she could fight until the output of energy produced by her perfect circuit far surpassed her usual standards. He was the only one in the world that could give her an endless battle. "Go ahead then," Noah said as a smirk appeared on his face too. "I want to see if my darkness is enough to match higher energy." Noah's aura exploded outward too, and his breath began to spread in the environment. The destruction carried by his darkness started to fight with the violent power contained in the orange layers for the control of the situation. Still, it was impossible to decide a winner before those energies turned into spells. Black smoke began to come out of Noah's body, and a scaled armor soon formed around his figure. A black sphere appeared above his head too, and a series of saber-shaped runes came out of his palm to surround him. Noah wasn't going to use his martial art. That battle was a pure conflict of energies to see how distant they were from each other in terms of power. On one side, there was Noah's darkness, something that he had created using his individuality and the enlightenment obtained during the transformation as its foundation. On the other, there was June's higher energy, which she had built through King Elba's research. June didn't speak anymore at that point and triggered her spell. The orange layers started to release thick lightning bolt that encircled Noah in a spherical lightning storm. Noah saw his runes cracking and falling apart as they clashed with the various attacks, but the corrosive smoke around him offered enough protection for the time being. The cloud created through the demonic form eventually gave in to the barrage of lightning bolts that became stronger with each passing second. June was still fueling her spell, so the amount of energy that she produced kept on increasing. The black hole spell became the next target of the lightning storm. Its size had initially started to increase as it reduced the attacks into primary energy to absorb, but its structure began to fall apart as June pushed more power in her spell. It was as if those spells had a completely different structure, even if they were theoretically on the same level. If Noah had to describe that difference using types of swords, he would say that his attacks were wooden words, while June's were made of steel. They were in different leagues. The lightning storm began to land on the scaled armor after it broke apart the black hole spell. It didn't take much before Noah felt the various lighting bolts crashing on his body and threatening to suppress him on the ground. This would have been able to kill me if I was still in the middle tier, Noah thought before moving his vertical pupils in June's direction. She was sweating profusely, and her complexion had turned pale. A trail of blood had even begun to fall from a corner of her mouth. Her energy was stronger than his, but she had long reached the limit of her perfect circuit. Even at that point, though, her power wasn't enough to hurt Noah's body. Noah shot forward and released a roar when he reached her. June's mind froze when she sensed the innate danger caused by him. Her instincts told her that she could only escape in front of that creature. In that moment of unavoidable fear, June's mind surrendered on its own, and her spell vanished into thin air. Making June surrender due to an instinctive reaction was the only way to stop the spell without hurting her. Noah just had to make her sea of consciousness aware of the power of his body to shut down her will to fight. The helplessness felt in front of a being on a higher level didn't depend on the individualities. It was the result of the survival instinct that any creature had. June fell on her knees after her centers of power stopped producing that massive quantity of energy. The sudden return of her perfect circuit to an average pace made her feel dizzy, and the exhaustion that enveloped her body made her legs lose strength. Noah crouched and lifted her face as he caressed her. June was pale and appeared utterly drained, but she wore a satisfied smile as she examined her lover's body. The last spell had managed to leave white marks on his chest and shoulders. It didn't hurt him, but it had reached the point where even a hybrid in the upper tier had to start respecting her strength. That achievement was incredible for a rank 5 cultivator in the gaseous stage. After all, only beings on higher stages could face such powerful existences. The spells of cultivators at the peak of the gaseous stage were able to hurt Noah when he was in the middle tier, but now only existences on a higher level could pierce his natural defenses. Even then, they would have a hard time killing him due to his incredible resilience. Noah shook his head when he saw the satisfied expression of his lover, and he stuck out his tongue to lick one of the trails of blood that had fallen from a cut on her cheek. "Are you going to eat me now that I'm at my weakest?" June asked as she laid on his chest and immersed her hand in his hair. Noah showed an ugly expression when the taste of her blood filled his mouth. The flavor of the heaven spark that she had absorbed during her tribulation was something that his body naturally rejected and found awful to eat. "It seems that you can't be my food," Noah said as a warm smile appeared on his face. "What do I even do with you now?" June pulled Noah closer, and the two of them exchanged a long kiss before she replied to her joke. "You can let me sleep for a while here." Noah nodded at her words, and June's eyes closed as she lost herself in his caresses. The underground area was a mess due to their recent battle, but Noah couldn't care less about the furniture. June was sleeping in his arms, and his mind was consuming mental energy to fuel the divine deduction technique as he went through his ideas concerning the higher power. It was as if he had returned to his happy life inside the separate dimension. The battle had shown him how superior a higher energy was compared to normal breath. His darkness didn't even come close to the power of June's sparks. The creation of higher energy had been a priority in his mind, but now it had become a necessity. Noah couldn't suppress his eagerness to get his hands on that power after seeing how strong it was. He didn't have any instructions, though. Even King Elbaz had to give up on identifying a method for the light and darkness element since they didn't have specific features. Those rare aptitudes enveloped almost all the behaviors that the breath could have. They were generic in the sense that they could assume any form without giving up on their natural properties. That was the reason behind their superiority over the other elements, but it was also a hindrance to Noah's project since there weren't guidelines in King Elbaz's research. He only knew that it was possible to create something structurally more significant to the breath. If other heroic cultivators were to inspect him now, they would notice that his consciousness disappeared at times only to return after a few seconds. Noah's mind had already interacted with the world of the laws, and he was able to reach that mental state for short instants as he meditated. It wasn't something that he could control, but those moments had begun to happen more often as his level rose. His existence was slowly striving for the next step in the cultivation journey. Noah was making his ways toward the laws as the intensity of his individuality increased. His existence was becoming too strong to remain limited to the rules of the breath. A fuel, density, motion, a foundation, and friction are the methods for the other elements, Noah thought as he kept caressing the sleeping June. Theoretically, I can build higher energy with my darkness using any of those approaches, but I can't settle for just any power. I need to create the best version that I can, while also respecting the features of my individuality. Noah already had a general idea of how he wanted to proceed in that project. After all, he had spent years knowing the contents of King Elba's research, and he had often found himself thinking about it during his meditations. The way he saw it, his higher energy had to be the maximum expression of his creation, so that he could have something specific for each aspect of his individuality. The primary energy was the product of his destruction and expressed his beast side. His darkness represented the entirety of his individuality and carried features belonging to both destruction and creation. Following that reasoning, his higher energy would have to be something strictly connected with his creation and human side. It would have to be the definitive tool for that aspect of his individuality. It needs to be a core material capable of creating a world. Noah concluded in his mind. He had set the features that he wanted his higher energy to carry. The only issue was the absence of a method that could turn his idea into real success. Countless tests again. Noah sighed when he thought that. He felt lost in that project. The situation was even worse compared to when he had to create his darkness, since he lacked an example of what he should strive to create. He only had the material required for the task, but he had no idea how he could make it reach a superior form. So, he could only immerse himself in a series of tests that would eventually give him a general direction to follow. I need to deploy my darkness in an orderly and harmonious array. Noah thought as a whiff of his breath appeared in the center of his palm. My higher energy needs to be a pliable material capable of assuming any form. It must be a dark matter through which I can create my personal world. June eventually woke up, but she remained laying on Noah's chest as she observed him working. Tiredness still filled her entire body, and she found the focused expression of her lover a captivating sight. Noah continued to experiment as if he didn't notice that June had awakened. There were too many thoughts concerning the higher energy in his mind to give her some attention. A small amount of his darkness moved in his palm and changed form as Noah controlled its structure with his mental energy. The changes were methodical and accurate, but they didn't seem to lead to anything since the breath returned to its original shape every time. Noah was trying to find out what composition suited his energy before moving forward in his experiments. He needed to know what form his darkness didn't reject before starting to test on larger quantities of breath. It soon became apparent that his darkness didn't like a static form. It wanted to remain free to move even if Noah forced it into a fixed shape. He expected something like that to happen since his individuality reflected his character, but he still felt disappointed when he confirmed that. It would be easier for him to proceed with a static form since it would have more evident rules. Shapeless higher energy would be far more complex to build, especially when it came to the harmony of its structure. However, he had always known that it wouldn't be easy to reach a satisfying result. After all, he aimed to create something that could work as an essential matter for his personal world. Noah's experiments continued for hours, and he stopped only when his sea of consciousness was almost empty. Only then did he turn toward June, who had observed him in silence for the whole duration of that testing session. "It won't be easy," Noah said as he laid on the ground while keeping June over him. Her presence there was benefiting his creation since she was core part of that aspect of his individuality. Yet, they weren't in the separate dimension now, so he couldn't know for how long she could remain there. Also, she still needed to rest, so they couldn't indulge in more intimate behaviors until she recovered. Nevertheless, She quickly reassured him before he could even question her about that topic. I can come here often. We are the highest powers in the divine market city, and the Elbas family will believe that I visit you to have sparring sessions. I can ask for Faith's help if they start to suspect something. June's words made sense. The neutral city only had a handful of rank 5 cultivators from the 3 factions, and their meetings were somewhat allowed now that the allied forces had a peaceful political relationship. Of course, she couldn't just live with him, but they wouldn't have to be separated for decades again as long as they remained there. Also, June's state would confirm her version of the story. After all, she had really fought Noah. Are you saying that we have to fight every time you come here? Noah asked, and June's eyes lit up at that question. That idea was appealing for a battle maniac like her. Yet, it would be pointless to fight Noah again unless she improved her current power. She didn't have a way to hurt him unless her perfect circuit became able to sustain an output of energy that could match rank 5 cultivators in the liquid stage. We'll come up with something, June said as she closed her eyes again. The other expert from the Elbas family rarely comes out of his training area, and he wouldn't dare to question the behavior of another rank 5 cultivator anyway. Having reached that level of power provided many benefits in terms of freedom, even inside strict organizations. After all, no one could judge such existences and decide if their approach to the cultivation journey was wrong. Only the powerhouses had that kind of influence, but they wouldn't bother with matters so futile. Their interest was in the lands above the sky, not in what some of their most potent underlings did in their free time. The fact that they were in a neutral city also helped their situation. The main forces actually expected the envoys there to collaborate to prevent another hive from happening. Noah limited himself to nod before sending a series of mental messages while June slept. He knew that she was right, but he would still ask the 2 demons to create a few escape routes in case something happened. The truth was that 37 had already contacted them for the same task, even if his reasons were completely different. The automaton only wanted the possibility to reach Noah to continue their work on living weapons. Noah, though, had no intention to resume that project now. The automaton would have to wait for him to create his higher energy. Also, making the other forces wait while the hive maintained its monopoly over the living weapons could only make their value increase. Both the council and the Elbas family would be willing to pay a fortune to get their hands on one of them when they hit the market. June woke up a few hours later and decided to leave. During her way back to the buildings of the royals, she made sure that many heroic assets saw her injured state just to spread the information that she and Noah were sparring in her visits. The news quickly reached all the heroic assets in the city, and their reactions surprised both June and Noah when they learnt about them. The royals and the elders began to admire June for her determination in pursuing her path. She was even willing to request for Noah as a sparring partner to obtain the help of the most talented cultivator of her generation. Of course, many rumors concerning what price she had paid for that service spread too, and Noah found himself receiving messages that inquired about that topic. However, he mostly ignored them since his mind could barely move away from his tests on higher energy. Peaceful years passed, and the neutral city never stopped expanding in that period. Cultivators moved there because they didn't like to be too close to the leading powers, even if they were members of their organizations. Still, most of the newcomers were powerful families or sects that had an interest in the divine steel. The markets in the city improved as more resources ended up inside them. But the gains of the hive were inferior to those of the other forces since it had deployed fewer heroic assets compared to them. It was only natural that it could seize fewer resources with that lack of manpower. Yet, Daniel returned from the other world at some point, and he offered himself as an ambassador when Amos Yudi updated him about that situation. In a matter of months after his return, Daniel moved to Divine Market City. Daniel's arrival balanced the power among the 3 factions ruling the neutral city. All of them now had 2 rank 5 cultivators each deployed there. Hence, their influence on the population became similar even if there was a still huge disparity in their number of heroic assets. The hive still had less manpower on that level, but it wasn't considered weaker than the other factions anymore. Daniel had followed Noah's suggestion after the war and had gone to the other world to hone his abilities as an alchemist. He had even joined the hunting groups of the hive there to help to gather of hybrids and ordinary beasts. Those years spent in the wilderness had helped him clear his mind after his conversation with Faith. He now understood what was wrong with his initial idea. He couldn't become a law if he forsook even what made him unique. One couldn't become stronger by willpower alone. There had to be features that individualities had to carry. Noah and June had their steadfast determination, but their paths were completely different. In the same way, Daniel had to push what made him unique forward and underline the features of his character. Even the purest light had a specific behavior. Daniel's challenge was in making his individuality shine when his path put him in an endless refinement cycle. It often happened that heroic cultivators switched paths as their level increased. The greater understanding obtained once reached higher ranks could make them realize that they had been wrong about certain aspects of their individualities. Even Noah had become aware of his creation only during the exploration of the new continent. It was unlikely for newly advanced heroic cultivators to find the right path as soon as they surpassed the tribulations. The matters concerning the individualities were deep and complex. They would even assume different features after the cultivators came in contact with the laws, or change entirely due to some real-life struggles. Generally speaking, it was never too late for heroic cultivators to switch paths as long as they didn't reach the last stages of the heroic ranks. Their accumulation would be faulty at that point, which would prevent them from crossing the last obstacle before the divine ranks. Becoming a divine entity was a slow and cruel procedure. Even the most subtle mistake could prevent a heroic cultivator from obtaining enough power to face the tribulation. The best way to spot those mistakes was to overcome struggles. Still, there were political systems that took care of most of the problems of talented cultivators, and Daniel had experienced that firsthand. His recent experiences, though, had forced him to grow, and his interaction with Noah and Faith had polished his understanding further. His decision to help with the neutral city hadn't been casual either. He had chosen to go there to interact more with the talents of his generation. When Daniel reached the buildings of the hive, he found himself in front of a scene that he would find it hard to forget for the rest of his life. He had gone directly for the underground quarters meant for rank 5 cultivators, but a dark lightning bolt fell right in front of him as soon as he crossed their entrance. A dangerous feeling quickly enveloped him, but he didn't deploy his defensive measures when he understood what was happening inside that structure. Daniel saw June and Faith hovering in the air and exchanging a series of powerful attacks that shattered the air and forced the inscriptions on the walls to lit up. June was filling the entirety of the underground area with unstable spheres that released crackling sounds and lightning bolts, while Faith used her aura to suppress the violent features of her opponent's energy. Ethereal rivers surrounded Faith's figure and enveloped both June and her spells to spread her calming abilities on them. It was as if she was trying to shut down her opponent's offensive while also defending against the constant attacks of the crackling spheres. Faith wasn't having much success. June's spells only became more violent under that suppression, and her battle intent kept on intensifying even if peaceful feelings hindered the functioning of her perfect circuit. What surprised Daniel the most was that both women appeared extremely serious about that battle. It seemed that they were really trying to kill each other. It was at that point that Daniel noticed someone else in the underground quarters. Toward the end of the structure, Daniel noticed a wide cloud made of dark gas and a cultivator with long black hair managing it. The cultivator had his upper body uncovered and performed fast movements with his hands as he tried to affect the nature of the energy in front of him. Daniel had already understood who that cultivator was even before noticing the few scales on his naked back. Only Noah Bulvin could remain so focused on his projects while 2 rank 5 experts fought right behind his back. No one seemed to notice Daniel's arrival. The 3 cultivators in the underground quarters were too focused on their business to care about that foreign presence. Of course, they didn't really fail to notice him, but they were too immersed in their projects to give him any form of attention. Noah's hands continued to shoot in seemingly random directions, and the cloud of breath in front of him changed form according to those gestures. For years had passed since he moved into the neutral city, but he still was in the initial parts of the testing phase. He had yet to find a higher form that his darkness accepted, and the failures that had filled the past years had eventually forced him to change approach on the matter. According to his ideas, Using only small quantities of his darkness in his experiments would never lead to anything. So little energy couldn't reach a higher state even if he knew the right method to use for that procedure. Only a large amount of breath could give birth to higher energy. That was merely a matter of materials needed to create something stronger than the single items used in the procedure. So, Noah believed that he needed to use more darkness if he wanted to obtain some results. As soon as he moved the testing phase in that direction, the outcome of his experiments improved, even if that wasn't enough to make him move to the next stage of his project. Also, risks accompanied that new approach, and they would force him to stop and reconsider his understanding at times. A sudden dangerous sensation filled the minds of Faith, June, and Daniel at some point, and the two women interrupted their battle to shoot toward the entrance of the quarters. Faith even grabbed Daniel his collar and pulled him into the corridor that led to the buildings on the surface. Then, a loud explosion resounded in the underground quarters, and a series of tremors even reached the corridor where the 3 rank 5 cultivators stood in silence. The explosion didn't damage the structure of the buildings and underground quarters, but the protective inscriptions couldn't prevent the tremors from spreading. They preserved the integrity of the constructions, but the detonation still affected the entire area. However, no one came to check the situation, and even the heroic cultivators living right above that underground area didn't bother to leave their positions. Daniel was astonished. He knew that the experiments of a rank 5 cultivator could end up poorly, but the fact that none of the underlings of the hive had come to help them was quite unnatural. After all, that matter concerned the quarters of their leader. Noah's safety should be the main priority of the weaker heroic assets. Of course, Daniel couldn't possibly know that the other elders had already checked on him once when the first explosion resounded right under their feet. Yet, they had only found an annoyed Noah who ordered them to never check on his status anymore back then. Daniel soon started to understand that such explosions were a common sight in the neutral city. The two women next to him had reacted too fast, and they didn't even appear bothered by that situation. Their expressions were more a mixture of helplessness and annoyance toward the interruption of their battle. "This one goes on me," June said at some point, and she started to walk back in the underground as if nothing unusual had happened. "They all go to you if I can't shut down your battle intent soon enough," Faith replied as she followed her along the corridor. Daniel could only follow after the two of them while wearing a confused expression. In his mind, he was already reevaluating his expectations toward the task of an ambassador of the neutral city. When the 3 of them returned inside Noah's quarters, they found him staring at the wall where the black cloud was hovering just a few minutes before. Yet, there was no gas now, and only a few marks on the azure rocks carried traces of its detonation. The demonic sword flew casually above him, but it didn't seem interested in what he was doing. It had merely reacted to the sudden danger, but even the living weapon appeared used to that kind of commotion. Faith and June sat in a corner and took out a few cups that they quickly filled with strong wine, but they acted so naturally that Daniel felt forced to stare at them to be sure that he didn't see things. Daniel knew that Noah and June were in a relationship, but he had yet to become used to her behavior. After all, he didn't know her too well. The only pieces of information in his possession came from the reports that his family had gathered when it was still planning a revolution. June didn't appear as a battle maniac at all while she drank and conversed with Faith. She seemed even able to go along with Faith's playful character. The image of the talent of the Balor family that Daniel had in his mind fell apart in a few seconds when he saw how she acted there. "I told you that she was cute," Faith exclaimed when she noticed his stare. "And you have yet to see how they are together. I actually feel jealous at times." "Humph," June snorted as she kept Faith still to prevent her from hugging her. "The most beautiful woman of the mortal lands can't be jealous. Just leave Noah and me alone and get yourself a partner." "But men are so easy to take," Faith complained as she gave up on jumping in June. "Except for your man, I guess." Daniel stared at the two of them having that casual discussion with wide eyes. They were mighty rank 5 cultivators and the best talents of their generation, but they also appeared to be close friends that could relax together. Such a sight wasn't common among cultivators at that level, especially when he took into consideration the different organizations behind them. It was usually impossible for experts coming from forces that used to be enemies to reach that type of trust. Yet, Faith and June had done that, and the fact that Noah was involved only made the situation even more astonishing in Daniel's eyes. The images of the young man that had faced the rank 4 excavating worm in the bear dungeon appeared in his mind. Too much had changed in those decades. Still, they were now under the same roof as existences that the entire world revered and praised. Noah stood up at that point and neared the three of them while wearing an ugly expression. Daniel stopped staring at the two women. He didn't know how jealous Noah could be about his lover, but he wasn't going to test his chances since his mood appeared quite sour already. "Don't worry," Noah said as he noticed his reaction. "Faith has more chances than you at that." Then, he sat next to June and filled a cup of wine for himself. Daniel felt a wave of amazement enveloping his mind once again as he kept on staring at that scene. He saw June casually laying her back over Noah's chest and playing with one of the scales on the side of his torso. The most astounding aspect of that situation for Daniel was that Noah didn't seem to notice that. He let her be as he closed his eyes to immerse himself in his thoughts. Daniel could only accept that Noah wasn't only the monster that had spread chaos through the old continent when he was only a human cultivator. There was a side of him that no one knew except for June, Faith, and now him. "Are you going to stay there?" Faith asked at some point, and Daniel sighed before joining the three of them in that casual meeting. He even took a cup from his space ring to drink with them, though he had to try his best not to stare too much at the couple at his side. "So," Faith said after Noah reopened his eyes, "how many more explosions should we expect? Elder Estelle is starting to think that you will blow the entire city up." "I'm about to increase the quantity of energy," Noah replied. "The other elders should apply the protective inscriptions even on the buildings around this one." "Even more?" June asked with a surprised tone. "Didn't you just raise it?" "Forcing my breath into a shapeless construct is impossible," Noah answered. "I need to create a procedure that would lead it to a higher form naturally." "Won't that make the testing phase far more dangerous?" June asked while wearing a helpless expression, but Noah limited himself to smirk. Daniel was utterly clueless about that topic, and it appeared that even Faith didn't know much about it since she had started to ignore them. Yet, an idea suddenly popped in her mind, and she expressed it loudly. "June told me about your ex-girlfriend. Didn't she come from a place with a training area for heroic cultivators?" Noah didn't forget about the Audionation and its mausoleum. Actually, he was interested in the nature of that place. At first, he had learnt to accept it as a training area that the Empire used to skim its army. The official story was that a rival of the god of the Empire had lost the race to the divine ranks. That made the entire nation suffer from that. Yet, that was just the knowledge passed down by human cultivators. The records retrieved in the Mortal Palace had shown some discrepancies in that story. The Audionation would have been in that state for more than 30,000 years if both stories were true, which was something that Noah found it hard to believe. An organization made only of a few thousand human cultivators couldn't have lasted so much. There was some secret there. Still, the presence of the god of the Empire had forced the few curious experts to give up on its exploration. However, the god had disappeared for more than 10 years, and the rumors had started to spread again. It wasn't a case that Faith had thought about the Audionation when she understood the struggles that Noah was facing during his experiments. There weren't many cultivators aware of the existence of the mausoleum, but most of them could link that country with the god of the Empire. Anything related to a divine entity would be priceless for heroic cultivators, and entire organizations would be willing to fight wars for them. Nevertheless, Faith knew about that training area because June told her almost everything about her time with Noah. That gave her the idea that the solution to Noah's issue could be inside one of the training areas meant for heroic cultivators. After all, it was more than evident that he needed all the help that he could get in that project. Even June had admitted that she had required Noah's help to succeed in that secret project. That alone was the proof that he would have a hard time too. Truth to be told, Noah didn't want to return to the mausoleum just yet. Its last layer was an area meant for rank 6 cultivators according to Lisa's story, which said that he couldn't explore the entire structure at his current level. Also, He had just come out of a long series of improvements since the war had allowed him to express his individuality a lot. Once he completed the matter with the higher energy, he would have to dive into other projects that concerned his power as a whole. However, for years of testing didn't lead him anywhere, and he could only find the reasons behind his failures even if he used the divine deduction technique. The actual procedure was still vague in his mind, and he could only test more approaches to find it in his current situation. The end of the fifth layer should feature laws since they are a core part of that rank, Noah thought as he evaluated Faith's suggestion. Understanding more about that world can only benefit all my projects and my individuality. The idea that he had suppressed in his mind for so long began to take form. Just a few minutes ago, there were only thoughts concerning the higher energy there. Still, Noah began to believe that the mausoleum could improve the state of his experiments as he weighed all the pros and cons. Also, the only other choice was to keep testing blindly, hoping that he would find a direction to pursue soon. June showed an ugly expression at Faith's words. On the one hand, she didn't like the idea of Noah going back to the country where he had his first relationship. On the other, she didn't want the two of them to separate. Yet, she understood that Noah was facing some dangerous hindrances. After all, the explosions alone had made even Elder Estelle worry about the safety of the neutral city. "Are you sure that this is a good idea?" Daniel asked. "We are still at war with the Empire." Daniel had become too used to feel amazed in those short minutes that he didn't even flinch when he heard the word ex-girlfriend. Instead, he offered an objective view of the current political situation. "Our three forces are still recovering," Faith replied. "I've heard some of the elders say that we need to wait at least 50 years before moving to the old continent. We aren't losing anything right now, while the Empire rots in a wasteland." Of course, the old continent wasn't a wasteland, not yet at least. Faith was exaggerating to prove a point. Isolating the Empire in the old continent would cripple its growth, while the three invading forces had the entire piece of Immortal lands at their disposal. The gap in power between the two sides would slowly enlarge in that situation already. There was no point in forcing other battles. Noah knew that well, and he even agreed with the decision of the three forces to stop the war for a few decades. Still, he was considering the idea of visiting the mausoleum, and that was bound to give birth to other issues that were internal to the three organizations. The Hive, the Elbas family, and the Council were at peace. None of them would dare to betray one of its allies because the weaker side could pair up with the Empire if the situation were too dire. That would balance the forces of those mortal lands again and waste the assets sacrificed during the war. Yet, a sudden lack of manpower would inevitably affect their growth. If Noah were to leave, the Hive would gain far less from the neutral city, and it would see its other projects slowing down to make up for the loss of one of its most powerful assets. There wasn't a real solution to that problem either since the Hive didn't have as many rank 5 cultivators as the other forces. Noah picked his inscribed notebook and began to send a series of mental messages to the other elders at that point. He had never cared about politics, nor bothered to learn how to run an organization. So, he had to rely on the elders' judgment to see if that was the best moment when starting another mission. Also, he didn't mind spending other years in Divine Market City. He was improving anyway. The mausoleum was just an idea that was worth testing, but it wasn't an essential part of his training. Elder Julia answered after a few minutes, and her words resounded in Noah's mind. "It's not an issue to replace you and Daniel in a few years. The Hive has obtained only barren territories, and the other rank 4 elders are enough to handle them. Though you might want to make it an official mission, it's better to involve the other nations in this particular period." Elder Julia's suggestion was on point. The Hive had the separate dimension and could explore the Odria nation and its mausoleum unnoticed. Yet, the other countries would eventually notice the absence of its heroic assets, especially if one of them was the flashy Noah. It was better to involve the other forces in that mission. After all, the Hive could count on a series of allies that didn't mind keeping secrets from their organizations. Faith had long lost her interest in the Council. She was more loyal toward June and Noah since they treated her fairly and didn't stop her from acting how she wanted. The Council even trusted her and felt the need to make up for how it nurtured her. Her peace had benefited more from breaking its rules than from isolating herself from the world in the end. The only real issue was the Elbas family. June wasn't a royal, and there was a limit to how much the Elbas family trusted her. There was a high chance that it requested for an actual carrier of King Elba's bloodline to be in a mission that concerned the secrets of the god of the empire. "I'll set up a few meetings and keep you updated," Elder Julia said toward the end of her mental message. "Try not to destroy Divine Market City in the meantime." That matter ended there. It would be up to the higher-ups of the three forces to find an agreement now. Noah knew that the council and the Elbas family wouldn't just let the hive go alone in the Nation. Still, there was a chance that Elder Julia could create favorable conditions if she were subtle enough with her offers. Every force was busy making up for the losses suffered during the war, and the pieces of information concerning the Nation weren't wholly reliable. So, it was possible to reach an agreement that the hive could exploit. More years passed in the neutral city, and the gatherings in Noah's underground quarters continued right under the curiosity of the heroic assets of the other forces. June and Faith would always return to the structures of their organizations carrying traces of battle, so most heroic cultivators believed that Noah was giving combat lessons. The tremors didn't stop either, and they even became proper earthquakes at some point since Noah kept on increasing the amount of darkness used in his experiments. Yet, his tests didn't cause any damage, and the other heroic assets didn't dare to complain. Most of them were scared of the fame that accompanied the Demon Prince, but others wanted to join his private circle. That desire was quite popular. After all, Faith was often in his quarters, and any rank 4 cultivator would feel blessed if someone like Noah taught them how to fight. Yet, the higher-ups there knew that the hive was planning something. Elder Julia had announced her interest in exploring the mysterious Nation, but the negotiations proceeded slowly since the other forces had many doubts about her actual intentions. The offer was compelling though, and they couldn't control the behavior of rank 5 cultivators anyway. Also, the only danger appeared to be the formation around the country, but no one believed that they couldn't convince the citizens to open it when they wanted to leave. As for what concerned the limitation of the defensive formation, Elder Julia told the other forces that Noah had obtained some key during his stay there. The fact that the hive could grant access inside the Nation to heroic cultivators put it in an advantageous position during the meetings, and Elder Julia eventually managed to use that to obtain favorable terms. 4 years after Noah's conveyed the idea to Elder Julia, he, June, Faith, and Daniel left the neutral city to fly toward the western coast of the old continent. The 4 of them didn't make any stop and reached directly for the spot where Noah had once left to fly toward the Coral Archipelago. The coastline of the old continent was too far away from the islands, so the hive's influence was weak there. Yet, the 4 years of meetings had given it enough time to make the necessary preparations for the task. Noah took out an inscribed item at the peak of the 5th rank when they reached the beginning of the formation. His mind now was powerful enough to notice it, so finding the perfect spot where to make any potential onlooker lose their traces was rather easy. The group dived in the sea and dug the rocky seabed right next to the beginning of the formation. Then Noah threw a soft curtain above him and the others. The curtain was an inscribed item similar to that used to cover the door inside June's quarters. No rank 5 cultivator would be able to see past it, and their position in the depths of the sea further hindered any investigation. Noah sent a mental message through his notebook at that point, and a formation lit up under the group's feet and led them inside the separate dimension where the 2 demons were waiting for them. "I hope something is interesting there," Flying Demon said. "I can't even take a look at that damned steel due to all this secrecy." Faith couldn't help but show her surprise when she saw the demons and the separate dimension. However, she had already sworn a pact with the hive as requested by the agreement. She was expecting to learn some secret. Noah ignored Flying Demon's words and went directly for the formation in front of him, and Dreaming Demon smiled at her lover before following him. The rest of the group was right behind Noah in a few seconds, and the formation lit up when they stepped on it. When the halo vanished, Noah found himself in an environment that he hadn't seen for more than 100 years. "To think that I'll come back here," Noah thought as he looked around before setting off toward the sole city in the entirety of that country. The Nation still lacked any species of magical beasts since the defensive formation, and Mausoleum made use of most of the breath in the area, but its number of soldiers appeared to be the same. Noah swept the area with his mental energy as he flew, followed by his companions. The various human assets on the ground couldn't escape his consciousness, and they didn't notice his presence either. The group reached for the hidden city and landed in front of the castle built at its center. The guards patrolling there noticed their presence at that point, but they fell asleep as soon as they entered in contact with Faith's aura. When they reached the main hall of the castle, they found an elderly woman wearing a golden crown smiling at them and greeting them with calm words. "Welcome. I'm happy that the hooded devil has decided to return." Noah studied the old woman with interest, but his eyes widened when he recognized her. The crowned woman had white hair, but there were a few red strands combed around the golden crown on her head. That particular hairstyle and the red shades reminded him of the girl that the citizens of the Nation called Lord. "Lisa?" Noah asked, and the woman's smile widened when she heard her name. Her gesture also confirmed Noah's suggestion, and he couldn't help but analyze her more at that realization. Lisa was just a rank 3 cultivator in the gaseous stage. Her mind was even in the 3rd rank, so nothing about her could escape the inspection of Noah's consciousness. Noah knew that Lisa wasn't even a decade younger than him. Still, she had aged too quickly. Her current appearance was too old for a rank 3 cultivator that hadn't lived for more than 150 years. He found the reason behind that quite quickly. Lisa's dantian had a long scar that leaked breath always. The injury appeared old, and it seemed that it had never completely healed. Noah guessed that her cultivation had suffered many setbacks, which ultimately led her to age as if she was a commoner. "You haven't aged a day," Lisa said as she stood from the throne and gazed at his companions. "But this doesn't mean that you didn't change." Noah could only gaze at the heroic cultivators behind him at those words. When he first arrived in the Nation, he was still a lone cultivator that didn't have any ally. He didn't have any organization behind him either, and his power was too low to make him relevant in the political environment of the world. However, he wasn't alone anymore now. His journey had eventually led him to find a lover, a couple of friends, and trustworthy companions. He even had one of the strongest organizations in the entirety of those mortal lands backing him. His power put him among the elites of the world too, with only a few old monsters still surpassing his level. She had met a ruthless warrior more than 100 years ago, but she only saw a monster that had seized anything that the world had tried to keep away from him now. "Did you come to free us?" Lisa asked with a bit of helplessness in her tone. She had always believed that someone would eventually repay her kindness, but she wasn't completely delusional. Noah was clearly above the human ranks, and beings on that level usually didn't care for a bunch of human cultivators. Also, the defensive formation had managed to notice his group only after they crossed the borders of the country, which meant that he had to be exceptional even among the heroic assets. She was sure that someone with such a high status had other reasons to return in her wasted nation, and the only thing that she could think of was the mausoleum. "We'll explore the mausoleum first," Noah quickly confirmed her suspicions. "You'll join the hive if we find nothing wrong inside it." Noah didn't mind if the soldiers of the Nation were to join his organization. They were only human cultivators, but they were experienced warriors that had been forced to fight for their lives since their birth. Even the best organizations couldn't train warriors so suitable for the cultivation journey. Each one of those soldiers could become a match for the best talents of the world with the right resources, especially the youngest ones. Yet, he wasn't exaggerating when he said that they had to explore the mausoleum first. The god of the empire was too mysterious, and the entire nation could hide secrets that they couldn't even begin to imagine. Carefulness was the minimum requirement when dealing with something connected with a divine existence. "I understand," Lisa said as she moved to the back of the hall, where she placed her hand on a specific spot on the wall. A series of inscriptions lit up, and a hidden door opened to reveal a downward rocky passage filled with shining lines. Everyone in the group of heroic cultivators analyzed those shining lines, and even Noah couldn't help but study them. His mind was now able to notice features that he had missed back then. The lines were old, Their primary purpose appeared to be the transport of breath toward the deeper layers of the structure, while also releasing part of it in the environment. It resembles an irrigation system that uses breath instead of water. Noah thought as he took a step inside the passage. Though it can't be so easy. The heroic ranks weren't only a matter of density of breath. There were laws involved at those levels. So, the claim that the mausoleum had training areas suitable for cultivators from the 1st to the 6th rank meant that the deeper layers would theoretically feature something more than just breath. Nina died in battle a few decades ago, Lisa said as soon as she saw Noah stepping inside the passage. She had a family and even grandkids. They are still alive. Noah listened to those words but didn't stop his advance. Lisa was scared that he would leave the citizens of the Nation behind after obtaining what he wanted from the mausoleum. Hers were just words meant to increase the chances to secure a future for her country. No one in Noah's group spoke as they followed him in the corridor, and even Faith refrained herself from making comments about his ex-girlfriend. The reason for that was the tense aura that had started to leak from June's figure. Noah took her hand when he noticed her reaction, and she lowered her head to hide her expression. "I can't help but hating her since she has beaten me in getting you first," June said after heaving a sigh. The truth was that she wasn't jealous of Nina, but her battle intent triggered an instinctive reaction to what she thought to be as a defeat. "I wouldn't be with you if it weren't for her," Noah said in a warm tone before pointing at the hall ahead. "Be careful. There are rank 1 cultivators here." June did her best to suppress her consciousness at that point. After all, even the slightest whiff of her mental energy would be enough to kill all the kids cultivating in the 1st layer. Curious gazes went for the 6 strangers that were walking through the mausoleum. The rank 1 cultivators tried to inspect them with their weak minds, but they could only make out their facial features, without understanding anything about their power. Noah and the others didn't stop. They walked directly toward the 3rd layer when they found 100 or so soldiers who kowtowed when they realized that they were in the presence of heroic cultivators. The group didn't stop there either and strived for the corridor that led toward the 4th layer. Still, they only found a wall that had a teleportation matrix drawn on its surface when they reached its end. That was expected, to say the least, Noah thought when he saw the teleportation matrix at the end of the corridor leading to the 4th layer of the mausoleum. Noah's sea of consciousness had been too weak to reach those depths during his stay in the Nation. The shining lines that covered the entirety of that structure used to weigh too much on his mind. He had never explored past the 3rd layer, but his knowledge of the heroic ranks made him imagine a similar outcome. The deeper parts of the mausoleum couldn't just rely on the breath gathered in the country to provide a training area suitable for cultivators at that level. "I'm beginning to think that my life is just a series of separate dimensions," Flying Demon cursed in a low voice, but Dreaming Demon quickly caressed his shoulder to comfort him. Noah couldn't blame him for feeling dejected. Flying Demon had spent most of his life inside separate dimensions, and he kept on using one of them to move around the world. The 6 of them were alone in that part of the mausoleum. None of the other rank 3 cultivators in the country could reach that depth since they lacked the means to improve their minds to the limits of the human ranks. The path ahead was theirs to handle. Yet, they didn't activate the teleportation matrix immediately. The experts didn't know what they would find on the other side, and the bad experiences of the 2 demons were enough to make Noah hesitant about that place. Still, that didn't mean that they were giving up on their mission. They just needed to make a few preparations beforehand. The 6 heroic cultivators didn't exit the mausoleum. They contacted their organizations right in the corridor as they warned them that the mission could take a while. Of course, Faith and June made public only a few details concerning the mausoleum since they intended to leave most of the gains to Noah and the Hive. The council didn't mind that Faith might be forced to spend years in the Nation. There wouldn't be battles anytime soon, and the loss of a rank 5 cultivator in that period wouldn't affect its overall influence on the continents. However, both the Hive and the Elbas family expressed their concerns. The royals didn't like that there wasn't an actual carrier of King Elba's bloodline in the mission, but they had to give in to Elder Julia's demands since the Hive held the key to cross the defensive formation. Still, they began to question why the exploration of an isolated nation would require so much time. The Hive had different complaints instead. With Noah, Daniel, and the two demons deployed in that mission, most of its power would be gone for the duration of that exploration. For rank 5 cultivators weren't assets that it felt comfortable using for something so mysterious. After all, the Hive counted only 10 experts at that level, and Danielle. Continuing in the mission meant almost having its most powerful assets, which was something that it couldn't decide lightly. Nevertheless, the prospects of obtaining something connected with the god of the empire was too appealing, and the fact that the Hive would gain the largest share of the profits wasn't something that it could overlook. Also, with the copying formation active in its most important territories, it would take an army similar to that deployed against the Shandal Empire to take it down. The political situation was in its favor too, since the three invading forces had a common enemy, and switching side would bring balance in an otherwise dire situation. The council and the Elbas family couldn't risk that in a period when they had to focus on their growth. The unexpected happened in those days. Chasing Demon decided to intervene since it wasn't clear which path was better to pursue, and sent a direct message to the experts of the Hive deployed in the Nation. Even Daniel received it. Organizations aren't meant to hold back talents, but to make them bloom. Press forward, fight, grow, and don't hesitate. The Hive has thrived in barren islands. It won't fall in a blessed land. Elder Julia then sent them a detailed schedule of the projects of the Hive to reassure the experts. It seemed that Chasing Demon would spend the following years spreading the copying formation in the barren territories obtained recently. His figure would be out in the open in that period, and his soul sight would scare away any force that intended to exploit that temporary weakness of the Hive to slow down its growth. The demons, Noah, and Daniel could wholeheartedly focus on their mission after they learnt about that. With the council and the Hive set on proceeding with the exploration, the Elbas family felt forced to give in to their demands and let go of the idea to send a carrier of King Elbas' bloodline there. As for the citizens of the Nation, they were living a rare period of peace. The Empire had interrupted its training after the defeat in the new continent. Those soldiers wouldn't mind waiting a bit more to obtain their freedom. "Let me go first," Dreaming Demon said when the group had settled everything and was ready to activate the teleportation matrix. "Us?" Flying Demon added as he stood side by side with his lover in front of the formation. Noah didn't object. They were the strongest members of the group, and they had a better chance to face what the separate dimension hid. Also, they had the special inscribed notebooks that 37 had ideated, so there was a chance that they could warn the others once they were on the other side. The matrix didn't need external breath. The formation inside the mausoleum provided it with all the required energy already. It activated as soon as the two demons touched its lines. The two of them vanished after the lines released a blinding light, and Noah and the others waited for them to update them on the situation on the other side. Yet, there seemed to be no need to use the notebooks since Flying Demon reappeared a few minutes later and urged them to join him. "It's better if you see it with your eyes," Flying Demon said, and the group of 5 touched the shining lines that enveloped them with white light before transporting them on the other side of the matrix. The white light still shone in Noah's eyes when the effects of the teleportation vanished, but he quickly discovered that the sky was the cause of that phenomenon. The sky was entirely white and radiated a constant light that shone on the azure terrain that seemed to spread endlessly in every direction. Noah thought about something when he saw that scene, and the two demons turned toward him when they understood that he was having ideas similar to theirs. The three of them couldn't help but think about the sculpture that they had seen in the Mortal Palace. The new environment had a white sky that radiated a perpetual light and an azure terrain that contained quantities of breath that human cultivators couldn't withstand. That sight was far more than peculiar, but the experts in Noah's group had seen those strange features already. The azure terrain was an iconic quality of the piece of immortal lands, and all 6 of them had seen a similar light on the other side of the fissure created during God's right hand's ascension. Still, it was hard to make a connection with the higher plane, especially for cultivators that didn't have access to the knowledge contained inside the Mortal Palace. It wasn't a matter of lack of intelligence. Rather, the experts there couldn't make the most immediate and reasonable deduction because it was too incredible to even think about it. Yet, that didn't apply to Noah and the two demons. The 3 of them had seen the sculpture that represented the universe known by Divine Architect. There was a bigger sphere in that structure, and its color was of the same pure white that filled the sky right now. Also, they had already made that connection during God's right-hand ascension, so it was easier for them to think of that insane possibility. Is this a more ambitious replica? Flying Demon asked. The god of the empire should be far older than her. Noah promptly refused that hypothesis. And this Shandal empire had just appeared in the period when she left. The timelines don't fit. The three of them had a vague idea of when Divine Architect had lived. According to the records retrieved in the Mortal Palace, she had ascended 6,000 years ago. The Shandal Empire had been only a few centuries old in that period. Noah and the demons didn't know the limits of the divine entities, but the pieces of information in their possession seemed to lead in a different direction. There was the chance that the god of the empire had interacted with Divine Architect, but that white dimension didn't seem her style. Of course, those were just hypotheses. None of them knew what the god of the empire did when he disappeared. He might have returned to the mortal lands sooner and interacted with the divine entities of that time only to commission that work. We should focus on another topic. Dreaming Demon intervened. Finding out what this is has the priority over uncovering the reasons behind its creation. June, Faith, and Daniel watched that interaction with confused expressions, but they didn't divert their focus from the world around them. The separate dimension appeared immense, and it had a density of breadth similar to that of the new continent. The formation was in the middle of a vast and barren plain that featured a series of solitary mountains in the distance. There were no visible edges. The plain stretched in every direction and led to different environments that the group couldn't see from their position. Also, there were a few strands of grass growing sparsely on that otherwise lifeless terrain. The fact that a separate dimension was able to give birth to life forms wasn't something that they could ignore. It was as if they were inside an actual world rather than inside something created by powerful existences. Noah and the demons had already gone past those considerations. They were doing their best to find something that denied their initial idea of that place. Still, everything seemed to point in that direction. We have to face it, Dreaming Demon continued. It even fits what we know about the issue of the god of the empire. Yes, Flying Demon said with a tinge of unwillingness in his tone. But why leaving after you have built this place? Does he take away pieces every time to bring them here? There was a black dot on the white sphere of the sculpture, Noah concluded, and even more unwillingness filled the demon's expressions at his words. Even if they didn't know much, their ideas seemed too on point to deny it. Do you mind explaining? June asked as she kicked Noah's ankle to claim his attention. Faith and Daniel couldn't help but nod internally at that gesture. They didn't want to be the ones to interrupt the conversation among those threatening entities. Only then did Noah realize that the three of them had yet to make the connection, and he didn't mind solving their doubts. This appears to be a replica of the Immortal lands or some dimension built with actual pieces of the higher plane. As soon as he mentioned the Immortal lands, the three of them made the connection with the details seen throughout their lives. The similarity of that dimension with what they knew about the higher plane soon became too evident to ignore. A wave of amazement swept them at that point. The sole idea that there was such a treasure hidden right in front of their eyes was incredible. Yet, it all made sense when they took into account that they had lived the entirety of their lives sharing those mortal lands with a divine entity that didn't appear in public too often. We press forward, right? Flying Demon asked, and Noah's eyebrow arched as he answered him. Do I have to remind you what we didn't when we spotted the Mortal Palace? Both demons revealed a smile at his words, and they set off to explore the area from a broader perspective. Noah quickly followed them, and the other three experts did the same. They didn't need an explanation to understand that they weren't retreating. As the six of them flew higher, they noticed that the white radiance began to affect their mental spheres. The sky exuded a pressure that prevented weak, living beings to come close to it. The only issue was that even rank 5 cultivators were just weak existences in the eyes of a higher plane. The group rose in the air, but it felt soon forced to stop. The white light had begun to affect their mental capabilities, and only Dreaming Demon appeared able to press forward in her climb. However, she stopped with her companions anyway since they had reached a height that gave them enough vision of the surrounding areas. The environment that filled their vision resembled the new continent, with the only exception that the white radiance filled every corner of that world. There wasn't any magical beast in their view, but other sparse plants started to appear once they moved their focus on the distance. There wasn't any wind there, which gave an eternal aura to the scene. It felt as if those territories were immune to the passage of time and would remain in that state forever. Shall we start with the back and see if there is some difference with the path forward? Flying Demon asked, and his companions didn't even need to nod to express their approval. They flew past the formation to search for the edges of that place. The group soon discovered that it wasn't hard to keep track of their position even if they lacked clear signals. The density of breath in the air would decrease as they flew toward what they believed was the back of the dimension, since it was in the opposite verse of the passage. They even started to find more complex life forms. The first trees appeared after they left the plain, and small patches of bushlands began to fill the terrain that kept on becoming darker as they distanced themselves from the teleportation matrix. The only issue with their exploration was the constant white light radiated by the sky, which ultimately forced them to advance on foot. There was no night in that strange world. The sky kept on shining endlessly, without ever stopping pushing the limits of their minds. Even with seas of consciousness in the 5th rank, the 6 experts couldn't sustain that continuous pressure that tried to pierce the walls of their spheres. Reaching the ground didn't solve that problem. As weeks passed, even the subtle pressure that reached the ground started to weigh on their minds and forced them to take cover from the sight of that oppressing sky. The 6 of them had to dig deep caves to avoid direct contact with the white light and take short breaks to shake off the pressure accumulated during the exploration. Only a day or two of rest were enough for their minds to return to their peak. Still, the fact that they needed to hide from the light in the first place made them understand that the dimension wasn't meant for beings on that level. Of course, that wasn't something that affected them too much. The radiance of the sky was a positive influence on their mental spheres since it strengthened their walls. Noah even found himself flying alone at times to keep his training schedule going. Also, he required all the pressure that he could get if he wanted to rely on the properties of his mental energy again. In his opinion, the separate dimension had already met the requirements of a training area suitable for heroic cultivators. As they explored further, the azure ground started to turn brown due to the lack of breath in its fabric. The environment had begun to lose the properties that made it part of a higher plane and was returning to the standards of the mortal lands. It was at that point that the group saw the first magical beasts of the separate dimension. They were rare creatures in the 4th rank that lazily fed on the breath in the environment for their nourishment, but a few of them engaged in messy fights with beasts on a similar level. The population of that fauna increased as the ground became completely brown, and even some creatures in the human ranks began to appear. The beasts' level decreased as they pressed forward, but their number increased since those areas were incredible for beings in the human ranks. Their lack of a sea of consciousness also made them ignore the constant pressure radiated from the sky, so they didn't experience any drawback when they hunted on the surface. The limits of the dimension eventually arrived, and they appeared as a cracked cliff that led to a void often seen in similar structures. The 6 experts turned at that point and continued to analyze the environment as they made their way back to the teleportation matrix. They had a general direction and had gathered some data by then. It was time to dive deeper into the dimension. Noah had hunted and studied some magical beasts along the way, but he couldn't find any difference from the creatures that populated the outside world. They even tasted the same, so he quickly gave up on the hypothesis that they could carry unusual features due to that unique environment. The only pattern that he could see in their species was that the creatures that could live underground were more populated. That led him to conclude that the sky affected them in some way that he couldn't see in the span of a few weeks. After all, he didn't see any flying creature in that period, and even the tallest beasts were rarer compared to the smallest. There seemed to be a natural selection that privileged the creatures that put as much distance as possible with the sky. Most of the data gathered from beasts in the human ranks, though, were unreliable since those creatures had yet to become proper inhabitants of those land. They were too weak to reach for the territories where the ground was utterly blue and matched the requirement of a higher plane. Even the beasts in the heroic ranks found right after the teleportation matrix suffered from the same issue. The group was seeing only the bottom of the food chain. The creatures that had gained from that environment had to be those living in the central areas. Noah and the others took a break when they reached the formation and walked toward the solitary mountains in the distance. That side of the dimension followed a similar pattern, and complex living beings began to appear as the group left the plane to enter that new area. The only difference was in the power of the lifeforms there, which were far stronger compared to those found on the other side. Magical plants and beasts started to show their presence as the group strived forward, uncaring of the continually increasing density of breath in the air. Beings not limited to the lower tier of the fourth rank became a common sight in that mysterious land. It seemed that only the area around the teleportation matrix was devoid of the presence of lifeforms that could increase their power. At the same time, the rest of the world was incredibly similar to the new continent when it first fell. Some rare flying creatures began to appear too. Noah recognized most of those species and noted that all of them were the strongest kinds of those types of magical beasts. It seemed that the sky belonged only to the various species carrying the best features of their types. Noah didn't stop his studies of the fauna during the exploration. Some of those species showed some of the improvements that they had gained due to that extreme environment. It wasn't anything special. They just had slightly stronger innate abilities, but that feature started to manifest itself more often as the group moved toward the center of the dimension. However, an unexpected event happened as they made their way through the valleys formed by the solitary mountains. A soft gale started to blow from a random direction and swept the 6 cultivators with its warm air. The members of Noah's group didn't overthink about it, since they were more interested in the lifeforms around them. Still, their consciousnesses became thinner under the influence of that wind, and their minds expanded until they reached a mental state similar to that experienced by Noah during the transformation. Noah was able to maintain his control during that sudden sensation because he had already experienced it once. His mind returned to the peculiar state that he had experienced during the transformation. The world of the laws lay bare in front of his eyes, and the simple movement of his mental energy made him reach new levels of understanding. Yet, that sensation vanished as soon as the gale crossed them and dispersed in the air. Daniel and Faith fell on their knees when their consciousness lost their connection with the laws. They felt as if they had become devoid of any power as their minds returned to a normal state. However, their individualities soon filled their bodies and gave them back the strength that they had nurtured for all those years. June wavered too, but she managed to remain on her feet even if she gasped for air when her mental waves showed their presence again in the material world. Only Noah and the demons didn't experience any drawbacks after that sudden event. Still, their eyes scanned the environment with sharp movements as they tried to find the cause of that phenomenon. The truth was that even the 3 of them had felt scared when they lost control of their minds. Noah's dread surpassed even that of the 2 demons since he had thought that something had gone wrong with his body, and he was about to turn into a cursed dragon. However, that experience had been entirely harmless, except for the few seconds of struggles that Faith, June, and Daniel were going through. Actually, it seemed that the auras of the 6 of them had become slightly more intense after they stabilized. What was that? Daniel exclaimed as he struggled to stand up, and Faith did the same as she clung on June's robe. Yet June wasn't entirely stable and was about to fall at that pull, but Noah took her in his arms, lifting Faith in the process. He didn't answer Daniel's question since he wasn't sure about what they had experienced either. He could only connect the soft gale to that temporary improvement of their consciousness, but he couldn't explain the phenomenon. Dreaming Demon, though, had more experience in that field and gave a short explanation that could provide them with an idea of what had happened. That wind has forced our minds to attune with the laws. I don't know how something like this is possible, but it can help heroic cultivators if they experience it every once in a while. It was needless to say that her words gave origin to waves of shock inside her companions. After all, the laws were the last step of the heroic ranks. It was indeed similar to that moment, June said as she clung onto Noah while her gaze wandered through the scenery. In her mind, she was trying to remember the sensations that she had just experienced in the hope that she could enter that state by herself at some point. Noah understood the reason behind the different reactions of the members of his group at Dreaming Demon's words. It became clear that only cultivators who had already gazed upon the world of the laws could withstand that forced enlightenment without suffering any drawbacks. Noah had his experiences during the transformation and the rare moments of enlightenment when he experimented with his darkness. His mind touched upon that world too during his sessions of meditation, even if only for short instants. The two demons were on higher stages inside the 5th rank, and they had a divine existence as their master. They had already expressed their individuality enough and were on the phase where they had to learn how to wield the laws. Dreaming Demon was above her lover in terms of understanding since she didn't have to go through 1,000 years of stagnation, but her power had always been incredible. After all, she was a rank 5 cultivator in the solid stage. Still, Flying Demon had recovered during his period inside the hive, and he was a proud existence at the peak of the liquid stage even if some of his potential had been wasted in Divine Architect's dimension. His path had reached the point where he had to learn how to wield laws too, so his interaction with that world happened more than often. As for the other 3 cultivators in their group, only June had interacted with the laws once. Her enlightenment had arrived after the session of dual cultivation with Noah when she used the 2 types of sparks in her possession to give birth to her higher energy. Yet it had been just a glimpse at that time. The forced enlightenment that she had experienced now had lasted more. "Is this even possible?" Noah asked as he caressed June's hair. "Are there winds that force enlightenments a feature of the immortal lands?" That discovery was too surprising for someone like Noah, who was so keen on optimizing his training. If he found a way to study and exploit those winds, his understanding of the world would increase by leaps and bounds, and it would give him access to broader knowledge about the breath. Creating higher energy wouldn't be a problem at that point, and even other projects would be far easier if he could reach the understanding of a peak rank 5 cultivator. However, nothing was free in the world of heaven and earth. Their fairness had to apply everywhere, even in innately good things. Dreaming Demon didn't fail to notice the eagerness in his gaze and decided to explain the matter further and in all its aspects. While every enlightenment is generally good, the fact that it is forced is an issue. The wind doesn't affect your mind. It simply carries raw and chaotic laws that your consciousness analyzes when it comes in contact with them. A small whiff can improve your general understanding, but a storm would shred your individuality apart. "Are you saying that there could be storms up there?" Noah asked, and a tinge of eagerness appeared in his tone when he thought at the countless possibilities in which a divine being could make use of that phenomenon. "Noah," Dreaming Demon sighed before speaking again, "I've just discovered that there probably are winds made of laws in the immortal lands. According to the logic of this world, storms should exist as a form of calamity for divine beings, but I suggest you run away if you ever happen to encounter them." Of course, Dreaming Demon was trying to be reasonable because she knew that Noah found it hard to hold back when it came to improving his power quickly. Yet, she would gladly follow him inside a storm of laws if he found a way to exploit its potential. Nevertheless, they had to study that dimension first since it could give them a significant advantage once and if they managed to ascend. Since the wind could carry laws there was a chance that other dangerous natural events happened in the central areas. The sudden event increased the eagerness of the group to uncover the secrets of that separate dimension. Still, they had to take a break before resuming their journey toward the central areas. They wanted to assimilate the gains obtained before approaching territories that were bound to be more dangerous. Their advance resumed, but they paid particular attention to any trace of wind as they moved forward. Dreaming Demon was right when she said that they shouldn't abuse those chaotic laws, but that didn't mean that they had to avoid them altogether. Those laws helped them broaden their understanding of the next step in the heroic ranks and weren't harmful if taken in small quantities. Right now, only the 2 demons were attempting to wield laws, while the others were still expressing their individualities. Noah almost lost interest in the magical beasts after that. He would still analyze the creatures that he found along the way, but understanding the structure of the fauna had lost the priority when he found a way to improve his power quickly. Also, the food chain appeared to be quite simple, and the unique features of the specimens living there weren't so special either. The fauna was various, but there was an abundance of magical beasts that could live underground. So many different species normally wouldn't live in the same regions, even in ones with a terrain that came from the immortal lands. Hence, Noah thought that the god of the empire had thrown them there, without caring about creating any balance or functioning ecosystem. He had just let the natural selection take its course. Of course, that was just a hypothesis. Still, Noah had reasons to believe that the Almighty had never planned to manage the creatures there. No expert in the magical beasts field would have put flying creatures in a world where the sky was an enemy. It was just a waste of resources to place beings unsuitable for an environment, and that didn't act as the primary source of food for the other species. In Noah's trained eyes, they were little more than ornaments meant to make that dimension look prettier. As for the special features, any living being growing and feeding on the fantastic ground of the immortal lands would be stronger than its peers. It wasn't a surprise that the creatures there had better bodies and could launch slightly stronger attacks. It wasn't even a matter of breath. The energy carried by the magical beasts there was almost the same as the creatures in the outside world. Still, the constant nurturing of those lands made them grow with natural enhanced abilities. It was as if they were the best version that their species had to offer. The density of breath increased as they moved forward, but the white light radiated by the sky maintained the same intensity. It was a constant, wearing pressure that tried to make its way inside the mental spheres of the beings that it illuminated. The increased density didn't affect the humans in Noah's group. They were heroic cultivators that absorbed the breath inside the matter. That raw form of energy didn't help in their cultivation. Yet, it was different for hybrids and magical beasts. Noah felt rejuvenated whenever he breathed as the group reached the areas where the first creatures in the 5th rank began to appear. There were both plants and beasts in those territories, and the environment completely abandoned its barrenness to make room for various sceneries. Bushlands, forests, prairie. Those territories of the separate dimension offered all kinds of eerie landscapes filled by powerful life forms. Also, the wind blew more often too in those areas. The 6 cultivators had managed to find only another soft gale as they reached for those lands, but they found 2 more of them as they explored those places full of life. There didn't seem to be an actual connection between those 2 factors. According to Dreaming Demon's hypotheses, the higher density of breath had more chances to give birth to that messy accumulation of laws. The sky had some influence on that phenomenon too. The experts in the outside world would have seen it happen naturally in the new continent otherwise. However, the group soon realized that the higher presence of gales didn't benefit them. The winds started to become more violent and dense as they pressed forward. They were still somewhat soft, but the number of chaotic laws that they contained had already surpassed what cultivators on their level were able to handle. The group switched from searching for gales to avoiding them, with only Dreaming Demon being able to immerse herself in that broader understanding. Flying Demon struggled when he saw his lover training so hard in those dangerous environments. He had the understanding and power to follow her inside those winds. However, his individuality still carried the scar left by his 1,000 years spent in the solitude of Divine Architect's dimension. His existence was too unstable to merge with those laws and come out intact. On the other hand, Noah's attention had gone back to the fauna of that place. There were dozens of magical beasts in the 5th rank in the few areas that they had explored, and that was only one side of that immense place. There was a high chance that the opposite part of the dimension followed a similar structure and featured the same number of powerful creatures that could help him nourishing his body. Reaching the 6th rank doesn't seem impossible anymore with the sea, this dimension, and the other world. Noah thought as they crossed another region with 7 magical beasts and plants in the 5th rank. With the winds made of raw laws, an environment that tried to imitate a higher plane, and the various powerful life forms, the mausoleum had earned its claim to have training areas suitable for heroic cultivators. At some point in their exploration, Noah sensed something strange in the air. His body and mind gave birth to an innate awareness that even cultivators at higher stages would find it hard to match. Also, his survival instinct was a whole league above humans and simple beasts. When they reached a prairie that divided the 6 of them from an azure river, Noah sensed a certain tension in the air, and his body didn't hesitate to send basic pieces of information to his mind so that it could turn them into actual thought. It took less than an instant for him to understand the cause of that sensation, and he gestured to the others around him to stop before warning them with a single word. Ambush. His warning triggered a reaction from the creatures that were lying in wait, and 4 giant snakes in the upper tier of the 5th rank materialized on the ground only to pounce at the group of humans. One of the snakes showed a surprised expression when it saw that Noah had blocked its sneak attack with his bare hand and began to speak human words as panic filled its mind. "We must stash food. The storm is coming." Noah had only needed one hand to stop the charge of the snake. His body was in the upper tier now, which matched the strength of the snakes. Yet, he had fused with a dragon, so his physical strength was slightly above that of his opponent. Of course, Noah would overwhelm it in that field if the snake was only a magical beast. Still, the words that it had spoken made everyone realize that they were facing hybrids. Also, that hybrid had used the language of the other mortal lands, which didn't leave many doubts about their origin. The god of the empire had probably put them inside the separate dimension after they lost the war. There was another possibility, though. None of the cultivators there knew how the immortal lands worked. There was a high chance that hybrids lived in the higher plane since 2 of the 2 known mortal lands had managed to give birth to those species. It was only reasonable that such creatures lived up there. However, Noah felt that their language couldn't be a coincidence since they had just won the war against the other world. It would have been a different story if they had used an unknown language, but Noah had already drawn his conclusion in the matter since that wasn't the case. Moreover, Noah didn't want to overthink about their origin since he had made his mind to capture at least one of them. His decision didn't come only from the possible information concerning that dimension in possession of those creatures. The hive needed as many assets it could get, and the experts in the 5th rank were hard to groom. Forcing at least one of those hybrids to join his organization could only benefit its power as a whole. Noah smirked as he fixed his eyes on those of the panicking snake. The truth was that he had always preferred to fight against magical beasts because they allowed him to express the power of his body to its fullest. 2 pairs of reptilian eyes exchanged a long gaze before they decided to break that stalemate. Noah stabbed his fingers in the scaled skin over the snake's mouth and tightened his grip to tear away a large chunk of its flesh. The snake's survival instinct kicked in at that point and activated its innate ability to put some distance from that threatening human. Its body became ethereal until it completely merged with the environment. The snake completely disappeared, and Noah found himself unable to locate it anymore. His consciousness didn't sense anything, and even the wound that he had inflicted didn't leave any trail. It was as if that more than 50 meters long creature had wholly vanished without leaving any track. Just as I thought, Noah concluded in his mind when he saw that ability for the second time. The 4 of them are ghostly snakes. A series of information appeared in his mind as he reviewed what he knew about that species. The main feature of the ghostly snakes was their ability to merge with the environment and suppress their presence. In that state, they would be almost invulnerable and could cross any material. They wouldn't be able to affect the matter either though, which they compensated with their powerful bodies. Also, they had an earth aptitude, which was a feature worth considering since they weren't only magical beasts. Noah's expanded his consciousness to its limits and let his instincts roam free inside his mind. Only his body could help him sense the presence of the snake once it entered that immaterial state. However, even when he sharpened his senses, he could only sense a certain tension in the air and link it to a beast preparing an ambush. He couldn't pinpoint where the next attack would arrive, nor when. He would only be able to sense it when it deactivated its immaterial form. "I want to see if you dare to come then." Noah's smirk widened, and a calm coldness invaded his eyes as strands of black smoke started to come out of his body. Noah didn't want to scare the snake away, so he let the smoke fly higher in the sky and disperse in the environment. That was a bait. He was trying to show part of his power to make the snake think that the corrosive smoke was his defensive measure. Of course, such strategies wouldn't work against an actual cultivator. They were just simple tactics that exploited the instincts of the magical beasts. Even an apex predator would find it strange if its prey were too easy to kill. So, Noah had to show that he was ready to struggle for his life if he wanted his opponent to attack him. The snake was panicking and could only think about stashing food. When it saw the corrosive smoke coming out of Noah's body, it felt the danger that it radiated. Still, it also sensed that its body could withstand it for enough time to reduce the cultivator to a pulp. Once it made those instinctive calculations, the snake neared Noah and spread its ethereal maws to surround his figure. Its body started to become material at that point, and it quickly closed its mouth to crush his prey in one attack. Yet, the snake's vision suddenly turned dark, and a burning sensation filled its mouth. When the light returned to its world, the snake could see how a series of ethereal white flames were burning the internal skin of its mouth and throat. Nevertheless, it didn't have time to focus on those flames, since a dangerous sensation filled its mind and made it forget about the storm. Noah had already activated the complete demonic form by the time the snake managed to move its attention away from its mouth. 4 additional arms had raised from his torso to wield 4 copies of the demonic sword. The snake felt the need to run, but it was too late. Not even activating its innate ability could allow it to dodge that attack. Time seemed to stop when Noah slashed, but the pain arrived far quicker than the snake imagined. When it turned, it saw a deep cut originating from the left corner of its mouth and ending somewhere in the middle of its body. The snake felt relieved at the beginning. It seemed that the cultivator had missed all the vital organs. Yet, Noah released a roar as he raised his 6 arms once again in the air and prepared to launch the second form of the dragon's claw martial art again. The cry carried a simple meaning, but the intense pride that only a hybrid in the upper tier could radiate backed it. Noah's cry reached deep inside the snake's instincts, but its mental sphere translated that roar in human words nonetheless. Surrender or die. The snake could only lower its head in fear at that point. Its instincts forced it to recognize Noah as its leader. Accept it, Noah said in a beast voice as he placed his hand over the lowered head of the snake. The black smoke that made his scaled armor dispersed as he poured his darkness inside the body of the hybrid. His darkness took the form of a series of small swords that fused with specific vital parts of the snake. They reached its heart, its lungs, its spine, and even its dantian before merging with those organs. That was the shadow chain spell that Noah had obtained from the Shandal Empire as a payment for his insights into the hybrid's topic. Still, that spell had undergone so many modifications that it barely resembled the original. Generally speaking, Noah's individuality wasn't meant to suppress his enemies. He was pure destruction when it came to battles, and the original diagram of the shadow chain spell wouldn't even work when his darkness fueled it. Yet, Noah didn't want to give up on the possibility to capture strong existences alive. It wasn't just a matter of preserving the state of the magical beasts. Noah intended to use it to capture powerful cultivators that he would use to improve the level of his mental sphere. After all, his status as a hybrid in the upper tier was enough to suppress most creatures. Still, cultivators would rarely follow someone willingly, especially an enemy that intended to kill them. Therefore, Noah had applied substantial modification to the diagram of the shadow chain spell to force it to work. His efforts hadn't been in vain, but his new ability saw a couple of restrictions applied to its functioning. Noah had to personally defeat the existence that he wanted to submit for the spell to work correctly. The centers of power of his targets would naturally oppose the small swords otherwise and prevent them from fusing with their tissues. The second requirement was that the defeated existences had to accept the intrusion of those foreign forms of energy and let them seal part of their power. That was the hardest requirement to meet when dealing with cultivators, since their strong wills usually didn't allow them to submit too quickly. Yet, Noah could only work with what he had, and he couldn't go against his individuality. The snake didn't suffer during the procedure, but it felt the swords taking roots in its tissues and radiating violent energy. Also, it could sense the connection that they had with Noah, which made it think of him like a pack leader rather than a jailer. Noah swept the huge snake with his mental energy when he completed the spell. He wanted to be sure that nothing had gone wrong during the procedure, since that was his first time using it on something so strong. The reason behind his outstanding battle prowess was his body. Since the breakthrough in the upper tier, the power of Noah's martial art had reached another level. It was far above his spells in terms of sheer strength, especially when it came to his second form, since it made use of all the centers of power of a hybrid. However, his spells were still on the level of a rank 5 cultivator in the gaseous stage. His darkness and aptitude made them match experts at the peak of that stage, but they weren't deadly attacks in the eyes of a creature in the upper tier. Even if Noah had long crossed the halfway mark of the gaseous stage, his spells weren't as effective as he wished against magical beasts on that level. Nevertheless, the Shadow Chain spell, renamed Shadow Sword spell after the modifications, would still create severe injuries if the snake tried to break it forcefully. After all, the swords had fused with the tissues of vital organs. They could almost kill the creature if they detonated in those spots. Once he made sure that the spell was working fine, Noah turned to see the battles of his companions. The two demons had taken a snake each as their opponents. They were existences far more potent than the other members of their group and could take care of those hybrids that didn't seem able to use spells in their panic state. June, Faith, and Daniel instead were facing the last snake with some difficulty. The three of them found it hard to inflict injuries on that powerful creature, but the fact that they outnumbered it and that it didn't use spells made it a viable battle. The ability to become immaterial of that species was quite threatening for cultivators that didn't have a hybrid body. However, the demons were on a level where their defensive spells could match the physical strength of their opponents, and the trio could pile their protective methods to obtain similar results. Noah felt glad when he saw that none of those snakes appeared to have entered the bestial mental state that he had noticed when he fought the Sonic Hawks. Their minds didn't reach any complete awareness and were still struggling to decide if they wanted to be beasts or humans. That put them in a spot where they could still become useful assets for the hive, which meant that the group had to do anything in their power to submit them. Dreaming Demon's battle ended a few minutes after Noah's. It was hard to submit magical beasts without the ability to command them, but her individuality allowed her to interfere with the fabric of the world. Affecting a creature weaker than her barely took any effort. Dreaming Demon's snake appeared hypnotized after enough of her mental waves had seeped into its body. It even lowered its head to become a mount for the solid stage expert. Flying Demon was the next to end his battle. His snake had turned into a statue made of ice covered by hundreds of white flowers. The two demons thought in the same way as Noah. Those hybrids were more useful alive since the hive could interact with them through Noah. It would be a waste to kill them when they could nurture them to become powerful assets that would increase the number of higher-ups of the hive. As for the trio's battle, their fight was obviously taking longer than the others. Faith and Daniel were only cultivators in the gaseous stage and didn't have access to any technique that could make them near the power of a beast in the upper tier. Their attacks could barely leave white marks on the gray scales of their opponent. However, June's sparks were filling the gaps left in the defensive measures, and her power was quickly nearing the limits of the gaseous stage. It wouldn't take much until she became able to hurt the creature. Noah's snake, though, hissed in fear after the battle had continued for half an hour, and Noah turned only to see that his submitted hybrid was trembling as it stared at a specific point in the distance. Noah focused his eyes and consciousness in that spot, and his survival instinct kicked in when he saw a series of tornadoes coming in their direction. The winds of laws were hard to sense. The seas of consciousness of rank 5 cultivators were still getting used to that form of energy, which made it impossible for them to notice the winds. During their exploration, Noah had the others had to rely on their eyes to find those gales. That wasn't very practical since the group couldn't make use of their strongest scanning tool. Still, that dimension aimed to imitate the immortal lands according to their hypotheses. It was only normal for beings in the heroic ranks to be unsuitable for that environment. Noah realized that they didn't have time to escape from the path of the tornadoes in time as soon as he saw them. That colossal storm was advancing so quickly that it would envelop that area in a bit more than a minute. "Dive underground!" Noah shouted, and his words mixed with the growls that he instinctively released in that moment of danger. Storm, June, Faith, and Daniel didn't divert their attention from the battle, since the ghostly snake was too dangerous for them. Yet, the creature reacted at Noah's roars and materialized next to its sealed companion to stare at the storm. At that point, the trio could join the demons in their amazed stares toward the imminent calamity. The sides of that battle had vanished as soon as everyone became aware of the incoming storm. There was no point in fighting when they would die if they didn't find cover soon. Now, Noah's roars accompanied his words as he punched the ground and began to dig a tunnel as quickly as he could. The snake, restrained by his spell, struggled for a second before deciding to follow him, enlarging the passage that he had created in the process. The other hybrid next to it hesitated. It wasn't under the control of the cultivators, but its mind was a mess, and it could only think of ways to escape from that situation. The sky was almost a forbidden area for beings with a mental sphere, and the storm was too tall anyway. There was no chance that it could reach a safe altitude in time. The same went for the other directions. The tornadoes were faster than any other creature in the 5th rank, so it was impossible to escape from their area of destruction. Only the underground world could offer some safety, but it would still take time to reach the depths necessary to avoid that calamity altogether. The snake was decreasing its chances of survival with every passing second. Its instincts ultimately forced it to follow Noah and the other snake in the tunnel. In its mind, the fact that they had been enemies just a few seconds ago had lost any importance in front of certain death. June, Faith, and Daniel didn't reach for Noah's tunnel, but began to use their spells to dig through the terrain. As they kept on digging, their teamwork improved, and they even reached a speed similar to Noah. The demons didn't have problems either on the digging aspect, and they even had a submitted snake helping them in the process. The only issue was that they had to leave the frozen hybrid behind. The frozen snake was still alive. It couldn't enter a space ring. Also, it was in a coiled pose, which meant that flying demon would need to enlarge the hole by a few dozens of meters if he wanted to bring it with him. Noah had given up on punching through the azure terrain at some point and was directly headbutting the ground to increase his digging speed. The two snakes enlarged the tunnel that he had created as they followed closely behind him. There was no destination nor a safe area in his mind. Noah only knew that he had to go as deep as he could before the storm enveloped the region. The tornadoes eventually reached that area, and the entirety of the underground world started to tremble as they unleashed their destructive power on the environment. The matter of the world would directly disintegrate when it came in contact with the chaotic and dense laws carried by those wild winds. The laws inside it would then become part of the tornadoes and make them even thicker. Noah saw the ground around him trembling and cracking under the influence of the storm, but he kept on digging as he waited for the calamity to end. The tremors only lasted for a few seconds. The tornadoes were incredibly fast, and it took them only a few instants to cross the entirety of the region. Noah stopped when he sensed that the area was now stable, and his consciousness expanded to look for the other cultivators on his group. His mental waves quickly found the demons and the trio who were safe in their tunnels. "Let's wait for 2 parts of incense just to be sure," Dreaming Demon said through her consciousness when she sensed the mental waves of her companions interacting with her. The lack of tremors was a reliable indicator that the storm had gone away. Still, that dimension tried to imitate the immortal lands. There was too much that they didn't know, so it was better to play it safe. The groups resurfaced after 2 minutes and stared at the destruction caused by the tornadoes. The plain was a mess filled with cracks and uneven boulders now, and there was no trace of the frozen snake anywhere. There wasn't even a single shard of ice there. The vegetation had disappeared too, and the only thing that had survived was the azure river in the distance. Noah and the others became interested in the river when they saw that it was still in its previous state, but they had to settle an important matter before they could resume the exploration. Of the 3 surviving snakes, they had submitted 2 of them, but the last one had returned to its immaterial form during the trip back to the surface. Noah knew that it was still in the area because he could sense the tense atmosphere that it created. However, he couldn't do anything while it was in that form. "You," Noah said as he turned to his submitted hybrid. "Tell it to come out and surrender if it cares about your lives." Noah's words were mostly an appeal to the human side of those creatures, but it was also a loud threat that he didn't hesitate to convey. After all, those creatures had intense instincts ruling all their actions, so it was better to trigger an emotional response by using one of its companions. The snake bound by the Shadow Sword spell showed some signs of struggle, but it hissed nonetheless. The remaining hybrid didn't answer, and the tension that it caused vanished in a matter of seconds. Its instincts had taken control of its mind by then and forced it to abandon its companions to keep its freedom. A beast would never surrender from a safe position. Noah's plan was unlikely to work in the first place. So, Noah said to the two submitted snakes with words mixed with growls, "Who are you? How did you reach this place? What do you know about it?" The group had temporarily stopped on the wasted plain, and Noah was interrogating the hybrids since there was a higher chance that his pride would force them to use their human side. The snake under Dreaming Demon's control seemed to be in a daze, and it didn't answer, but the other creature was aware of its situation and lowered its head before speaking. "We are members of the Violet bloodline. We have escaped from our region after the powerhouses went crazy, and a powerful cultivator captured us after you defeated our world. When we reached this world, a mighty existence studied us for a few weeks before throwing us here. We have been stuck in this place since then." The snake would hiss as it told its story, but Noah didn't mind it. Those cries actually gave him some insights about its mental state, which helped him understanding if it was honest. Yet, there was only helplessness in its tone. The snake felt utterly defeated after the recent events, and it just wanted to comply with Noah's requests. "My name is Joel, and she is Raphael," the snake continued. "We have learned a lot about this place, but there are many details that escape my mind since I'm not conscious all the time. You understand that part, right?" Noah didn't answer that question but pressed Joel to continue his explanation. "I want everything that you can remember." Joel began to describe the territories that he had explored in those years, and it even listed the species that filled each of them. The pieces of information concerning potential prey were precise, and Noah didn't find it hard to believe him. After all, Joel was a hybrid. His entire body and mind worked together with the sole purpose of looking for food. It was only reasonable that he had gathered so much data in that aspect. He even described the intensity of the winds in each area. His understanding of the matter was deep since his mental energy was always in the world of the laws. That meant that he wouldn't get any benefit from entering the winds, but it also allowed him to sense them when they were too close to his position. "We don't know how to detect the storms before it's too late, though," Joel said when the topic reached that point. "We have only adapted to this environment after a series of losses. There used to be 7 of us, but our power doesn't mean much in this world." Joel's hisses carried sadness and frustration, but they were honest. The hybrid was doing his best to inform the group of cultivators. "Is there a pattern to these calamities, then?" Noah asked. There was still something that he didn't understand about their behavior. They had claimed that they wanted to stash food, but the storm had lasted only a few seconds in the end. "The central storm releases tornadoes quite often during specific months," Joel explained. "There will be others in the following days, and we aren't stable enough to hunt in this period. We might lose ourselves and not notice the arrival of those violent laws in time in that case." The issue was connected to their instincts. They could lose their lives if they spent that period hunting on the surface. There was a chance that a storm enveloped them while they were busy eating their prey. So, they chose to spend the entirety of those months underground, eating what they accumulated before the arrival of the crisis. Noah found it peculiar that hybrids like them could come up with such a strict schedule while they lived in a wild environment. Their instincts would usually take full control until they reached the state of complete awareness of a magical beast. Maybe it was the sky, Noah thought as he gazed above him while sparing some of his attention to Joel's explanation. This white light forces their minds to grow stronger, which pushes them away from a complete beast state. "What is this central storm?" Noah asked since that detail made interested him. "It should be the cause of these storms," Joel replied. "I didn't stay too much to observe it, but I'm talking about a massive calamity that leaks smaller ones into the rest of the world. I believe it's some defensive measures, and the tornadoes are just the drawbacks." The natives of the other mortal lands didn't know much about the inscription field, so Noah didn't give much importance to his evaluation. However, he was still interested in the central storm and wanted to take a look at it since it seemed the perfect place where to build the center of the separate dimension. If there was something valuable left by the god of the empire, it had to be in the most protected territory. Of course, Noah and the others decided to live underground until that month ended. Earthquakes accompanied those silent days, and the environment had changed once again when the crisis was over. Only the river had survived the passage of the tornadoes, But the group quickly discovered the reason for that. The azure water of the river had the same fabric as the winds. It contained laws so dense that they had taken a liquid form. That discovery made them realize how the struggles to improve their power appeared insignificant when the divine was involved. The water carried so many laws that even dreaming demon didn't feel confident in immersing herself in it. The enlightenment that she would receive was far above what her mind could endure. That river was a resource that only cultivators in the 6th rank or above could use. Nevertheless, the group didn't linger too much near the river. It was useless for them, and they had a different target anyway. They advanced in the direction of the central storm, and the 2 snakes followed along. After all, they were beasts in the upper tier, which made them the perfect protection against powerful attacks. It took them some months, but they reached the location mentioned by Joel in the end. Still, what they saw confirmed that their level wasn't high enough to thrive in that dimension. They had moved toward the central areas in the last period, but a tall wall made of violent winds formed a blockage that stopped anyone from proceeding further. The wall stretched for kilometers, and it curved when it reached the limits of the central areas. It was as if it protected those territories just like a defensive formation would do. However, there were no shining lines on the ground, and the group barely sensed anything with their consciousness. The immense storm was an invisible threat according to their minds. To think that all of them are chaotic laws, Noah thought as he stared at the scenery and tried to find a way to break through that blockage.